Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want, read all the manga I want, wear all the bape that I want, buy all the J's that I want, be with any girl that I want, drive any car that I want. I'm always out of the country, I'm sorry if I ain't home. If the money ain't calling, I never answer my phone. You can see the flow in my chakra, all we smoke is homegrown. You know the boy love ramen, probably sipping on miso. I know a spot that has shield, I got a spot that has deals. Wait till I get a kimono, I'ma swag it out in my dojo. Some girls are asking for a photo, I guess this happens in Kyoto. When you young and poppin' in Kyoto, I ball with all of my nakamas, I dance with all of my nakamas, I drink with all of my nakamas, yeah. I only listen to Cole, I touch down with peace. Hiro isekai, shinara irekai. You are my enemy, you are no friend of me. You covered in jealousy, we only drink Hennessy. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. When I got money, you know it. When you got money, you blow it. How much you caught me a rollie? I'm living like Zach and Cody. Sweet life from young in the OG. From young, we learned to maneuver. I pick up and skirt in a Uber. I grew up with killers and shooters. No tell, but I think I'm cooler. I used to sleep with a deuce. I'm the moon god, got the juice. You switching sides like the man Bruce. Tight circle, cut the loose ends. No, I can go on vacation. You cannot escape from the matrix. I wrote all this shit in the basement. Art is my new occupation. Let's meet up at Kennedy Station. I've been at studio all day. I'd rather just make it the hard way. Sitting back while I'm looking up. Remember backyards cooking up. I just wanna be big. I wanna be big. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo. I wanna be big in Tokyo. Big in Tokyo, I wanna be big in Tokyo. Drink all the sake I want, read all the manga I want, wear all the bape that I want, buy all the J's that I want, be with any girl that I want, drive any car that I want, drive any car that I want.
And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time. First time. First time. First time. First time. And I remember the first time. And I remember the first time.
And we only meet once in a while anyway.
Okay. What's good? How I'm doing? I'm doing well. Can't complain. I'm alright. We back at it. This shit is 4 hours. God damn. These have been shorter for a while, so I was like, fuck, this is 4 hours, dog. But you already know what this is. You know, Drizzt has his series going on with the downfall of One Piece. He started off with I think most of the pre-time skip, and then he's kind of been going like arc by arc. I think last he did was it Dressrosa and Zoe. He did. So this is supposed to be the following the following arcs. At some point I'm gonna hit 1.5, and at some point I'm gonna hit 2.2 speed. But I'll start off in regular speed for now. But if I don't know, I might cut this in two, but I'm gonna try to get through it in one sitting. But all right, let me just switch up the the scenery, and then without further ado, because I don't really think we got time to waste. So all the little preliminary. Oh, hey guys, waiting for people. I ain't waiting for nobody. We gotta get. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, there we go. We gonna just get this popping. Where am I at? Activate me. There we go. Now we need the video. And let me know how the sound for everything is too, so make sure that the sound is not like messed up. Oh shit, I'm an idiot. I did not put it up. I did not put it up. Okay, there we go. That should be good, I believe. Alright, let's watch. What's up? You here? We here. Let's get it. Waste no more time. Let me know how the volume is for everything.
Deep within a bleak and dismal swamp, hidden beneath its murky waters, lies the headquarters of the most sinister villains of all time.
That's where I live.
A Legion of Doom.
The Legion of Niggas.
Whole Cake Island was a very controversial arc, which is something you'd know if you were in the community back then. If you go on YouTube now, you'll find old videos from, at the time, popular content creators that were made in response to the community's back and forth war on the arc. As times passed though, the narrative behind Whole Cake changed from one of controversy to now being called a masterpiece, which is...
I damn it! I already paused 52 minutes, seconds into the video. We're here till midnight. We're here till midnight. I just want to say this real quick. I actually agree with the perception of Whole Cake Island having changed over time. That's become generally more positive. But I'd argue just as many people who have changed. I've seen some people actually fall in line with the original narrative that it was bad, and a lot of people have not changed their position as far as I'm concerned, though I have seen a general uptick in how it's being looked. I can't speak for the totality of the community. I wouldn't go as far as from what I've seen that people are calling it great, but it has been getting a lot more like positive affirmation or whatever you want to call it.
There's quite the stark contrast. In the third installment of the Downfall series, I'm going to take a look at Whole Cake, break it down, and show you why I think it contributes to my opinions on the time skip and One Piece's continual fall from grace. I'd like to clarify that I'm only covering the source material in this video, which is the manga. Starting in Whole Cake and being more notable in Wano, the anime for One Piece starts to separate itself from the manga and become its own thing.
I did not know Kinemon did all that to the board, bro. I did not see that.
As per usual,
I did not see
spoilers for the series are ahead, so you've been warned. Let's begin.
Breath of Zawardo.
The Year of Sanji is something that you've all probably heard of. Even for the new generation of the One Piece fandom, people who caught up in Wano, I imagine it's been thrown around in conversation if you've been a part of it. This is the phrase Oda coined heading into Whole Cake as a means of hyping it up. It was the confirmation to what we all expected at the time, which was that we were getting a Sanji-centric arc. And by that virtue, what happens with Sanji is one of the most important aspects of the arc, which is pretty obvious. If you have a character arc, then what's integral to its success is how things go with that character and what surrounds them. It's here with Sanji where we will begin because there's a lot to unpack with him. And to get to the origin of Sanji discussion, we have to turn back the pendulum a bit to Zou and what caused him to leave and be in the situation in the first place.
I remember saying that Zou was integral to some.
Component shows Sanji the invite to the tea party, but Sanji refuses to go. Component and Vito force Sanji's hand by whispering in his ear that if he doesn't cooperate, something bad might happen to Zeph. And then off he goes. Luffy's group arrives on Zou, meeting up with Nami's, and they have a discussion. Nami's group is aware that Sanji could have saved himself if he wanted to. There is the implication that something is going on that made him act the way that he did. Zoro pins the blame on Sanji for being in the situation to begin with, and says that they are on the path to a direct war with Kaido, and Sanji going off and potentially angering Big Mom is something that only endangers the crew. And so we get to the first.
I think that's kind of funny considering that their opponent in Wano just ended up being two emperors anyways, but that's kind of funny in hindsight, but you know.
Topic of discussion. Was the writing of Sanji's situation and decision to leave good? That may seem like a weird question to ask, but this was something that was talked about a lot in Whole Cake's discourse. At that time, knowing
I want to see the
imminent threat
ring-a-ling-a
of Kaido
ding-dong.
and the
I wanna
trajectory
see
of the
that
crew
old
heading
Peter,
into conflict with
whatever,
him, does Sanji make a
footage.
smart decision to leave the crew? Sanji doesn't know how things are going to pan out with Big Mom or how long it will take. It's entirely possible that while Sanji is gone, the crew will be forced to fight a man down. The issue that some people have with this situation is that there is disappointment in Sanji not considering the other option of ignoring the invitation completely. Maybe it would have been possible for Sanji to just place his faith in Luffy and his friends to solve everything if a problem were to arise. You're already going to fight Kaido, who cares about Big Mom sort of vibe. That was the thought at the time, and it's an idea that rides off of something Robin said earlier in
I
Zo.
want the ring-a-ling-a-ding-dong. I want the superior version, the reboot. Okay, that's what I want to see. Is my okay? Yeah, it is working. It's delayed.
Which is that she had strong friends and it doesn't matter who comes after her. And I was someone who used to be in this crowd, although for different reasons than what I just said. I would make the case, in Sanji's defense, that it's because Big Mom is the new urgent threat that he had no choice but to leave. If Sanji ignores Capone and tells him to screw off, and the Straw Hats go to Wano because Kaido is their priority, this gives Big Mom all the time in the world to strike back and do good on her threat against Zeph, leaving the Straw Hats no recourse or way to back Sanji up outside of voluntarily bringing Big Mom into the fight of Wano somehow.
I'm not talking to you over there.
How you doing, brother?
Doing
My
great.
fellow Florida man, as
Yes.
Floridians, the both of us.
Yes.
Just want to extend my Floridian greetings to you as the Orange County. You know what I'm saying? You know them oranges.
Orange. Yeah.
I remember when I was driving there and I saw like Georgia was like the Peach County, and I was like getting closer to Florida. Y'all was talking about oranges. I said y'all the Orange County or whatever.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Sunshine
on their
State.
journey to maybe defend Zeph on a threat that they don't know when
I'm
Big
just here
Mom
vibing. I
might
just got back
fulfill,
from my
which
college
stars
classes. Just chilling for a little bit.
Oh, you guys are back in college already?
Yeah.
Jeez, we won't start till like September after like Labor Day. More often
Yeah.
than a year.
I will be here to answer any devil's advocate questions
Okay.
that are.
That's cool. So far, I have no issue with anything you said. I just remember the only thing I said was like I've definitely seen people change their song and dance about Whole Cake Island for more in a more positive direction. But I've seen some people flip, and personally, most people I know haven't budged on it. So I'll just like, oh, interesting. Cause I haven't seen it as much as you did. The revisionist history, I've seen less of it.
Yeah.
the
Honestly,
journey.
God, I don't even remember half the shit he says on this. I'm not gonna lie.
We'll have to find out.
Sanji trying to take things into his own hands seems like the most logical decision. The writing here isn't perfect though. There are some elements you could bring up, like Sanji's unrealistic expectation of the crew not worrying and then pursuing him, given how he left in a really dramatic way. But the intent is that Sanji feels like he's playing it off with how his letter is written. All in all, I think it works well enough as a plot device. It's hard to deny that this entire section does a good job at building up drama and intrigue into the next arc. What is an issue, however, isn't Sanji's decision, but the writing of the atmosphere surrounding Sanji on his way to Totland and his behavior. It ends up being questionable to say the least. Sanji's plan is that he's going to go there, tell his family and Big Mom that he's not getting married, and then somehow get back home to the Straw Hats. By this point in time, Sanji's already been threatened with Zeph's life if he doesn't obey, just to attend the party, which would give any normal person enough reason to think that maybe they won't take no for an answer. On top of that, Sanji also has to deal with his shithead family that he has no faith in to uphold anything in his favor. It doesn't make sense for Sanji's situation to have been changed from Zo, where it was obvious Sanji was in deep shit and a hostage, to one where Sanji is big chillin' and thinks things will just work out. It's a pretty big mood swing from the drama of Zoe to Sanji relaxing on Big Mom's ship. And it continues on from that point. Sanji's never really stressed out or has anything mental going on until the Vinsmokes push him to his limit. The situation itself isn't really worrying to Sanji, even though it should be. This is only the beginning of odd behavior though, because Oda picks up on it the next time we see Sanji, which is several chapters after this point in time, where he's in a room with Reiju. We see Sanji ask Reiju when she's gonna leave him alone, and he tells her that he cut ties with quote-unquote you people a long time ago. When you get
What do
later
you mean,
into the
you
arc,
people?
it becomes weird looking back at this interaction between them. The last time that Sanji saw Reiju, she had been the one to give him his freedom. She cried for him, said he'd find a better life, and people who treat him right, and Reiju has a history of taking care of Sanji. Sanji even says that he doesn't care about anyone other than Reiju when he visits her in the medical bay later on in the arc. Maybe it's just Sanji being difficult, but I don't think it's bad to assume or to expect that Sanji should have thought of Reiju differently than how he treats her here. He already knows she's different from the rest of the family. It'd probably
Slightly
make more
disagree.
sense for him
But
to
I've
act.
said this earlier. But I was on my own with this when this first happened, where I could say like Reiju is naturally the most likable of all of them. That makes sense, and I understand why the community was vibing with her. But I know how my personality is, so I guess just a bit of a self-insert here. I wouldn't fuck with her either. Just because you let them beat me up and then you take care of me I'm not indebted to you, because you were still a bystander and or joined in when it happened. You just happened to do some aftercare after it. Fuck you too. I said fuck the entire Vinsmoke. That's just me though. I don't know if other people feel the same way. So actually him having just this general aggressive attitude towards her is not shocking to me in the slightest. I want to know what it's like to beat up my friends and frozen with what's on the come 1 second. But I said I'm stuck with bomb ass liquid instead of I feel okay, so go ahead.
I think it makes sense for him to feel that way. I just don't think Sanji feeling that way is, one, consistent in the arc when it comes to his feelings towards Reiju, and two, communicated very well, if that is the case.
All right.
That would be my only. I don't think Drizzt even says that. I think he just thinks it's inconsistent.
No, that's fine.
But I always felt that like.
But I remember this being a talking point earlier, and I remember being like, I mean, I would hate all of them, so that's why.
Yeah, that's why I think too. But then, like, it's weird though, because when Sanji's like, I want to save them all, it's like, but why?
Well,
like, that was. Yeah.
I don't know. I just think he has a good heart, but fair enough.
Yeah.
Way if there was a plotline or scene where Sanji is unsure of Reiju. After all these years, being unsure that Reiju hasn't been corrupted makes sense. But this isn't present, so it comes off as a bit odd. Sanji isn't alone in that behavior though. Reiju is also acting pretty sus. She tries to convince Sanji to accept his fate and bloodline and just live a happy life with the Vinsmokes. But this isn't how she feels or is what she wants. I get the impression that characters in this arc don't act in character because Oda wants to continue playing a game of whose side are they really on for the readers. We don't spend too long with Sanji and Reiju before Judge shows up and is introduced. I find it odd that Oda chose to off-screen Sanji's first meeting with his family, to be honest. Even more odd is that it's revealed to us that Sanji beat up Yonji off-screen, which is an order of magnitude worse than off-screening Sanji meeting his family for the first time. This was not only a mistake to off-screen, but it was a huge mistake for it to happen at all. Considering how much of an asshole the Vinsmokes end up being, Sanji beating up and serving one of his douchebag brothers is definitely something you would want to show the fans.
What's up, man? So what's going on, bro?
Especially if you don't have any plans to show it happening at any other point in the arc.
I will say, I think
it was often
one thing that's always lost on people when they watch this series is that, not you, but like other people, is like, not every criticism is weighted equally.
No, that's fair. I'm just, yeah. At the end of the day, I can't just sit here and consume it. That's not transforming the content. So sometimes I find like I've been sitting too long and I haven't said anything. So I'll just, I'll make a comment here and there. But yeah. You're right. Like this might not be. It's one of those things. Like this might be like an issue, but it's so small, it's not really a big deal. But just because all the additive small things, eventually your ship has too many holes. It's not gonna stay afloat anyways. So
yeah.
Ending that Sanji would fight Ichiji or Niji.
Paper cuts, so to speak.
And if something like that had happened, Off-screening Yonji as a writing decision wouldn't matter because the audience would end up getting something better later on, since Ichiji/Niji are, stronger opponents. More importantly, the implication of Sanji beating Yonji is completely lost on the narrative, and it's lost on the Vinsmokes themselves. The act of Sanji beating Yonji alone should discredit everything that Germa believed in the Sanji they knew growing up. The Vinsmokes believe Sanji is a failure, who sucked at everything compared to his siblings, and this is the number one reason why he was bullied and exiled. When Judge learned that Sanji's genes weren't altered from his Nazi scientist, he wanted Sanji to make up for it with hard work in order to become strong. If Sanji had been able to do that, his lack of emotions or genetic alteration wouldn't have mattered.
This guy's haircut is
The
terrible.
Vinsmokes are all under the same impression before they meet Sanji, which is that Sanji's ass. So, when Sanji comes back for the first time in a long time and he immediately and easily dispatches Yonji, this should be an eye-opener for the brothers and for Judge, whose entire belief system is centered around the idea that his altered kids are what's going to make him strong and get Germa back on track. Even though Judge has to resort to teaming up with a Yonko to take over a territory that isn't ruled by any of the world's strongest factions, but whatever. Judge even says to Sanji that Yonji is strong, so if in Judge's world, Yonji is strong, even though he's ass, if a failure like Sanji is able to mess him up, what does that say about Yonji? And what does that say about Sanji?
I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better, I am better! I'm not some weak-kneed fucking crybaby that goes around fucking apologizing all the time. And why the fuck would you want me to be?
Oh man.
Answer's pretty obvious, right? And things like this just keep happening, which don't affect Judge or the Vinsmokes. Judge sees and comments on the fact that Sanji can use Haki, which again, tells you a bit of what Sanji has accomplished with no raid suit. But that's not all. Let's talk a bit about the relevance of Sanji using Diablo Jambe against Judge. The community and fan perception of Diablo Jambe was completely different prior to Whole Cake and Wano. We all thought that Diablo Jambe was a liberty Oda was taking with his story. It was an ability that had some...
Okay, this is... I could already tell where he's going. Do you want me to put this in the Discord, by the way?
Sure.
This point he's gonna make, I already know where he's going, and I probably agree with the original intent and vision of what I thought Diablo Jam was and everything, and what it became.
Yeah.
Cartoon logic. Sanji spins around so fast that his leg catches fire. It makes sense. And at some point, Sanji stops spinning to do Diablo Jambe. It was commonly speculated that Oda did this because he didn't want to draw Sanji spinning every single time he used it. Or, Sanji just found a way to do it without spinning in the timeskip, and that indicated some mastery over the ability. Others even bought into the explanation that Sanji gives to the audience, which is that his passion is so hot that it's related to his flames and all that. Once again,
you're just talking
this
shit.
is cartoon logic that you can understand. But Wano recontextualizes the entire origin of Diablo Jambe. Queen tells us that it's impossible for normal humans to do what Sanji does. Sanji's explanation about his passion is put into question, and the entire fight against Queen is about Sanji's Germa abilities awakening because of the raid suit, implying that Diablo Jambe could have been a part of that the whole time. Queen's first reaction to seeing Diablo Jambe is to relate it to the Vinsmokes. As soon as Judge sees Sanji using Diablo Jambe, this should have, at the minimum, created a subplot of the Vinsmokes rethinking their conclusion that Sanji wasn't genetically altered. Regardless of what the real answer may be, how Judge can look at Sanji and not come to the same conclusion as Queen, or even think about it, seems like a plot hole. Had Judge acted on the knowledge that he should have, it changes the story of Whole Cake and how Germa interact with Sanji, and Sanji's role in the arc, and the themes that the arc attempts to build, which is pretty big. As these two are fighting, Sanji tells Judge that once the tea party is over, he's leaving. Judge says something that should be obvious, which is that Big Mom won't allow it. Sanji responds by saying he doesn't care what happens to them. He is here to protect Zeph and the Straw Hats.
I've never actually thought about how the Vinsmokes were supposed to react until today.
Yeah. because I think it's a way that
it's very. I've always thought it was weird for him to think he was weak, and because I'm like, he beat Yonji and he was doing his thing against I think he fought Niji a bit and he kicked him into the wall and stuff, and until they threatened Zeph, and then they like, so like if their reasoning for legitimately not liking him was simply because he's weak, I don't think it adds up. But if it's because he didn't actually develop the exoskeleton and is genetically different, it's a different argument. But I don't think he portrayed that well in either other right. Like, I'm doing the rationalization for him there, so I'm not going to give him credit for that.
I actually think most people didn't even really care about that when that was happening, just because nobody gave a shit about the Vinsmokes. People only cared about Sanji.
I remember being like, I like Niji. He's funny. Niji said, I'm not eating this shit. That's how he's like, I'm gonna eat it. Then you beat her ass. I said, what is good with him? He's sick in the head, bro. Sanji was stronger than all them motherfuckers with 0 powers. Exactly. And that it always like I wonder if like they just, despite him getting a W or looking good, they just didn't think he was stronger than them. But I don't know. I'm tired.
I don't think there's no way to even tell either, because the Vinsmokes don't emote at all either.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not getting an answer. It just is what it is.
This point in time, this is Sanji's actual plan. This isn't a ruse. The conclusion of the fight ends up being a bit forced. Had Oda not held Sanji back and made him lose because of semantics, Sanji would have won and beat Judge. Judge wins through the use of the wall tactic. Now, winning through semantics isn't a bad thing, if Sanji didn't get to do anything the entire time, but as we've covered, Sanji has done things already that don't uphold the persona the Vinsmokes are trying to maintain of him, which is where this thing goes awry. The more logical thing would have been to hold Sanji back the entire arc to justify Jimmer's belief, so there's some writing coherency for as long as possible until you dispel the illusion. But this is probably the biggest frustration with Sanji and his role with Germa to begin with. The truth about Sanji is always ignored.
Better! I am better!
Shortly after his loss, Sanji gets handcuffed by Reiju. The next time we see him, he is having dinner with his family at the Nazi table. And we're treated to another antagonistic scene with the Vinsmokes where Sanji defends Colette. And it all ends with Judge telling Sanji that it's thanks to Big Mom's intelligence that they found out about Zeph, and basically they threaten Sanji with Zeph's life if he acts up again. This is what ends up putting Sanji into a real bind, which is accentuated by the beating he gets for trying to confront his brothers over Colette. At this point, we've seen several scenes so far of Sanji being restrained, and it's tied together with his flashback. By the time that we're out of the flashback, Sanji is being treated once again by Reiju. And Reiju tells Sanji that what's happening to him doesn't involve her and to not expect help. This is all mega cap. You might expect at this point that maybe Reiju's dialogue and her tsundere-esque nature with Sanji might be leading somewhere, because having her act this way doesn't make any sense if it doesn't serve a purpose.
Oda's tooth in that picture is crazy. Like, why?
After Sanji is bandaged up, we get his confrontation with Luffy and Nami while the Vinsmokes are on their way to meet Big Mom. This will be our next big talking point for Sanji. The conflict here is specifically Straw Hat centric, which makes it a lot more interesting than what's considered the average for One Piece, which is the civilians are being oppressed and need help trope. This is more reminiscent of the pre-time skip when a majority of the storylines were centered around different crewmates. Let's talk about this scene in a vacuum, meaning that we're only going to talk about what's happening in the arc up to this point in time and what started in Zou, as if the rest of the story didn't matter, and then we'll bring in context later. The writing flaw in this scene is that there is no in-arc reason for Sanji to ever lay his hands on Luffy, all of which could have been fixed with a single addition to the arc. But because this addition is missing, it makes all the difference when it comes to sympathizing and justifying Sanji's actions. Prior to the Luffy vs Sanji conflict, Oda had been doing a good job at limiting Sanji's options and making him a slave to his circumstances. Zeph was threatened if he didn't act and go along with the marriage, and his options of running away were limited because of the handcuffs. His back was almost completely against the wall. What Oda didn't account for, however, somehow, was that there was nothing set in place within the arc to not allow Sanji to seek help or talk to his friends if they were to arrive on the island. When Luffy flings himself onto the cat carriage, Sanji responds with immediate violence. The Vinsmokes did not make any demands of Sanji to exile and violently remove his friends. And Big Mom wasn't involved yet at this point in the arc either, so there are no restrictions from her. The Vinsmokes themselves are unmoved by the situation. Yonji only chimes in after Sanji hits Luffy, and even then, Sanji says he'll handle it himself. There is nothing stopping Sanji from getting out of the carriage, walking over to Luffy, and saying, "Hey, Yug, what are you guys doing here? Oh no, listen, here are my circumstances. Stay low and hidden. I'll figure something out. Don't get in trouble."
Hey, where's the freaking gabagoo?
And
Oh shit! I might disagree with him on the optics of this scene. I just think we see it differently, but I understand where he's coming from. I'm not mad at it, but I could just tell that Sanji had made a decision to like either try to do it on his own or to just like, I don't know, male pride, ego. I think the issue that I'm having honestly is I don't remember the specific details of Whole Cake Island like at the timeline as well as I do for other arcs, because I've only revisited Whole Cake like once in its entirety after it was done. So like my memory is just a bit hazy. But that being said, I remember it being obvious that Sanji was just like trying to get them to leave because I don't know if he was embarrassed about his family situation, didn't want to see him that blah blah. I've always thought it was still dumb in a sense. I'm like, bro, my only problem was like, how Luffy is. He's getting what he wants. You're not leaving. like that was my kind of criticism. Like he's like, you do not tell the captain what to do. He tells you what to do. That's what
I think you and I maybe have talked about this, where like at least like talk to the dude while you're fighting him if you're trying to put up
like hit him with like throw a kick and be like, Luffy, listen. That's actually what I thought he was gonna do. But
if you just been like, Zeph's in trouble, I need help, you gotta leave right now, Luffy would understand that. Even with how stupid Luffy is, he would understand something as simple as that.
Mm-hmm. But let me let him finish this point though.
even if there was something written into the story to force Sanji into an altercation with Luffy, like, say, Judge ordering Sanji to hurt them, which probably should have happened considering Judge was watching Sanji closely to see what he'd do, there is still nothing stopping Sanji from communicating the truth while fighting Luffy. Hiding it from the people watching and then delivering a message to Luffy through the vine.
He wasn't wiretapped, was he? They put things on his hands.
Balance. This arc does go out of its way to comment on Luffy's ability to sense others' emotional state, so this would have worked fine. And in the unlikely event that Luffy is somehow too stupid to get what's going on, Nami is there as well and could be a secondary source of interpretation. Sanji beating the shit out of Luffy is unwarranted at the end of the day. But despite the writing not being ideal, I'm going to give this scene props. Oda's intent from this was to cause drama, emotion, and conflict. And that's exactly what it does. It's an emotional scene that still conveys its power past its writing flaws. That's how much potential it had. When Sanji is rolling away on the carriage and Luffy gives his speech, yeah, that hits. And had everything from this scene been handled properly, then I'd have nothing negative overall to say about it. I'd live with the miss from Oda and take the positives from it.
I'm not mad at that.
But the accountability that Oda writes into the scene is completely shit on later in the arc, and because that's the case,
that shit like the
this
Matrix.
Scene has become bad and a stain on Sanji's character. This is not a good scene anymore, but I'll dive into the details on this soon. As Sanji and Germa get closer to the castle, they happen to pass by the enraged army, which was sent out to attack Luffy and Nami, who are kind of helping.
I remember what the additive part that I was forgetting. With Robin was still kind of new to the crew, and I think she learned to love them, but she didn't understand them as well as she thought, and she still addressed them by like different names, Long Nose Kun, Swordman, whatever, blah blah. You know, like she hadn't fully integrated, and her giving herself up for the world government was kind of like a noble thing she wanted to do for people that actually was like fucking with her. Sanji has been here too long to not know Luffy's personality. Now I remember what was bothering me about this. I knew that I had an extra like tidbit of like criticism for the scene. Sanji's been there for so long to the point that when Robin was like he knew what it was. Like he was not leaving you, and you're the cook. You are not going anywhere. You will feed him until he's dead.
I think what makes it even worse is like Sanji literally saved Robin.
Yeah.
He tried to do it by himself at one point.
And
That's how much.
and said that captain's order wouldn't even have stopped him. I think, if I remember correctly, when he was boarded. Not the Rocket Man. This is the other train, the other one before Aqualunga, whatever comes. So
He went off by himself. Like I can't remember what exactly the message he painted said.
Yeah, but he was
Something.
he was gonna go get her back. But he also like obviously knew there was more to the story. So without knowing, but nice.
Helpless out there in the field. Sanji sees and hears this, and then chooses to ignore it. Sanji, ignoring the clear implications of an entire army going to attack Luffy and Nami, goes against his goal of protecting him, which doesn't make any sense. Sanji left Luffy in a vulnerable state, knowing he spent the entire night fighting a commander, and he knew that Luffy was going to make do on his promise to sit there. Realistically, Sanji should be freaking out, and double because he doesn't know that the enraged army's goal is to capture and not to kill them. I don't think Oda should have even included the Vinsmoke seeing the enraged army. They should have come at a different time after the Vinsmokes went to the castle, or went a different route to the field where Luffy and Nami were. Later on in the day, Sanji meets up with Pudding and really starts to open up with her about his circumstances and essentially admits defeat and agrees to the marriage. The discussion between Pudding and Sanji here is quite good. This is the first time we've seen Sanji emotionally vulnerable in basically the whole series. And this is the first scene of its kind.
That's not true.
In the story. A sad, suspicious, romantic scene that's juxtaposed nicely with Luffy and Nami's fight against the enraged army. This was a great
give an example, my bad. Zeph, when he left, he was very emotional. He was crying.
Composition of panels. Soon after, Sanji begins inhaling hypercopium
Wait, what? Super hyper?
Strikes to deal with
I've
Big Mom
never
to let
seen
the Straw
that one
Hats
before.
go. For some reason, even after Luffy's speech, after the enraged army, Sanji is hoping and praying that Luffy and company just leave the island. Then Sanji spends time trying to convince and justify his decision to sacrifice himself, which makes him lean more into the idea of falling in love with Pudding and just letting everything work out somehow. Something happens here which should have set off alarms in Sanji's head, even in denial like he is. It's pretty ridiculous that Sanji just ignores this and then continues to move on. One of the guards that looks like Bobbin's deranged cousin gives a report to Sanji saying that a few of the Straw Hats have been captured and the others are running around the castle causing trouble. This tells Sanji that something weird is going on. Big Mom never told Sanji that she was going to capture the Straw Hats and hold them prisoner. And the fact that some of the Straw Hats have made it all the way into the castle means that it's easier for Sanji to verify and confront them on what's going on. They are very close. At the very least, Sanji knows that things aren't going the way they're supposed to, but he continues to ignore everything. Following this, we get the Pudding third eye reveal and her rant about Sanji being a fuckboy. This causes Sanji to turn on his Blink-182 playlist and cry in the rain as Reiju is getting her mind wiped and her body placed into the medical room. The dog...
He's such a bastard. Shoot. Oh my goodness. That's so funny.
Doctor who is in the room
Potential memes that the Wano video is going to have. I can't fucking wait, man. I can't.
with Reiju says to keep her there
This is a smart
overnight
man
and to
indeed.
inform the Vinsmokes that she'll
Luffy
be helped.
would be eating stonefish without Sanji. without Sanji. Luffy would rather die than let Sanji go. That's what I'm saying. You're not going nowhere. Your contract is a lifetime contract.
There's no reason given as to what the excuse for her being injured is, and a super soldier like Reiju being in the med bay should cause suspicion as soon as it's heard by the Vinsmokes, but weirdly enough, this information is never passed on to them. It's not acknowledged, and it seems like Oda forgot he said this.
I understand like how like Tower God fans do this too, but One Piece I think is a little more egregious with this, and I catch myself doing it too, and I try not to the best of my ability. If I do, I'll let you know I'm doing it. But a lot of the things that happen, I think that like depending on what type of One Piece fan and how you perceive the series, there's certain underlying beliefs you might have, even if it's never being portrayed. Like I'll give an example before I get into the Sanji thing. I know for a fact I've never seen Nami draw a map, but I knew she was doing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's not to absolve Oda of not portraying that, but I just know he's doing that. And if it's an underlying thing that I know that a lot of this crew has, it's like unnatural, unrealistic faith in Luffy's ability to overcome his trials and tribulations. I really believe that. All of them have that in them. They all have that defective gene. Like, he'll figure it out somehow, some way, shape, or form. And Luffy tends to feel that way in turn with them. It's not to say there's not situations where they won't freak out and have a moment, but they do have a lot of faith in each other. So him like kind of not checking on them and stuff, in my opinion, is still like a weird way of sounding like, nah, he'll be alright. He'll be alright. But I'm not absolving Oda of not showcasing that better.
I think with that kind of stuff, always like riding a line with that, because I times where it's like, this makes sense, them having like faith in each other type stuff, and there's other times where it's like, shouldn't you be like a little worried?
No, I hear you. But I mean, they've been through at this point still, even they've been through a lot. So
yep.
Oh, we'll see.
Maybe not as odd as the stretch made in the believability that Pudding could completely subdue Reiju. Pudding, as we come to find, is extremely weak. She only had a candy-jacketed pistol as her weapon. It's hard to buy into the idea that a single pistol and seemingly a single shot from it can bring down Reiju to the point where Pudding can drag her into a room. If this was Yonji's bum ass, then maybe I'd buy it, but Reiju is hyped up as one of the 2 strongest Vinsmokes, and we do see her tussle with Smoothie to the point where Smoothie comments on how dangerous she is. One bullet should not be enough to take her down, raid suit or no raid suit. If Pudding was made out to be a more competent opponent in combat, or we got to see a more potent ability from her that is good at subduing people, then it'd all be fine. But it's pretty obvious Oda was just trying to set this scene up and didn't really care about the logistics of it. Reiju wakes up and Sanji's there to bring her up to speed on what happened. Apparently, Reiju was sniffing around the palace because she was suspicious of Pudding. This entire justification feels a bit weak because Oda off-screened everything that would be relevant for Reiju to make that conclusion. Sanji's first meeting with Pudding happened off-screen, which also shouldn't have happened. Why the hell does Oda keep off-screen this stuff when it can be used to set things up? I just don't get it. We just hear about this meeting through other characters. Reiju, who seemingly also saw her...
There are these weird moments in One Piece. Where did this start for me? Probably noticed his dress stuff for the first time. Probably is when I noticed. I'm not saying that happened before that. Where it's like he's speed running certain sections of the story, but then he'll slow down for things I don't care about. Like fucking... Yes.
Frankie.
You know, like I don't know. Anyways, just something I noticed.
Commented to Sanji back in the castle.
Sorry, what?
Or is like Zoro chasing the Tontada that took his sword away. He'll slow down for that shit.
You're like, I'm not like off screen that.
That she seemed like a nice girl. I guess she didn't really believe that.
Yes,
but we have no way of even
Crimson,
guessing at this
does.
because it wasn't shown to us or built up at all.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Reiju wandering around these halls snooping on Pudding.
The government in a nutshell?
Is random.
The media?
We don't even know
what's your
what
source? Just trust me, bro.
Snooping was supposed to accomplish because there's no context. Was Reiju gonna confront?
That's so funny. That's the first Metal Gear game I beat. Revengeance? This is the first one I beat, bro.
Really?
Yes, it pisses off everybody I know who's a Metal Gear fan like that. Like that's I knew who Raiden was from PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, so I played this game first. I had a great time. I am now officially a Metal Gear fan. I've played them all up until not 5, but I don't care about 5. But like, it's just funny. That's the first one I beat.
Putting in a dialogue, was she just gonna stand outside of her room, eavesdropping, waiting to see if she did anything evil? None of the Vinsmokes, Reiju included, even suspected there was going to be a betrayal that led to murder. So, what this was supposed to accomplish?
The GOAT, Maxor.
As it's been the case, there was a pretty easy way to set this up, though. Pudding's acting had a hiccup when she first encountered the Straw Hats. She had awkward dialogue about Sanji when she was talking about him, which is the black leg stuff. It's a clear indicator that something is kind of fishy. A lot of the readers picked up on it. Oda could have included
racism.
a scene with Reiju or Sanji in which
Revenge
Pudding's
was my first
acting
Metal
had
Gear
a
2.
hiccup in the same
We are
fashion,
frauds.
which makes Reiju suspicious of this entire thing and makes her
We're
in
not
the
allowed
right
in the Metal Gear
to
community.
snoop
We're
on
banned.
Pudding or just the castle in general. This is all basic writing 101, but that doesn't really apply to One Piece anymore. Another reason this should have been included is because it gives Reiju something to do and build off of for her role in the arc, which ends up being a
With that ass,
non-existent
though.
when you step back and take a look at her in totality.
Don't got ass.
Heading back to
You're
the
right.
Sanji and Reiju conversation, Reiju tells Sanji that she thinks all of the Vinsmoke should die and that she plans to commit suicide with them. She also tells Sanji to dip out and leave the island. Sanji asks, "What about the Baratie?" And Reiju just says, "Nah, it'll be fine. Worry about it later." The
Is that the
person who
critical
just got
drinker?
lit up with a gat, taunted, her memory wiped,
Is that
and
him?
then
I don't
told that
know
her
who that- I
entire
don't know who
family
this
was
is.
getting duped into a murder fest, says that she doesn't think Zeph's life is in danger, and Big Mom doesn't care because she gave that as leverage over to the Vinsmokes. Okay.
Wild.
Even if this makes sense at the moment, assuming that the murder of the rest of the Vinsmokes is satisfying enough for Big Mom to make her forget about Sanji if he were to leave, it's because of Big Mom's intelligence network that the Zeph info was found out. They gave it to the Vinsmokes to use because they were the ones handling Sanji prior to the wedding. Just because it was given to the Vinsmokes doesn't mean it couldn't be used by the people who gave it to them. And as the arc progresses,
Right?
with the
That's the
Straw
first
Hats
thing I thought of.
completely messing up the entire kingdom that Big Mom has, defeating her strongest people, destroying the things she cares about, like the picture of Mother Carmel, and making her look like a fool in the newspaper, why on earth would you assume that she would not want to get vengeance given how petty and evil she is? Wouldn't that make her
What do y'all think about Whole Cake Island? You want to start, Glam? Did you finish it? I don't know. I don't remember when you stopped reading One Piece. Was it Wano?
One Piece, a little bit into Act 2 of Wano.
Okay.
Whole Cake's weird. It's because it's a bad arc. Actually, 1 second.
Like 1 second.
Yeah, back.
Oh, okay.
So I don't like it as an arc, but I don't feel vitriol towards it like I do Wano. Whole Cake's more of an answer is like I understand the technical issues, but I just really don't care to like be angry at it. Like I'll dissect it if somebody asks me to.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't like despise it. And if you want to talk about an arc that I despise, what happens with Reverie and Wano legitimately pisses me off. That's different.
I was speaking to yesterday. My best friend and my homeboy visited me. I haven't seen a couple people in a while, right? My boy Pierre and Brina, and he was asking me about certain things and blah blah. And he was shocked to hear that I wasn't like a huge fan of Wano and stuff like that. And he was kind of actually asking me something because he used to pick my brain about stuff all the time. So I was just kind of explaining certain things to him because he didn't understand Awakening. He didn't remember the Awakening thing from Doflamingo. Stuff like that. He kind of an on and off One Piece like guy. Like if he's really busy with work and life, he could go without reading One Piece for like 8 weeks, something like that. So, and I remember I kind of said that like I'm at the point where like Dressrosa, I have my issues with it, but it doesn't anger me. I just don't like it the way other people do.
Mm-hmm.
Wano offends me a lot of times because I think it's insulting my intelligence, and that's really that's what I like the least about Wano. But aside all the other nonsense, and Wano insults my intelligence. I read the story, I know what's going on, and he does fuck shit in it, and I'm like, bro, why?
Like with Whole Cake, because I know Chad wants to know about that. Like Whole Cake, I think is majority of the time I think Whole Cake is bad because I think it misses easy opportunities for things to be good.
Okay.
Like a mile. Like at Luffy versus Cat is one. There's a plot line potential plot line Drizzt is going to talk about with Luffy, Sanji, and Nami eventually, which I know a lot of people agree with him on.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think would have been like very good, and also so I think I know a lot of people disagree with this as well. Sanji doesn't have a character arc in this arc. He doesn't change. He goes in a circle. There's a problem that he has to deal with, and he goes back to being the way he is. And the themes of the arc support this by everybody saying Sanji's goated the way he is.
I've actually argued that like before the arc ended,
Mm-hmm.
but I was okay with that. That like
Yeah.
it was a reset. Like he almost degraded and got like into all the trauma from his past and everything resurfaced, and he turned into someone he wasn't, and then he was able to become who he was already. That's actually why that stupid scene with him against Queen bothers me. You already went through this. We all like
And Black Maria shit, too.
yeah, and I was like, and I was like, bro, none of the Vinsmokes became unhinged by their genetic exoskeleton and started kicking hookers out of nowhere. Like, that is not a thing. You would lose your emotions or whatever, but they're not blacked out crackheads, wake up in a dumpster like friggin' Trevor from GTA 5. What the fuck is he on? I hate that moment. I don't care. But I don't dislike Whole Cake. From top to bottom, it's got a lot of issues. I'm probably around a 7 out of 10 for it. I gotta think about it. It's been a while since I really think about Whole Cake, but it's got issues. For me, it kind of like, I'm kind of cool. Was it called The Seducing Woods? I can't remember what it was. There's a point on where I'm like, I'm pretty fine after that moment, and I think it's around there, but it's messy. It's messy though. It's messy.
I think it has the issue that a lot of, ever since, actually I'd say since Punk has, or at One Piece has had, where it's every arc since Punk has had pacing problems. Mm-hmm. Whole Cake's pacing problems are Big Mom related, but
yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing they didn't change. I agree with you, man. So it's not inherently a bad thing. It depends on your expectations, I guess. Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad thing he didn't change at all. I think it's bad because I think Oda intended for this to be a character arc for Sanji, and I also take it as a bad thing because his fans lie that he had one. That's the major thing for me.
Well, yeah, they'd be lying. So
yeah,
I mean, they've made up terms that don't exist in storytelling and literature conversations about it. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner real quick, but you keep going.
Yeah, do your thing. I want to stop it on Discord for a second then.
No, you keep watching. It's fine.
Oh.
I've seen it before. I can miss some points.
Okay.
Are more likely to go after Zeph. Zeph's life becomes more of a liability.
I think it's more people saying he changed to prompt up the arc rather than say he needed the change. I just think like One Piece fans just be lying about everything. That's all. a lot of fans do this for their series though. It's really not like a One Piece thing that's unique to One Piece, but it is what
as the arc ends than at the beginning. The Straw Hats had no idea that Big Mom would be coming to Wano until she was already there. It was a surprise. The Straw Hats weren't intentionally trying to make her angry enough to chase them either. The entire time between the Straw Hats going to Wano gave Big Mom more than enough time to enact revenge. She also has the resources to both chase the Straw Hats and send people to the weak East Blue at the same time. It just didn't happen because Oda was never going to kill Zeph. But that's the author's doing, it's not the story logic. To add on to this, Reiju tells Sanji that the handcuffs are duds and don't matter, and they've never mattered. Bitch, what? Okay. So, here's the thing. Look past all of the logical arguments you want to make, based on how much you think it makes sense in the story for these things to have or have not happened.
I remember that's actually who I was thinking of last when he's like that micro character development shit KOL was saying was not. I said, bro, I am extremely unmoved by this. That is not serious. Turn that off. That shit was so funny. He did set Sanji back with that statement. That was not it. Me, Vince, and Simi always say this, and I mean this. Take a character that's meaningless or stupid that doesn't really have any relevance to the story, and he could be like, I like him. And someone will ask you why. And he's like, honestly, I just fuck with him. I just like him. I don't really care that he doesn't do anything, that he's stupid, ugly as beat. I just like the character. The problem is people start to feel like they need to justify I need an objective, impartial reason for no. Sometimes you just like some shit. It's okay to say that. So you could have been like, listen, Sanji may have not gone through a character development through this arc or whatever the case is, but shit, I like Sanji. Sanji's cool. He be kicking niggas. That's a fucking viable reason to like him. Don't look me in the eye and try to convince me he went through micro development. I will slap you. Okay? Don't insult my intelligence. The further this goes down, the Drizzt side to me moving me.
There was one very obvious and important reason why this is bad, which makes any other argument irrelevant. Oda, in one foul swoop, completely removes all of the stakes and tension from the things limiting Sanji in the arc. They were only there to cause momentary drama that doesn't lead to anything. This is called fake tension. The implication that something matters to the stakes of the story when it really doesn't. Whole Cake Island, as we'll come to find out, is littered from head to toe in fake tension. Now, don't get it twisted. Fake tension is used in a lot of stories, not just One Piece. You'll find it in some of the best as well. It can be a good storytelling device to set up real tension. As I always say, it's the execution of this element that is vital. But it's not used well here, because now the entire subplot concerning Sanji's physical well-being was a complete waste of time. Zeff is a cool guy, and the dynamic between Zeff and Sanji is really good. So the implied danger to Zeff, one of the good things related to Sanji's character, means that handling it is a bit different than other things. You can't just throw it aside and make the payoff and time spent torturing Sanji irrelevant and not expect it to be satisfying for the story. If there is no reward for the audience, then it makes everything feel cheap. And on top of that, this scene makes everything Reiju has been doing make even less sense than how it already didn't make sense. Why didn't Reiju tell Sanji from the beginning that the handcuffs were fake? Why did she wait? She had no reason to not tell him since there was nothing preventing her from doing so, and we know her real desire was for him to leave all along.
That's a good point. I guess my only pushback is it's possible that she wanted to explore what was going on with Pudding first, but that's a good point. I don't know what she was doing. I gotta reread Whole Cake though. I really do. I gotta revisit.
Judge never told her to not say anything because Judge didn't know. So why not tell him? What do you have to lose? Why does not telling Sanji not matter to the story? See how contrived this is starting to look? This was a lazy writing sequence that only hurts and belittles everything that came before it. We're not even halfway through Sanji's involvement in this arc and things are already pretty fucked up for some reason.
Dang.
Sanji leaves Reiju's room shortly after their conversation and he's basically chilling in the hall. At this point in time, he's supposed to be in his room like the rest of the Vinsmokes are, but the only reason that the guards aren't alerted is because Bobbin's little brother, for some reason, is sleeping in Sanji's bed and they think that it's Sanji so that they don't go out and search for him.
Okay.
While Sanji is off by himself, he comes to realize Big Mom's intentions, like he should have a long time ago. But now that he knows them, he can make a decision. After coming to realize Big Mom's intentions, Sanji is trying to accept his death and go along with it?
It's so funny to me because, like, I know when somebody cares about storytelling. So, like, I could feel his frustration because he cares and he knows what he's talking about. It's so funny because, like, some other people, when they say this, it wouldn't resonate with me to say it, but I know what kind of stories and like writing he cares about. I know he cares about writing. Like, other people say that, and I know they don't based on what they say and how they act. Like, he's consistent with this, so I know it means a lot to him. And it's like, it sounds like my disappointment with Tower of God every time I open my fucking mouth. That's why I'm crying.
I swear to God, you two are mirror images of each other when it comes to these two different series. It's uncanny.
All right.
Because he thinks it'll be the best thing to not incur the wrath of Big Mom? What? Not incurring Big Mom's wrath is a completely irrelevant point at this stage. I know most people are going to try and say that Sanji's emotionally compromised mental justifies everything that he does, but there's gotta be a limit to how far you're able to push this before it reaches unjustifiable heights. There have been several instances already where Sanji should have been convinced otherwise. We have the enraged army, we have the Straw Hats running around the castle, we have some of them being captured. Maybe if Big Mom's word meant anything, then it wouldn't be so bad. But everything Big Mom said to Sanji was thrown out the window as soon as he heard that the Straw Hats were captured, and thrown out the window twice after hearing that all of this was her setup to murder his family. Oda is going way too far in making Sanji look unreasonably stupid rather than creating empathy.
Do you think him being psychologically tortured and having PTSD from all of his family stuff is a good enough explanation for why he's acting so wonky or not?
I think it's a good rationalization a fan could come up with. I don't think this arc portrays that very well at all. Because, like, for instance, like if Sanji intermittently throughout the arc was like having little flashes in his head, like his brother's shit out of him, I'd be 100% I would no complaint from me at all. I wouldn't even argue with you. But there's nothing, and that's partially Oda's storytelling style of only wanting to put flashbacks all at once in one sitting.
Yeah.
Kind of shooting himself in the foot a little bit, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's also I just don't think there's much there to support it.
Because you know, you've heard me say this before. When it comes to like someone specifically like Araki and Oda, I tend to compare them to themselves at their best, at their peak, or what I believe to be their peak, instead of trying to use general like regular storytelling conventions. Because I do think they're different, but I do think that he's failed even his own storytelling style here. In a lot of ways. But I want to see what he's gonna say first, and I'll get into that in a second.
Okay.
So Bobbin strolls by and starts eating the meat from the bento that Sanji made, and seemingly, out of everything that's happened, this knocks some common sense into Sanji, who retaliates against Bobbin with force, slamming him into the wall. Point of note here, I have no idea why Bobbin is utilized like he is in this arc. After Sanji runs away, Bobbin, who is one of the first Big Mom pirates introduced in the story, makes a speech saying that he'll take care of Sanji, and then he says that even demons from hell make an appearance at Big Mom's tea party, whatever the hell that means. Right after the speech, Bobbin walks outside.
We gotta admit that these Easter niggas just be mad dramatic sometimes. They just say some shit like I'm not even gonna bat about. They just be doing like, you know how many times someone say something like that in like Tower God, I'm like, what are you even saying? Like, just shut up, man. Like the fucking the demon of brother. Bobbins? Him? He's not him.
He low-key gives me Kel Helen vibes, where he just says shit. And like,
didn't Bobbin like actually die?
Yes.
Like confirmed, right? Or like the anime? I don't know. The anime's something different. I think I heard
it
that.
shows him getting fucking like gangbanged by Beige and his crew. So it's like, I think he's dead.
Brago, a big Bobbin fan too. He said Bobbin was the 5th commander. Stop it.
Headed down by the clown trio, and that's the end of Bobbin. You know, it's really funny because during the weekly grind for this arc, lots of people were under the belief that Bobbin might actually be strong and someone Sanji could beat up to make him look good. He had some sleep powers and some shit. I don't know, man.
Yeti cool?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he had abilities.
After running away from Bobbin, Sanji goes out to the field even after knowing from the last info he received that they were captured when the enraged army walked past him. Kind of weird, but I guess Sanji just had blind faith that Luffy would escape capture, then be here anyway because of his promise.
See, like this is like what I'm saying. I think if you don't have that kind of natural One Piece, but like it's not weird for him to come save to believe that Luffy would actually be here, despite all that he learned. I don't think that's weird, honestly. I don't.
Sanji does end up finding Luffy. He's a little sassy.
This part always killed me. I'm like, why he looks shriveled up? Like he didn't just eat crackers for like 11 hours. Like this scene always kills me, bro. Why he shriveled up, dog? He looking like how he came out of like impelled down after the hormone shit when he needed food or whatever. Like that shit is so funny to me because I'm like, you were eating good to the point I'd never seen you say you couldn't eat. You were almost at your limit of what you could eat. Like that didn't. I don't know. But I understand the idea that he was fighting. He fought and burned it off and everything. But I just always found it funny. I'm like, why is he shriveled? that was my thing. He could be there like normal. Look at his eye. Look at his face. Look like he's malnourished.
Too much carbs. The crackers, man.
Oh shit. Anyways,
and he provides Luffy the messed up bento. Luffy asks Sanji to come back with him, and Sanji says no for 3 reasons. One, he can't because he disrespected Luffy.
Authors be so dramatic for no reason.
2,
it is funny.
Sanji says that Zeff is being held hostage, which at this point in time, Reiju told Sanji to not worry about it, so this isn't true. But Sanji is just making excuses to push Luffy away. And finally, 3, his family is going to be killed and he can't abandon them. Then Sanji tells Luffy to buzz off, and Luffy gets angry. Then Luffy awkwardly punches Sanji. It's a pretty weird punch. I think it would have been better if it was like a real punch.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Yeah, the arm looked weird.
Luffy yells at Sanji to tell him the truth, which Sanji replies back with, "I want to go back to the Sunny." I want to take some time to analyze this section. This scene has a lot of good intentions, but I think it's missing elements in several places, which makes the message it's trying to deliver fall flat. At the end of Sanji's flashback, Reiju gives, quite literally, a redo of Saul's dialogue to Robin. about how the sea is vast and someday Sanji will find friends who treat him right.
I just gotta say, what Drizzt does with the free time skip clips is unfair. He's cheating. You can't.
Uzumaki,
Oda even copies the dialogue that Luffy has for Robin in Enies Lobby. He tells Sanji to tell the truth. Robin's flashback and the way it ties into Enies Lobby is beautiful. As a child, Robin's only friend was Saul, who ends up dying. Robin's entire life gets destroyed. Her mom dies. Her existence is labeled as demonic. She spends the rest of her life on the run, jumping from crew to crew, being betrayed constantly by people trying to take advantage of her. She's never able to find a true family. Saul's words of encouragement to her seem like a pipe dream because Robin's life is all despair. It's only when she meets the Straw Hats that things begin to change. There's a reason why she left the Straw Hats voluntarily. She didn't want her past to end up killing people she'd started caring about. Robin wanted to believe things were different. That's why she got so triggered when Aokiji started talking to her. Even after the Straw Hats tried getting Robin back, she...
When I first read that, it was so blatant that he copied the Robin flashback. I did not put that together myself, I'll be honest. Did you make it, excuse me, did you make it past the Sonic vs. Louis section? Yeah, I guess technically yes. If you have any questions about it, you could ask me. Does anyone actually know how Luffy looked after he beat Kaido because he had to have burned every calorie in his body after that fight? I want to say I remember Yamato catching him. He just looked like he was unconscious.
He looked fine.
But he did eat when after Law's crew saved him. He did actually get food though. So I don't know if you're factoring that in, but we all know the reason why he looked shriveled up in that scene. I just think it's hilarious when you really consider the fact that the only time he ever said he might or could be full, or Nami was like he could eat whatever, was like probably like maybe like how long do you think that fight happened in terms of hours? I'll go like 6 hours maybe. Since he got captured by the Rage Army, how long do you know how long? How long were they on the whole cake in general? Wasn't it like a day? Or no, it couldn't have been a day because the Katakuri fight was like 11 hours too itself.
It was 2 days because Sanji and Luffy met at nighttime, and then the Katakuri fight ended at the next night.
Okay. Anyways, but yeah, it was just to like, you know, be symbolic and have the scene like, oh, Sanji's here to feed him, like, so that's all it was. Luffy basically needed that cooking man's look. He looked finished. Yeah, he said, "I need that Sanji."
He refused.
Attack cuisine.
Robin couldn't stand the thought of the Straw Hats abandoning her, using her like everyone else. Robin thought she was doomed to die one day. She'd rather sacrifice herself and die than live through the pain of believing that one day the Straw Hats will abandon her because of her burdens. Robin didn't believe in Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't believe anyone.
This is literally what I said earlier. She didn't know any better.
Yep.
She doesn't know them. She doesn't actually know them as well as she thinks at this point, and she doesn't even like address them by their actual name. This is why I always think that like Sanji knows Luffy well enough to know that, again, like I said, you're not going anywhere, buddy. You're here for life. This contract does not end. You will feed me 5 meals a day until I am Pirate King or dead.
One in the group would risk fighting the entire world just for her.
Miles.
And that leads to one of the greatest moments.
Okay, I have to
Hello, sir.
I have to move this thing up a little bit on Discord now because it's coming into my camera.
Oh no, I'm fine.
No. I just meant like on my OBS overlay. That's all.
Oh, okay.
All right, we good. Let's continue.
I've ever experienced.
This is literally my favorite scene of all time. I'm not kidding. I get goosebumps every time.
This scene is goated in the dub. That's how good it is.
It's good too.
望んではいけないことだと思ってた。
I see my hair's already
それを許して
standing
くれ
up.
な
I
かっ
almost get goosebumps and shit.
私は死にたいのよ。
海は広いんだで、いつか必ずお前を守ってくれる仲間が現れる。
I know. I'm literally trying to like be Superman. I'll be crying when I watch this shit.
ルフィを信じろ。
Alpha.
少しだけ望みを言って今私は行きたい私も一緒に海へ連れてって
Like I said earlier, Drizzt is not playing fair with that scene in the video. He's cheating.
For the first time in Robin's life, she had finally found a family. This context gives the scene such raw, unhinged power. Sanji's scene does not have the same power or anywhere close to it.
Yeah, as
Sanji's
Rich would
life
say,
is nothing
tears
like
in my
Robin's.
eyes, zenith of the medium.
Reiju's dialogue to Sanji about finding people that'll treat him right doesn't connect strongly. As soon as Sanji left the Vinsmokes, he found a loving family in the Baratier with Zeph, a foster father who raised him for years. And then he found a second family with the Straw Hats. Sanji had hope prior to the Straw Hats coming into his life. This is also one of the reasons why Sanji's logic in this arc doesn't work as well as how it did with Robin in Enies Lobby. Robin being in denial and pushing Luffy and the Straw Hats away makes a lot more sense because it connects with her backstory and her character. Sanji doesn't have the same excuse. Sanji was there with the Straw Hats when they risked it all for Vivi and Alabasta. Sanji even made a speech about it. Sanji was there when they challenged the world government. He knows exactly what the crew is all about, which makes his refusal to believe or trust them seem like bullshit. Attempting to redo
just know
a character
that Luffy is not listening to you. He's doing what he wants. He's kind of selfish in that sense. All these moments in the in the anime, especially Luffy versus Sanji, I don't remember if the anime did anything differently, but I never got emotional with that moment. I just thought it was like I liked it.
Arc without taking into context what the story has already accomplished is not a good thing to do as a writer. I really wish Oda hadn't copied Robin's flashback and moments into Sanji's here, because it was always going to run the risk of being looked at in a lesser light because it inherently draws comparisons. Redoing an element of one of the most liked flashbacks in the story makes it feel cheap if you can't hit the same emotional chords. And because the writing behind these circumstances and things leading up to it aren't good, the same emotional chords are not hit. I Want to Live, Take Me Out to the Sea with You hits a lot harder than I Want to Go Back to the Sunny. And I say all of that to tackle one of the biggest issues with Sanji and Whole Cake Island, and Whole Cake Island in general.
Afternoon, son.
Hello, brothers.
Son, we're looking for the maniac.
Have you seen this man?
It's the maniac!
When you bring in context from the rest of the story and don't simply look at what happened with Sanji in a vacuum, things get a lot worse. The way in which Oda handles the drama around Sanji's conflict with the crew is an insult to everything he accomplished with Usopp during Water 7. There are a lot of parallels between Water 7 and Whole Cake. We've gone over a few just between Sanji and Robin. But there is also a great number of things that parallel Usopp as well. Usopp leaving the crew is the single greatest subplot Oda's ever written. It pushed and tested the crew at a level which hadn't been seen prior to that point. They were on the verge of collapse. Usopp had his reasons for why
an internal dispute.
he did what he did. The Mary was a cherished gift from Kaya that Usopp had taken care of since the crew first started. And unlike everyone else, prior to Water 7, Usopp was the only person in the crew who had seen the spirit of the Mary. He didn't know what it was at that point in time, but there's a deep significance to Usopp's
Hunter 2020 One Slander Insane. Togashi never gets any credit from me.
connection to the Mary and why he was the one to see it. Usopp viewed the way that the Straw Hats were moving on from an injured and incapable thing like the Mary as a commentary towards himself. He's weak. He can't do the things that people like Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro can. If the Mary is replaceable, then that meant he was replaceable. And this is what led to the situation between Luffy and Usopp to escalate the way that it did. Luffy didn't handle the situation well. The way he acted helped push Usopp farther away. But the circumstances help you empathize with Usopp. It's part of the reason why a large portion of the Straw Hats were instantly ready to welcome him back with open arms after Enies Lobby. Usopp was family. And much like the audience, they just wanted him to come home. Which is why what Zoro did in Water 7 is one of the best moments in the entire series.
Cheating again?
誰一人こっちから迎えに行くことは俺が許さん。
なんで？
間違ってもお前が下手に出るんじゃねえ、ルフィ。
ゾロ。
俺はあいつから頭下げてくるまで認めねえぞ。
ちょっとなんであんたがそんな。
黙れ!
He's right.
At the end of the day, Usopp crossed the line. It didn't matter that Usopp had snuck along as
Shout out the
came to
Kenshin
help bring
OST
back
in the
Robin
back.
and his lobby.
Boo.
It didn't matter
Turn
how
it up.
clutch he was when he
Don't
sniped
get
away
that
atop the Tower of
Turn it
Justice,
up.
or what
No
his
Shaman
amazing
King
speech to
OSTs.
Luffy was like at the climax of the Lucci fight. Usopp having his own reasons and us understanding them didn't mean shit. He was wrong for what he did. And Oda wasn't afraid to put Usopp in the wrong. He held him accountable for his actions. It's one of the best things that authors can do to their characters. It's through the process of trial and tribulation, through atonement, that forge you into a better person. That's why Usopp needed to beg to come back to the crew. He needed to apologize for his misdeeds, not only for himself to move on, but for the crew. Zoro was right. A crew that doesn't respect their captain can't survive. And this is what is so frustrating about Sanji's situation. Somewhere between Water 7 and Whole Cake Island, the importance of character and continuity in storytelling was thrown out the window. This was something that was hotly contested and discussed for a long period of time as the arc went on, and there were 3 takes that were most commonly seen from people trying to defend the writing around Sanji. 1. People argued that nothing Sanji did during the arc was wrong, he was just trying to protect his crew because he's such a kind person. 2. People said that Sanji was wrong, but he was compromised and couldn't think straight. He had no good choices. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone because Luffy understands that's what's important, so no harm, no foul, Sanji goated. And at number 3, Sanji kicked Luffy to stop him from telling Usopp to leave the crew in chapter 331. So
Sanji was never wrong. Sanji was wrong, but it doesn't matter. Sanji kicked Luffy before. I want him to finish his point before I say anything though.
I feel like I missed so much context. I don't know what the general argument is.
This is okay. I mean, this is like the Whole Cake Island portion of the downfall, and right now we're still. I think we started with Sanji's where we're talking about the writing surrounding Sanji and certain things about him and how it's been weird. It's weird how like the Vinsmokes have reacted to like one of the earliest things he said that I actually never thought about was like Sanji had already proved that at the very least he was just as strong as his brothers and sisters and father, despite not having a quote-unquote exoskeleton and having his Germa genes activate, so to speak. Yet they never actually because they presented in a way that their family looks down on him because they think he's weak and inferior to them, but he's already proven that he's just as strong as them. If not, I'd argue he's stronger than all of them, even without the raid suit, even at that point in the series. But their attitude towards him never changes, which is like weird and stuff, and there's a bunch of other things here. But right now we're focusing on the conflict with Sanji, the conflict with Sanji and Luffy, and it's like, okay, so one, that he was never wrong, he was wrong, but because of the psychological trauma that he was facing and PTSD and things of that nature, his decision making was like all over the place and compromised, so it doesn't matter. And
also Luffy forgave him, so it also doesn't matter.
And that Luffy has been kicked by Sanji before and never said anything.
So is it
these are defenses that people gave in the arc for why there was nothing wrong with the moment. Which is building up to
I was gonna ask just if Drizzt is like kind of shown like he's not really is it more like he just think the manner in which it's done was kind of really convoluted rather than like Sanji did it?
He'll get to it.
Okay.
Yeah. They said, Miles, all the context you need is the micro development is all there was a
problem. King of Lightning?
Yeah.
I know that.
Drizzt when Zoro never calls out Sanji for a whole cake. Oh well, I could speak on that too, because that's I don't agree with him on. But the second argument, we'll just.
So if Sanji kicked Luffy there and it wasn't a problem, then it shouldn't be a problem here for Luffy now or anything related to the Usopp crew drama. These defenses were and always will be shit. Sanji was 100% wrong. Just like how it didn't matter what the justifications were for Usopp, it doesn't matter for Sanji either. What happened, happened. This meeting between Luffy and Sanji is also not an apology. Just because things turn out okay, doesn't mean that this scene is something that it's not. And Sanji kicking Luffy in Water 7 is a false equivalency. That was before Usopp officially left the crew, and the important distinction is that Luffy was the person who was about to make a huge mistake and be in the wrong. One of the things that's not talked about enough, that I alluded to, is the fact that Luffy handled the situation with Usopp poorly. He let his emotions get the better of him. Luffy was an amateur. He had never been in that situation before. You can even see in the way that
it's
Luffy...
part of the reason that why Zoro had to step in, and Zoro was like, it's heavy, isn't it? The burden of being the captain. It's a heavy burden.
Tries to break the ice to Usopp about the Mary in the argument that there is blame on both sides. This is why Luffy is the one who apologized after being kicked, and not even Zoro had a problem with it. Everyone was involved in the situation. Sanji was heated in the moment, but he wasn't overstepping his bounds. Usopp then went over the line, changing everything. Now, if Sanji had kicked Luffy, mocked his dream, made fun of him, then proceeded to beat the shit out of him to the point of being bloody and unconscious, then we'd have a different situation in our hands. Speaking of, there's only so much blame that can be placed into Sanji's character until you inevitably have to bring Luffy into the discussion. It's Luffy who exonerates Sanji from any and all accountability. Luffy hits Sanji for not being honest with him, but Luffy himself doesn't say or even think that what Sanji did was wrong.
Can I say
he
one thing?
Reaffirms.
Go ahead.
This Luffy also would have done this with Usopp if Zoro hadn't had stopped them. Because remember that scene
that's actually like the point that I was gonna make. Because what I'm trying to like gather before I make my rebuttal is he just mad that people hit him? Or is it the context and the situation that matters in which he can like it's cool if Nami does it because it's gaggy or blah blah blah. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to discern before I clap back because I don't agree with him right now.
Okay,
but yeah,
all of his actions.
Wait, I do have a question.
Because
go ahead.
I just want to make sure I heard something right. So he said when the moment after the Usopp and Luffy situation happened. And Sanji does the kick at Luffy, talking about, like, what are you talking about, like, yada, yada.
Luffy was literally about to beat the shit out of Usopp on the ground and say some fuck shit to Usopp. And this was before Usopp said anything about questioning Luffy's captain.
He's making an emotional outburst.
Yeah.
And he was saying that specific instance,
like where he's comparing,
had not yet stepped over bounds.
Like he's comparing essentially the severity of what Sanji does in Whole Cake is way different compared to what he does in Water 7. Mm-hmm. And it's more akin to what Usopp did in Water 7 than anything else.
Yeah.
As Luffy does this, Sanji never has to come to grips with the error of his ways. Luffy acts in a manner that says it's okay for Sanji or anyone to do what he did. And that's because Luffy will not and does not care about his role as a captain in the story, which goes against the entire Usopp subplot.
I don't think I would agree with that.
I don't agree with that.
Both
I can agree that like Oda doesn't put an emphasis and importance on it. If you want to go there and talk about that, sure. But Luffy definitely is the captain and cares about being the captain. We're not doing that. That's not true.
I think like what I said earlier about how if Zoro hadn't said anything, Luffy would have just left and let Usopp back in as well. Mm-hmm. That's where I think it's like, when it comes to Luffy's friends, he throws the role of captain out the window and has to get reminded of it constantly, which is where, like, I can agree with... I think if Drizzt had phrased this where Luffy doesn't put the most importance on being a captain as he should, I could agree with, like, that statement. Like, not caring wholesale, I think, is false, personally. And this is me, Glam, certified Luffy hater. So...
yeah, okay, hold on. Let me just finish this and then...
how a crew should function, and they both went through to the end with how they agreed that they should act with Usopp, to the point of being willing to sail away and leave Usopp stranded on Water 7 alone, to prove what disrespecting your captain and leaving the crew means. I know it's easy to say, oh well, it's just Luffy being Luffy, but that is not a good enough excuse in the situation. We aren't playing pirate games here. This is serious. Do you care about the story? Do you care about its messaging? Because you should. Oda completely ignores what he's done with his own character writing. He makes it so that no character learn from the past and move forward with it. Luffy is in the wrong in forgiving Sanji in the way that he did.
Okay. So
I don't know if I would say he's someone being in the wrong for the way in which they want to handle a situation. I don't know if I would say he's in the wrong. I definitely think if you're talking about specifically as a captain, he probably should have handled it better to set like a precedent for others. But like, I don't know if I would still say he's in the wrong. I feel like that's not the.
I
right
mean,
word.
like Miles, would you have said he was wrong if he had let Usopp back in without giving him any repercussion at all in Water 7? Because that's a question you got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, I don't know if people have really thought about that. Like, if fans would have been okay with Luffy, I think for sure fans would have just been okay with Luffy letting Usopp back because they like Usopp.
Here's my problem. I feel
like with Shonen, people always forgive, so I think most people would be fine, whether or not it's good or not. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, like, it's a matter of a point of view here.
Mm-hmm.
I think his perspective is wrong. I think that's the first point of the my first like point of contention. And because I've had this conversation a lot, so like I'm trying to remember my thoughts on it because it also kind of equates into the he needed to apologize as well kind of thing. I don't disagree with him saying that in the sense that Luffy was wrong, and Glam, you rep a point that I was gonna make. I agree with Zoro's stance actually.
Mm-hmm.
I will be the first to admit to you at like 13
when
I first saw this, I wasn't thinking all that. I just wanted Usopp back. But when Zoro said it, I said, nah, he's right though. But if I was Luffy, I would have probably ran to get Usopp myself. And if like Glam was my right hand, he said that, I'd be like, he's fucking right. You can't do that to me. Right? There's a lot of variables that intersect that I don't think Drizzt is considering. And honestly, one of them is Luffy's personality. If Zoro doesn't do that, Usopp's back on the crew and we keep going. And that's how he is with his friends and the people he cares about. He wants to adventure with them. So you can't remove that. That is how Luffy's personality is naturally. Because do you guys remember that Oda said that someone asked why does Luffy sometimes react to women in a pervy way, but sometimes he doesn't? And he's like, because people are influencing him by being around him, like he's like that. You can't somewhat influence how he is naturally, depending on who he's around. You can't remove that. And a lot of people in this series are not able to speak reason to Luffy. Jinbei is one of the few people that can do it and make him listen to reason. You have to.
Zoro is another.
Exactly. You have to account for all of those things. I don't like Sanji left the crew, but you have to understand that Luffy never accepted it. Like, I would argue Usopp left and it was understood by everybody he's leaving. We beat his ass too. He's gone. He's not a straw hat as of right now. There's no point where I think that's the general belief that any of the straw hats have about Sanji, except maybe when the Nami moment where Nami's actually slaps him and she's kind of mad, right? Fine, fair enough. That's an exception if you want to point that out. I don't think Sanji resigned because Luffy never accepted it. Luffy knew the whole time there was more going on, and that's why he's like, why are you fucking capping? Tell me the truth. He's like, I want to go back. And he's like, okay, Jesus Christ. What was up with that? Like, he never quit. Yeah. And Luffy never accepted it. And while I could understand that maybe it absolves Sanji of his bad behavior, when Sanji talks about the fact that he wants to go save his family, even though I don't like them, blah, blah, he's like, I wouldn't have somebody on my crew that didn't have that type of attitude. Let's go save them. That's why you're a straw hat. And I just don't think that he's... Your viewpoint aside for 1 second, sorry, I don't think he's considering all those intersecting variables. That's my issue. Even if he still feels the same way, I needed him to parse through all that. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying there is more because the section's not done yet. But I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But I will say, like, for that instance, for me, it's like the leaving the crew thing isn't really my problem. And I don't think it really is even Dritz's issue either. It's more of like the manner in which Sanji, the manner in which Sanji beats the shit out of Luffy is the problem. It's not even that he just kicked him.
The optics?
Yeah, it's like, dude, you brutalized him for really no reason at all.
I think he was,
and that's why I think like Nami's upset. Like, because I Drizzt will make this point earlier, but I'll say it anyway. Nami initially plays the role of Zoro in this arc, where she slaps him, and then later on she says, "This isn't over I'm not going to forgive you for this, and I'm going to work you hard when she meets him at Beijing's castle.
Yeah.
But then that whole plot line gets like dropped, essentially right after that.
Yeah, but
where it's like the arc just removes the consequences.
Okay, fair. I would argue that Nami never meant it, but I hear you. Go ahead, Miles.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think to Dritz's point, I think if I was getting what he was saying right, you are correct, and Luffy would have let Usopp.
He would have let him on
if
100%.
Zoro didn't. But I think to Dritz's point, Zoro did do something, and that impact is now part of the story.
There's
and
a reason Zoro's on the screen right now.
Looked back. Yeah, and I was gonna say, and I think to Dritz's point, I think the issue is I wouldn't agree with him in saying Luffy doesn't care, but even just as like I think a writing thing, it is weird that you wouldn't have your character look back on a moment and try to navigate the way in which to deal with the new situation in front of you.
And I'll also say,
that's more
this isn't necessarily a Luffy problem. This is an Oda writing style problem where he keeps every character static, even though they shouldn't be in certain situations. And Luffy is a prime example of that in a lot of cases, in my opinion. This comes down to like, I mean, I have talked about this plenty of times, where I have a fundamental disagreement with the story of Luffy still being static at this point in time, given all the shit he's gone through. At least in totality. I think there are certain aspects about him that should have changed after Ace died. But that's just me, though. I know a lot of people disagree with that, but
I see. You asked for a change. You didn't ask for a complete reworking of the character.
Yeah.
So you're different. People thought he'd become this fucking dark edgelord pirate with an eye patch and like my friends.
Yeah, I'm not asking.
No, like keep that.
I'm not asking for a smarter Luffy fan fiction change. That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah. All right. Let me see what he says though.
That this happens a lot with newer fans whenever they reach Whole Cake, and it happened a lot during the arc itself. You would hear people say, if Zoro was there, he would have...
And there you go.
Blank. It's not a coincidence that this is brought up, and it's not wrong either. Zoro would have been pissed at what happened on both sides.
I actually think
Zoro
would have
And this has nothing to do with any bullshit Zoro
Luffy
versus
or
Sanji agenda.
Hell, maybe even both.
Surely. I've ripped on both of these characters enough to avoid that cancer. Those guys are friends. They hold each other to higher standards. Past the thorny exterior, Zoro was concerned for Sanji after learning what happened in Zou. And given their relationship, had Zoro been there, he probably would have reacted more harsh than he had ever been in the story. Sanji would have essentially betrayed their friendship, the silent agreement between them, that moment in Thriller Bark, and what they mean to Luffy. And it goes deeper than that, because it'd be worse for how Zoro would have reacted to Luffy. Luffy allowing Sanji to disrespect him, only to follow through on making the mistake that Zoro prevented him from making with Usopp, would have been an issue without a doubt. This wouldn't have been something that was ignored. You'd have to be completely ignorant to think otherwise. Zoro wasn't lying when he said that he'd be the first one to leave next time if Luffy fumbled again. Shit's got nothing to do with agenda. Nothing. But you can only go so far with hypotheticals. The fact of the matter is that Zoro wasn't in Whole Cake, and word of it never spread around. But there was a character present in the arc that played the role of Zoro at first.
You flashed something quick, I didn't see it, hold on.
It was Kyle Lowry when he said
a character present, and word of it never spread around. But
you gotta be stopped, bro.
There was a character present in the arc that played the role of Zoro at first. It's the one character that people like to ignore when talking about the Luffy and Sanji drama, and that's Nami. Nami is the one that held Sanji accountable for his actions after Sanji beat Luffy. Nami was within her...
Yonji, nigga, what? That chick is brutal. Awesome. He's like, oh my god, nigga, you freak. Sorry, I did not notice him saying that shit. You freak over there. He's like, please step on me, mommy. Look at him in the corner.
Her right when she slapped Sanji. Nami also knew, prior to coming to Whole Cake, that Sanji had his reasons for doing what he did. She was the person arguing with Zoro about making light of other people's issues. Nami was correct when she told Luffy that it didn't matter what Sanji's reasons were for hitting him. He's wrong. I think it's understated how loyal Nami is to Luffy. When Nami slaps Sanji, she slaps him for Luffy and because of the betrayal. She's angry at the lengths he went to in order to prove his point against Luffy. After Sanji leaves and the weather on the island gets bad, the enraged army is on its way, Nami is the one who begs Luffy to move to safety to avoid unnecessary damage. But something people don't talk about is how Nami, the perpetual scaredy cat, stays with Luffy. She sticks by her captain, through thick and thin, to the bitter end. At the point in time that Nami and Luffy were fighting the enraged army, it's a life or death situation.
I gotta say that like he's painted this well in a sense that I'm underestimating how far she did go here, but she's not playing a Zoro role in my opinion. But I'll let him finish first.
I have no reason to believe that the main goal is for them to be captured. Yet Nami's there, by Luffy's side, ready to die. This is one of the realest things in the story. After Sanji rejoins the crew, Nami tells Sanji that she'll never forgive him, and there's a gag centered around it. And people like to believe that this entire concept is all just for laughs, but that's wrong. Nami, at this point in time, still believes that what Sanji did is a fucking issue. Nami says this is not the time and place to resolve the conflict. She knows and understands that these things need to wait until later because the crew is in danger. There is a real possibility of consequences if infighting happens. It's best to get to safety first. There's no way you can argue that this is all just a joke. This is a writing promise built into the conflict to get a true resolution. At this point in time, there was room for Oda to do a complete follow-through of the crew drama. The fact that Sanji didn't apologize, that he hit Luffy, that he went overboard, and even the fact that Luffy forgave Sanji. This all would have been okay, because Nami seemed like she was going to be the character that would reinforce what we saw in Water 7. This all could have gone somewhere. But Jesus Christ. Oda completely drops the ball. Nami's issue with Sanji is never touched on again for the rest of the arc, nor is it touched upon ever. Not even in a gag. The crew drama is forever dropped in an arc where one of the messages is supposed to be that Sanji being a failure is a good thing. All of the good-natured people around Sanji act as if he's fucking perfect, but he's not. And that's not a bad thing. Sanji being wrong isn't a bad thing. It's okay for your good characters to make bad choices. That's what Usopp did. And he came out at his peak by the end of Water 7. And you know, something that added a layer to the crew drama in Water 7 is that Usopp spent a lot of time in Enies lobby with Zoro. You know, the same guy who would then go on to argue for Usopp not being allowed back into the crew without consequence. And did you guys ever notice that when Usopp finally apologizes, Zoro has one of the most important reactions? Zoro, arguably more than anyone, wanted his faith in Usopp to be rewarded. He wanted to believe, but not enough to ignore the principles that the crew had established for how they should operate.
I would argue that's the difference between him and Nami, though. I don't think Nami's strong enough to stand on her morals to that degree that much. She's much softer than Zoro in that sense. That's why I was saying I actually think he did a great job in like depicting her levels of loyalty here. Like that's I actually never thought about it that way. I agree with that, but I don't think that. I think she's trying to emulate a Zoro role, but she can't because she's not Zoro.
What I would have thought would have probably have been best, and I think Drizzt thought this too. I think him and Joy had an idea about this, where the topic would not get brought up until the rest of the crew reunited, and she would then bring it up, and then Zoro would address it. That's what I think, and I think that's the more likely option because she even says we're not going to do this right now. We're in the middle of Yonko territory. We got other shit to do, so we gotta leave. That's why I think probably would have happened.
I did notice
so
Zoro's
it's kind of
though.
like
I know Zoro wanted to believe in Usopp for sure though. I did.
Yeah, it's kind of like half a Wano problem, and it's like 25% a Wano problem and like 75% a Whole Cake problem. But it's kind of it's on both arcs for this plotline not really going anywhere.
Okay. But yeah, that's the only thing I would say because like it's to the point where like I'm not a weird Zoro fan, but like Zoro is very strong himself too. Like Zoro has absolute belief in himself that like I'll just leave, get lost at sea, and I'll still find my way to becoming the greatest swordsman in the world regardless. What happens if Nami gets abandoned in the middle of the sea like that? Kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not this like there's a couple of variables there that I would consider. But honestly think that's actually a pretty underrated Nami moment, all things considered. I'm thinking about that moment a lot more. Anything you want to chip add in, Miles, before I continue?
No, I don't really like disagree with anything. I guess at this point, I like my issues with the entire Sanji thing is just completely different. I just think it's completely disrespectful to the entire relationship that you formed to completely leave and act like people wouldn't try and save you and make a bigger mess.
I spoke on
out of
that
it.
earlier.
That's my thing. That's my entire issue. I just think it's really, I don't know. Like, you know how your captain is. You know what you guys been through. But I'm a sentimental friend, so like I'm different that way, I guess.
Luffy, Nami, shit moment. I don't know. End of the day, yeah, I was like that. Like,
No,
yeah, you know.
what?
I don't ship them, but yeah, it's just. Anyways, let's keep going. It's not the same role, but I understand what he was saying because she was trying to hold him accountable. As far as her saying, "I would never forgive you," and that come again, I don't. I'll just speak for myself. I didn't believe it. I
didn't either. I didn't either.
Yeah, like I didn't believe it. Bonjour, mon coeur. But like, yeah, it is what it is.
I took it like when you like, you know, your friend does something stupid, like you tell him not to do. It's like, oh, like you texted that one girl again. It's like, all right, I'm not talking to you, nigga.
Because I think it's weird because like she has that scene, and then literally when they see each other in the person again, she like sticks to that belief too. And the scene when she's in the castle is like no gag, completely serious, other than when Sanji pervs on her. I like the beginning of it. So for me, it's like. Because it's like 3 times that she does this, where she tries to act serious. And I agree with Naya. She can't completely replace Zoro. But I think Oda either intentionally or unintentionally was putting her in a position where she was kind of doing a good job of it at the time, is what I'll say.
And again, I do think that the way that he like listens to different people for different things for different reasons.
Yay.
And I absolutely believe that they're on that ship and Nami says we gotta do this to get past this whirlpool. He's listening. You telling him what to do as the captain, he's not listening to her. In that sense.
I'll also say this could have been a possibility if Oda had done this as well. Jinbei being in the arc presents an interesting way it could have been handled as well. But it's like, imagine if Jinbei was accepted in the crew when they first met up with him. And then Jinbei learned of the situation with Sanji. I think if you tried to make Jinbei take the Zoro role, everybody would have 100% believed it because of who Jinbei is. And especially because of his own personal relationship with Luffy.
Yeah. And maybe, I kind of want to bring up the scene maybe a little bit earlier when he didn't want to forgive Jinbei for the stuff whatever, but I don't think that would matter in this sense.
That shit wasn't like it wasn't serious, but Sanji was still fucked for telling Jinbei to kill himself after that.
Yeah, that was
yeah, you know, he'd be simping.
Had been the case with Luffy, and that should have been the case with Sanji and Nami and Whole Cake. They deserved to hash out their issues. They deserved to spend time together. Nami deserved to have the spotlight in keeping the crew together. Sanji deserved redemption. Sanji should have risen and shone above all of his flaws to come out on the other side as a better man, having conquered his demons. It could have been the single best character writing Oda's done since the
I definitely agree with the concept and idea that like he never like overcame his family like that, you know? He kind of just like whatever and he went on with his journey. It was like it would have been totally cool if he really like got over that in the cleanest way possible, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
He had everything set up. The drama, the conflict, the desperation, everything. He had it all lined up to hit a home run and he walked away from the plate. Went home and played Fortnite instead. And we get this slop fed to us. Sanji is a worse character because Oda refused to hold him to the same standards as Usopp. Luffy is a worse captain because he didn't learn anything from Water 7. And Nami,
there we go.
Jesus,
Nami
Nami
I
gets
actually
shit
think
on.
that Luffy
Her loyalty,
criticism is
nothing.
totally
Her
fair.
status in the story, nothing. The potential for this writing, gone. This is the only serious crew-related plot point in the entire time skip, and it's one of the worst things Oda's ever done. It's unspeakably bad. How anyone can spin this into a positive is beyond me. Make no mistake, folks, this is awful writing. In no way, shape, or form should this receive a pass. That was a large tangent. We're going to continue with Sanji post returning to the crew and the plan to
crazy.
crash the wedding.
Right, that's
A
insane.
plan that is unnecessary. Everyone except for Sanji and Luffy is in the mirror world. They have the
You can hear it in his
poneglyphs.
voice too. He's like,
They could just
"Shit."
tell the Vinsmokes about the plan, drop them off at their kingdom through the mirrors. The Straw Hats could go to their ship and both parties could sail away. Oh, but wait. If that happened, then none of the other stuff could happen either. Then, oh, plot. Capone is
What's up,
introduced
Sykes? How you
shortly
doing?
after, and things are agreed
always
upon
features
for
Shout
the
out
Big Mom
Sopranos.
assassination. Sanji goes back to the groom's room, and before you know it, Sanji and Pudding are at the altar when Pudding unveils her eye.
The jelly
One
bean.
of Sanji's highlights in this arc is him being able to dodge Katakuri's jelly bean. Katakuri had
He was
already
schmoovin'
received
in that
hype
panel, I'm
prior
not
to
gonna
this
lie.
with his
Yeah,
introduction.
clean.
So giving Sanji a small W against someone we all perceive to be far above him at that moment goes a long way. People still talk about it to this day. Shortly after dodging, the cake topples over and we come back to find Sanji crip walking in order to dodge Pudding's horse. But at this point, we can fast forward to the moment that a lot of people seem to have dubbed.
I actually thought he was gonna bring up the fact that Reiju didn't dodge the bullet. But okay.
Sanji's crowning achievement, which is him standing
This moment doesn't mean much to me as much as it does to other people. Like, I thought it was a noble, honorable thing to do, but I don't like. I don't go unga bunga Sanji. I just.
I'm not gonna lie. Chopper being in the panel doesn't know favors either.
Hey yo, you don't see the drip? You don't say he mean mugging. He got his
Like
hat
it's
on.
such a Sanji. It's like such a Sanji Vinsmoke centric moment, and then boom, Chopper in the corner.
Yo, he stands up. He mean mugged. Look at him. Look at him. Look at Chopper, dog. He drippy. He got the little cravat shit, not the bow tie or like the a regular tie. You know what I'm talking about, a little shit, the ruffles. Chopper enhancing the panel. Y'all hating on him. So I got my K-pop for Chopper Man these days. Y'all, I'm tired of y'all bullying my cute mascot.
On top of the table
my
with
doctor.
Gemma. I understand that, like
kidding.
many things,
Team Law.
the intent behind this scene
No,
is
Dr.
also
Lee.
good in relation to
Correja.
Sanji.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, this scene is not written well. Nor
It's
does
not.
it serve
It's
as
not earned or deserved. That's my biggest problem with this.
Hey.
Scene. I don't think it's earned or deserved. That's my problem with it. I don't think it's a bad moment necessarily. I just don't think we got there seamlessly or in a way that makes sense to me.
a satisfying payoff for all that Sanji's been through and will go through after it. This moment is hyped up as the point where Sanji finally gets the one-up on his family and has them under his thumb for a bit. But the issue with this scene is that it's undeserved and a bit egotistical in the way that Sanji uses them. Sanji has spent the entire arc at this point getting shit on. He was held in restraint by Oda's plot devices that didn't matter and made to look like a fool and suffer. Sanji was never able to be at 100%, he was always mocked, but now he's free. No more stupid handcuffs or Zeph
Got the
or
blood in his
anything.
hand. Hold on.
Sanji should
Come on,
finally
look at
be able to at least prove something about himself or be the main one to step up to save his family. When we saw Sanji dodge that jelly bean, we thought, yeah. Now it's time for him to shine.
As a Florida man in Miami Heat, I'm joking.
Sanji spends
As
almost
a
all of his
LeBron
free
James
time
Heat fan.
post Pudding's eye reveal, getting absolutely drilled and overpowered by Daifuku's genie.
Not
Sanji
the
is on the
Jizz
back
genie.
foot and getting overwhelmed constantly. Even though later in the arc, Sanji is able to easily counter Daifuku's genie when it's the size of Godzilla. The Vinsmokes are about to be assassinated and Sanji is consistently stopped on the way there, even though he probably shouldn't be. The only reason Sanji is able to come near the Vinsmoke table is because Big Mom's scream knocks everyone out and creates a diversion.
Big Mom being a plot device?
You said
Who would have
not gonna
fucking
lie-
thought?
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like sometimes I don't be reading sometimes when I hear people express their criticism of arcs or characters. It's not necessarily reading. You just might not have the same level of perspective. Like, you have to, like, I'll say this again. I hear a lot of y'all talk about how much you care about writing and storytelling, but you don't care like this. Like, the level that, like, me, Glam, Miles, Drizzt, or, like, Vince care about storytelling and writing and literature and stuff.
That's kind of you.
That
wasn't me being like a dick. That wasn't me being a dick.
Oh no, I'm saying didn't I add myself? I didn't say myself.
You did. You said yourself.
Oh,
you did.
Yeah.
I thought it was myself
No,
out.
I was thanking you for putting me in that. That's what I was doing.
Oh,
I don't know.
oh.
I don't know. I glanced at the last one.
I thought you said that's kind of you. I was like, wait, no, I thought I said myself.
I was laughing because Miles, I understood what you were saying. That's why I
Oh.
laughed. I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, no, because like I say that because like, listen, I've seen a lot of shit on Twitter, okay, and y'all be unserious when you talk about you care about writing, and then you're gonna see one chapter of Samurai 8 and try to write me this whole thread of the brilliance and the symbology. I'm like, you cannot have gone all that off of one chapter. This is pseudo intelligence. I don't like that shit. A lot of you guys are disingenuous about the reasons why you like or care about something. You try to fabricate this extremely intellectual take on, like, and you're not. You sound dumb. You actually highlight how fucking inept you are half the time. Well, at least for me, it's very easy for me to be like, oh, you don't know shit about writing. There's like 5 buzzwords in there, 2 blanket terms. Like you're unserious. So like for me, it's simple and it's easy. Drizzt has and me and like everyone else I mentioned has an elevated level of care about storytelling and writing, and this is something that I studied and did extensively in school, so I care more. My standards are higher. Admittedly, with Araki and Oda and some other people, I compare them to themselves at their best. I don't use general story telling conventions that I learned and know, but I think I had a grander point. I forgot. Did someone ask me a question? Oh yeah, yeah. There we go. Like, yeah, Sykes. But that's probably the reason why you might like some people are like, yo, I just thought it was funny. It's cool. The art's nice. They be fighting like, and that is enough for them. Some people are. What's the term? Is it style over substance? Some people are like that. They're aesthetic merchants. They're like, soul leveling's cool because my main character, he looks raw and he does raw shit. And that's enough for them. And that's I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing. That's cool if it works for you. For someone like me, I might read 60 chapters and go, if this is what we're gonna keep doing, I'm not interested. I don't care about the main character looking cool all the time. I want you to write something that's meaningful. That's just me though. So yeah, fake deep for real, exactly. Now as a Florida man, do you have a Tyler Hero jersey? Ew. I got a Kyle Lowry. I'm joking. Jimmy Butler. Telling him off Judge Bitch Castle was better. Rereading is key. There's that too. You have to reread some stuff. Tears in my eyes. Greatest of all time. Seems the medium. Vince be wild on Twitter. It's great. But he be fucking with people though. Some people. So some reason with Vince, they can't tell when he's playing something up. I don't know what it is, but it happens to me with the Tower God community. Where I was obviously like being a dickhead about this Bam situation. Why did you use his voice that way? I'm like, oh brother, give me a break.
You're not a real CBL.
While Sanji's mean mugging on the table in front of his family, like, yeah, look at me. He didn't do shit to get to that point. He deserves to be on that table as much as Chopper deserves to be in the panel ruining the shot. On top of that,
look at the mean mug. He not happy. He's like, I'm about to shoot niggas.
This is a grudge I have with the scene, and my main issue, to be honest. While Sanji is just standing there, lording himself over his family, his crew is in the background, literally getting shit on and assaulted by the Big Mom pirates. That dumb lesbo smoothie is grabbing Nami, Daifuku's got Carrot, Chopper, who got off the table before Sanji is trying to help. And Sanji doesn't do anything. And he forces his dickbag family into a position of, yeah, you go do it or they die. LOL. It's beneath me, Sanji-sama. Like, surely, there was a better way to write this where Sanji doesn't come off as a dick
Guts has
to
the
his own
berserk
crew,
brand
right?
on his fucking
We don't
helmet.
care if he's a dick to his family at this stage,
shit.
right? At his crowning moment. But against
that is a shit on his neck or whatever, right? Kind of. I think at least a symbol
Yeah.
design. Oh, I did not notice that.
his own crew? This isn't the penultimate owning of the Vinsmokes that it's played up to be.
I agree with that. Jerma. Talk about the greatest of Niji. The GOAT. The greatest.
Let's take a moment to separate ourselves from where we are in the plot to talk about Jerma in general. I don't know what Oda's original vision was for these characters. Somewhere down the line of this arc's writing, I'm convinced that something had to have changed. What Oda's left with them is not pretty, and it's hard for me to imagine this was his exact vision. Let's start with Reiju. Reiju is a bland, generic character whose only function in the arc is to suck Sanji off and tell the audience numerous times that Sanji's the kindest person who has ever lived, and oh my god, look how kind he is. That's all she does. I've already talked about the Zeph and handcuff stuff, and how her character actions don't really make any sense, but to add on to that, I'll say that I think there is a very obvious character arc for Reiju written into Sanji's backstory that never comes to fruition.
God, how you doing, brother?
When we look at Sanji's backstory and Reiju's actions in general, it becomes apparent that Reiju is a bit of a coward. She only sides with Sanji in private, so she won't get bullied by her siblings in public. She hasn't taken the step forward in totally siding with Sanji. I don't blame her for her actions. I'm simply pointing them out. I think it's more interesting.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way.
Character arc then with Reiju is that she should finally stand up against her brothers, against Judge, in order to protect Sanji and redeem herself for all the time she stood by silent. Reiju ends this arc in the exact same position as she was before it, and it feels like a big lost opportunity. There are also mechanics mentioned by Reiju in this arc that really don't go anywhere. Reiju tells Sanji that Judge has programmed into her and the Vinsmokes the inability to disobey his commands, but there is never an instance of Judge ordering them or her to do anything. This is all lost potential, especially when it comes to Reiju. She technically doesn't have her freedom. If you look at her from that perspective, maybe in some world there could have been a plotline where Sanji, in the same way that Reiju freed him, also frees her from her shackles.
That would have been goated.
That seemed pretty good to me. Reiju also has a questionable history with Sora that is never expanded upon, and it definitely should have been. This would have allowed a deeper relationship between her and Sanji,
this is
they
the real
seem to be
Sora.
the only two out of all the children that cared about their mom. I can't help but assume that one of the reasons why more wasn't done with Sora is because of some world-building nonsense regarding where she comes from, why she's with Judge, her potential relationship to the Marines, and all that crap. Oda's OCD-like compulsion for withholding world-building information way past the point of where it's most valuable is a big issue with one.
Jesus Christ, this shit be like, I am what? 1,000?
I gotta pat myself on the back. That was my line. I put that in the script.
1,000?
That
and about to be 1,057 chapters into this manga. Do not tell me some shit. The man with the flame tattoo. No, stop. I don't like this shit anymore. It's too late. Stop doing this shit, bro. Are you kidding me? Fuck. No, this shit is actually infuriating at this point in the series.
Yes.
Oh my lord, my bad.
One Piece that is getting more and more noticeable as the series heads towards its end. This is the consequence of basically having everything, and I mean everything, seemingly connect back to one plot point in the Void Century. The Vinsmokes were never going to be more relevant and in focus in the story than they were in Whole Cake. There were a lot of opportunities to dive into different directions that didn't even necessitate giving up the answers that Oda desperately wants to hold on to until he feels like answering them. There was a lot of stuff that was still up in the air.
And that's the problem. The justification for why it takes so long to learn certain things, I would argue a lot of the time, doesn't really make sense to me personally. Where it's like he's just withholding it to withhold it. Kind of reminds me of like some of my biggest problems with a lot of like the 12 to 13 episode anime that I like a lot. You know how I always say, kind of nothing happens. Like there'll be a conflict or whatever, but nothing really happens until like the 11th episode. And then for like episode like 11, 12, 13 or 12, 13, they just machine gun fire all the things you want to know to you in the last couple, like the last 40 minutes. That shit's infuriating. I don't like that.
That he didn't need world building for. Such as, what is Reiju's history? Reiju has all of her emotions, unlike her brothers. How did she get away with that? The quote-unquote emotionless state of the Vinsmoke seems to be a key point for why Judge is hyped about.
You think Invincible does that?
Even though he doesn't show.
Does what?
I don't think. I don't think.
No, I don't think
puts all its payoffs at the end.
No,
Fuck
no.
no.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Absolutely not.
What?
Yeah.
The only payoff at the end is the final fight.
and Mark getting to like have his family. And,
I mean, he basically already.
He said not the comic or the show does that. Does the show do that?
Oh,
Not
that is
really?
well.
No.
Well, the show kind of does that, where it kind of just like it cock teases you on Nolan being evil the whole time, and then puts it at the end. But
Yeah,
that's like.
But again, the season's only like
It's
8
not
episodes
done.
anyway. It's not long.
Invincible's
It's
not
Yeah.
done though.
And
Like,
that's
that's not
and
the
that's
end.
also like it's this is why I think the comic did better, because literally when Nolan did the evil shit, it was handled like 3-4 issues later, so it didn't take very long.
Yeah, like it had like you're like he's like you can't compare, like that's how like the TV show format has to work. They did it in the season. Like if that was like they waited this shit for like 4 seasons, that's different. This is completely different from One Piece. We're waiting 600 chapters in 7 years. It's I don't think that's comparable.
Because I was thinking about it, I'm like, I did not get that from the Invincible comic, and I was wondering, did the show come back and I didn't notice? So
Show any signs of malice towards Reiju, which makes you wonder even more, why the hell does he even care about them being emotionless if it doesn't play a factor into how he treats them? Reiju is just as favored as the others, if not more so. And Judge would have treated Sanji well if Sanji was strong. His emotions didn't matter, so what's the big deal? Speaking of, Reiju comments multiple times about how her brothers are emotionless monsters. The story and Oda straight up lie about this, in more ways than one as well. So the Vinsmokes are supposed to lack empathy, pity, or sadness, stuff like that, pussy emotions. The idea behind them is that they are supposed to be perfect soldiers. Yet, when Reiju is attacked by Big Mom, and when Judge is beat, both Yonji and Niji cry out in concern and fear for their safety. They care about Reiju and Judge.
This is the organization 13 having hearts the whole time.
What happened to lacking all of those emotions? Everyone except for Ichiji has emotions they shouldn't.
Shout out Pulp Fiction.
Ichiji is the closest thing to a perfect soldier that we see in the arc, and even then, he might not be so perfect either, because there
was one translation I read early on, and I know it's probably not a good one, but it didn't say they didn't have emotion. They only had negative ones. But I think
the officials.
What constitutes as negative, and we're talking about emotions?
Like anger, rage, jealousy. I don't know. Like,
is that really negative?
No, I think everything. I think I say negative in a context like if someone's actually like is jealousy
nice.
a good? Yeah, jealousy is not a emotion that people really like. There's situations where like, oh, I was a little jealous because I thought I might lose you. Like, oh, that's cool. You're like, nah, but like, I hear what you're saying, but like, that is an emotion that would usually be like envy, jealousy, anger, lust, and stuff like that are usually going to be depicted in a bad light. But
yeah,
I'm with you. Like, I think jealousy could be a good thing sometimes, but but it's not. But it's still gay. You don't want to be jealous. Don't do that. Don't be envious.
There are lots of instances where there are thought bubbles around him, where he's looking at Sanji, and it could be implied that he's thinking stuff that's positive and could be emotional depth, but we don't know yet. Oda does a very bad job of showing the audience that the Vinsmokes are what he says they are. Here's a question for you. What's the difference between the Vinsmokes and any other villain in the story? Alright, so let's say that I hide the identities of Yonji, Niji, and even Ichiji. Without Oda lying about them with other characters' dialogue, would you be able to tell by their actions, their words, what Oda's trying to convey? Or would you just assume these guys are your average villains and maybe Ichiji doesn't like to talk that much? Even when the Vinsmokes are at the table and are unconcerned for their life, if I put Luffy, or Zoro, or Dofi, or Lucci, or Croc in that situation, is anyone going to call them out on their lack of care or like super fear? Do you expect them to get emotional? No. So originally, in this part of the script, I was going to take a guess at some of the difficulties
Why
that
did
might
he
have been
do
in the
that to
background with
Bronco,
Oda
man?
in the conception of the Vinsmokes. And my guess was that Oda ran into creative issues with not wanting 3 brothers to be carbon copies of each other that all acted the same. Instead, choosing to make them different from one another, thus resulting in a more inaccurate and inconsistent writing. But as luck would have it, as I was writing this, an interview came out which gives an answer as to why there are multiple brothers. Sanji was only supposed to have one brother, and this isn't confirmed, but I'm going to assume that the one brother that was supposed to exist is Ichiji, since he's the most important of them all. But
GG.
Oda changed his mind. He saw that his daughter liked a series called Osumatsu-san, and in an attempt to get his daughters to like One Piece, he made multiple iterations of the brothers to catch their eye.
So his daughter ruined it.
When I saw this, I did not see this until the rough video was sent to me. I was like, what the actual fuck?
No words.
Now you good?
Bro, are you kidding me?
Hello?
No, like, are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
Did you just walk away from the mic?
Yes. And thought, like, bro, what? Was she already watching One Piece? We're just gonna throw her into, bro. It's unserious.
For those that don't know, I'll bring you up to speed. It's a known fact that Oda's daughters don't really like One Piece at all, and this is something that's always kind of irritated them. So it makes sense that he would do this. It's also kind of funny too, because it's like, you know, this is going to be the deciding factor for his kids to read 1,000 plus chapters of a story.
Thank you. What? Where was the?
It's endearing in a way. A man trying to get his daughter's attention is pretty cute to me.
No, it's not, nigga. She don't fucking pay you. We do. I want to be entertained. I don't give a fuck about that kid. I hope she's good though.
Although it does seem to have come at a cost,
Christ!
And an unnecessary one, which is the Vinsmoke as a concept.
You cannot be serious.
All Oda had to do is just stick the writing to, you know, get the message across, and nothing, the numbers wouldn't have mattered. But, you know, here we are. Let's head to the big man himself, Judge. Judge agreed to this marriage business because he thinks partnering with Big Mom will finally allow him to conquer the North Blue. You know, fair enough. Judge also says that he didn't want to send one of his sons to get married to Big Mom's people because he doesn't like them. And that's when he thought of Sanji. The Vinsmoke, as we learn, from the start, never intended to honor the marriage. Their genius plan was to kidnap Pudding and use her as leverage against Big Mom to force her to help the Vinsmokes conquer
Which
the
means
North
he
Blue.
could have used any brother
If
because
the
they were never going to
Vinsmoke
get
planned
married.
on dipping anyway, and were going to run away from Big Mom, why did it matter who was involved in the marriage? Also, did Judge really think using one of her daughters as leverage would force Big Mom to do what he wants, even though he believes her to be crazy? If so, yeah, all right. The Vinsmokes never make a move on Pudding in their game of leverage that they were trying to play, which seems extra stupid. If you thought capturing Pudding was going to work before, there's no reason you wouldn't think capturing Pudding once things fell apart the Tea Party also wouldn't work. If anything,
I guess my only thing is doesn't Big Mom plan on using her third eye to read poneglyphs?
Yeah.
So she would be vital in that sense. So first of all, my point is just that she would come for her, but they would not be able to stop Big Mom's crew. Like, they're getting washed.
Yeah.
But
and I don't know if the Vinsmokes even know that Pudding has 3 eyes.
that's what I'm saying. Like they're just thinking like, I'll take one of her kids.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. But yeah, anyways.
there's more reason to capture because that'd be your only potential power play of
the man with the floating
Totland
tattoo.
alive.
You think is Prince Loki?
The Vinsmokes don't know that Pudding is actually one of Big Mom's trump cards as well, so it probably would have worked out if they had captured her, but that doesn't happen.
Okay.
Additionally, the Vinsmokes also never make a move on Nami during the arc, even though there's a scene between the Vinsmokes where they talk about negotiating a trade for Nami, and it's obvious they all have an interest in her. All of the brothers, Ichiji included, get hard eyes for her when she shows up with Luffy. I would not be surprised if this was yet another drop plotline. In an alternate universe, maybe Nami, Pudding, both maybe, were supposed to be kidnapped or in trouble from Germa, and Sanji was supposed to come save the day. Another potential drop plotline includes Judge's secret. When the Vinsmokes are sleeping the night before the Tea Party, we see a shadowed panel of Judge where his eyebrows are hidden. In Judge's regular outfit, his forehead is always hidden. The Vinsmoke children also have reversed eyebrows. This panel and the eyebrows comment led to a common idea that Judge, for some reason, was hiding his eyebrows and that they probably look like Sanji's, who wasn't supposed to be affected by genetics. At that point in time, some people also thought that maybe Judge was a three-eyed. no real reason why.
What?
People just saw Pudding and Judge hiding a spot.
There's always these things where he talks about like the community interest or community like backlash feedback, whatever. And I'm like, the niggas were saying this dumbass shit.
It's like when people said that Kaido was a poneglyph.
Oh yeah. Or that snake Gear 4 Snake Man would be Luffy licking the ground to taste his surround. Like brother. Oh brother. So like a stretch. No, that was crazy. I remember that being a thing. Judge is not the man with the flaming tattoo. Stop it.
A possible third eye could exist, and they were just like throwing darts. Now, whatever the truth may be is sort of irrelevant at this point, but it was there. And the moments passed, and we have moved on. It's possible that Oda just pulled this idea out because it wasn't super duper obvious, but it could have been something he incorporated, but maybe he just didn't feel like it anymore. I also have another commentary about Judge. I think it's a weird choice for Oda to have Judge seemingly value more crude, ruthless emotions in his children while also radiating parental love and affection towards them. It's very obvious that the Germa backstory and the reason why the kingdom is forlorn is related to betrayal and emotions leading to their downfall, which is why Judge should be so desperate about his children not having them so that the past doesn't repeat itself. You'd also think that Judge himself would try to distance away from those emotions, a practice which you preach sort of thing. But he seems to care about his kids.
Niggas was so serious about that, Kaido being the one yellow nigga from the Dressrosa Coliseum.
What are we talking about?
This fan base just hurts my feelings and head sometimes. I won't lie to you.
Things go according to his vision. I'm not saying he's a good parent because he's really, really bad. It just doesn't make any sense that he cares so much. He didn't even he cared to the point where he didn't even want one of his kids married.
He might show something that makes me retract this, but I actually kind of took that as him being manipulative. It's they want his he could control them and tell them what to do because he rewards them for doing the shit that he wants, kind of thing. If that makes sense, because we're on the same page with him not being a good parent regardless, though. But I want to see how he finishes this though.
Being Pudding. Perhaps it would have made more sense for a Judge to not care about any of them at all outside of viewing them as really useful tools. The end result of Germa, as an idea, and Judge specifically, by the end of the story should be that there's a 180 on their philosophy and they come to appreciate emotions once again. Judge comes off as stupid at multiple points. None worse than Judge stating and showing he doesn't trust Big Mom. Only to be completely baffled, dumbfounded, and caught off guard at the tea party, where he cries like a bitch and goes on about there being honor among thieves and that he trusted Big Mom. But no, he didn't. Dude, the Germa aren't a difficult concept, and I'm not trying to minimize them either. They were a good idea. Not every good idea needs to be a complex one. I just don't understand how there are so many issues. This is simple stuff. This once again comes back to Oda, his editors,
all very fair.
and the drafting.
I never really looked at it like that.
A majority of the stuff we're going over should have never made it to this point in time. If there was
only
any revision, any actual editing done by Oda,
because
this
he's an
entire
asshole.
arc was Oda spit out a rough draft of an idea, and everyone just said, "That's it, stamp, sign of approval, boom, to production."
Yes, man, editors at it again.
All right, listen, look at Germa in their totality. They are supposed to be part of the theme that's intended to connect to Sanji. They are supposed to be what juxtaposes everything the arc tries to tell you. But the writing is all doo-doo butter. The Vinsmoke children have emotions, which causes big issues in this arc and in the next one. Judge and the family ignore Sanji being stronger than them. Their logic doesn't make sense on any front. Reiju actively takes away from the stakes and tension of the arc, and most people only like her because she's hot Sanji. There are arguably several plot lines with them that went nowhere, and we aren't even done yet, because we'll be bringing up more stuff later when it comes to the Vinsmokes. But I want you to keep this question, or these questions in your mind as we continue.
I'll do that.
Are Germa good in any way? Do they contribute more positively to the arc than they do negatively?
Listen, I will stand by Nietzsche being the greatest of the Vinsmoke until I fucking die. Okay? He was so mad Sonny did that shit. He beat up the maid, bro. He is a dickhead. He is a dickhead. Nietzsche is an evil bastard. But point taken. Point taken. Your big picture takeaway, I agree with. But shout out to Nietzsche.
I'm fucking
He's
crying.
the greatest. And he was blue, the best color, tears in my eyes. Nietzsche's the greatest, bro. Henry Needle going crazy.
Oh my
God. Got the lightning speed. Okay. Alright, let's keep going.
Do you think this was a good execution of their idea?
No, there wasn't.
Or is Sanji and One Piece bias being injected through the air ducts?
Copium.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme, every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
Leave George alone.
Hopefully it'll work.
You might have noticed as we've gone through the arc, there's
He looks
a
old and
not
wrinkly
so
there.
subtle theme about how much of a
is.
kind person Sanji is. Reiju says that Sanji's the kindest person ever. Brook makes a speech to Big Mom about how kind he is. Luffy
Well,
acts
speech.
as
He
if
is
they
kind-hearted.
knew all along Sanji would want to save
Just
his
wait.
family because that's just the way he is.
No,
and
this
he's
arc
always
is
been
forcing
like
it.
that,
We'll see what he
even
says.
though he's never done anything like that in the history of the story. We know what Oda's going for. Sanji is different from his brothers. He has emotions and all that. I'm not going to try and make the case that Sanji isn't a kind person, because I think
Look at
There you go.
look at hold on, look at him. Shades on.
I didn't even notice Nietzsche was there.
Look at her. Look at him. She laughing, faking, being a bitch, not helping her brother. He all angry about shame. Look at Nietzsche. Just a shithead. He's just here to be a shithead. He's the greatest. He's the greatest thing they ever produced.
he is. I think everyone in the crew is kind as well. I don't think Sanji is special in this regard, though.
Okay, that's
To
totally
me,
fair.
He's easily the biggest asshole in the crew. Sanji telling Jinbei to kill himself and actively
Still wild.
arguing with Nami against helping the defenseless children
Also
of King
wild.
Hazard are two standout scenes which showcase what I mean. But I'm open to the idea of what the arc is trying to offer in regards to this abundance of kindness that Sanji allegedly possesses. The main vehicle of this kindness is the
Ayo.
reason the Straw Hats
That
stay
is
in the
crazy.
arc, which is
Not
saving
see
the
that
Vinsmokes. But Sanji's motivations, the same as family, come out of nowhere. Sanji was never stressed or in a pickle after learning of the assassination plotline. For a brief period, Sanji was going to die with them. There's never a point that shows Sanji caring or struggling with a moral implication of letting them die. In fact, we get the opposite. Even if you
pause real
want to
quick now?
argue the numerous scenes of Sanji saying he
Don't
doesn't
full
care
screen,
about his
just pause.
family being lies, we don't get
On full screen. I'm sorry for this tangent, but I have to do this. Get out of full screen real quick.
What happened?
Look at the first recommended video on the right.
The ring a ding dong. Let's go.
And Dritz's Berserk video shitting on the 2 chapters recently. I'm screaming.
I saw some people. I saw you tweet posthumous L and something else.
It's not been good. I'll just say that.
I didn't like what I saw with that thing. Hey, what about Minority Hunter Zoro? That's a
Just well, that's a Wano thing.
That's the thing that
Just-
that
yeah.
came out in Wano, so I don't think it'd be straight for this arc. I'm
Yeah.
gonna keep it playing. I'm just using the washroom real quick. I'm listening
No
on
problem.
my phone.
to see anything other than that, up until the point in time where Sanji says to Luffy that he cares. I think showing something would have been a good move, but that's not my real issue. My issue with the kindness theme is that there's always some kind of spin or angle to Sanji's actions, and never feels pure. Even at the apex of this plotline, when Sanji gets to confront Judge after the Straw Hats save them, and Judge asks Sanji why he did it, instead of saying something as simple as, "This was the right thing to do, so I did it," the angle of Sanji's kindness is changed to, "Yeah, well, I'm only doing this because Zeph would want me to. He's my real dad, you know, not you. And I can't stand to live in a way that my real daddy wouldn't like. I wouldn't do this without Zeph. Baka. I'm totally down with Oda making commentary on how awesome Zeph is and how he's Sanji's real dad, but I don't want that to conflict with the arc's themes or its attempt at a theme. Sanji's kindness doesn't come from Zeph.
Why you were born kinder and gentler.
As this arc demonstrated. Yeah. And I'm sure there's some kindness in there. Sanji's learned a great deal from Zeph. Zeph's goated. But the story of Sanji's flashback tells us that he was kind before he met Zeph.
Exactly.
Sanji was born a kind and good boy because of the actions of his mother. And just because that's how he is. That's what Reiju's scene in the medical bay establishes. It doesn't have anything to do with Zeph. Oda spent this entire arc gassing up this kindness stuff to then make it all Zeph focused and for Sanji to establish another suck my dick high ground against his family. This scene shouldn't have played out like this if we're being consistent. The person that should have been highlighted in this scene isn't Zeph, but Sora in her gift to Sanji, his moral compass. If Oda really wanted to focus on the daddy stuff, he could have given it a shining moment with the cake plotline. Zeph doesn't belong here, and this scene ends up going against the message for me. This isn't the biggest deal, but I thought I'd add some commentary on it, so let's move on. Sanji baking the cake is a big part of this arc.
He bake.
The rationale for Sanji
Here
doing
we go.
something in this arc related to food was always pretty simple. We're in Totland, where everything is food. The princess character of this arc has food skills. Sanji is supposed to have skills related to cooking because of the Okama stuff, and you know, Sanji, cooking is included in part of Sanji's backstory, and it's related to his mom. It all makes sense. Once upon a time, I was one of the people who said prior to this plotline happening that Sanji would be involved in baking the cake. And man, I thought I had it all figured out. I was patting myself on the back. Yay, I'm right. And because I was right, I was like, this is going to be a good idea. Thankfully, since that point in time, I obtained a bit of common sense. Just a bit, though. Sanji baking the cake is bad for a multitude of reasons. As a concept, even though baking a cake might make sense, using it to solve a problem and making it a focal point isn't cool, and it's not inherently rewarding. This is an action-adventure manga that has never focused on cooking, really.
Shout out Shokugeki,
it's a bit of a risk as a writing choice to make it so. But that's all it is. A risk. It could still work, and it's Oda's job as a writer to make this plotline worth the investment of writing it. Unfortunately, we run into writing issues with the cake right away, and they only continue to spiral downwards as time goes on. The in-story justification for the Straw Hats baking the cake is that this cake is sold to them as the only way to stop Big Mom from chasing them. That's the only reason they agree to make it. The Straw Hats do not care about Big Mom rampaging, and they don't care about the well-being of the citizens of Totland. They aren't moved because of it.
Hey, this is what I was waiting for. Woo! This is the only part that I've seen because I saw someone tag me in it, so I looked at the timestamp, so I seen the part. So
Nah, he's like, all right.
I was ready for the pause. I was ready for him. Like, this is around the time where I get. I'm okay. I won't get mentioned, but
they don't even know. Only Pudding and Chiffon care about that. The logic here doesn't make sense in a vacuum, and it doesn't make sense with the writing that follows it. In a hypothetical where the Strats bake the cake and give it to Big Mom, what is stopping her from continuing to chase them? What does the cake actually do? Once it's eaten, Big Mom's still gonna be pissed. The rest of her fleet will still be chasing them.
Right.
There's no real precedent of Big Mom being incapacitated every time she gets what she wants from her hunger pangs or anything like that, so in a vacuum, the idea is still ass. And as it turns out, Chiffon ends up being wrong in saying that Big Mom can't be stopped on her one-man mission in getting the cake. Big Mom ends up being conveniently sidetracked during her chase when she stops at Nuts Island for no reason, which is after the point in time where she gets info from Brûlé talking about where the Strats are going to be going.
This was one of those criticisms that always made sense to me because it's when it kind of happened. I know he's probably going to the more. This is not really what he's talking about in that sense, but like the Big Mom stuff, I like wasn't shocked with how far out of his way he had to go to like make her like seem super incompetent and not a threat and things of that nature because they were not ready to fight her. But like not I'm absolving Oda. This is something that I find a lot of series do when characters are not ready to fight somebody, or someone is so much more overwhelmingly powerful than the main cast or whatever. It's just contrived how they like. That's why like sometimes I don't like that they do stuff like this. Like I probably would have preferred for some reason if Big Mom was off the island dealing with something at the very least, or at the very least. Because he has to have like a bit of a timeline gimmick, make it that she's on her way back, and if they don't get Sanji and leave by this certain time, whatever the case is, I think Katakuri works enough as a very threatening antagonist for the arc. But that whole kick, slow Prometheus, slow burn chase was the fucking Star Wars Episode 8 was not moving me, bro.
Would have been a better idea to make the justification for stopping Big Mom and the Strats agreeing to make the cake entirely linked to Sanji's promise of knocking Big Mom unconscious. If no one is able to physically step up to Big Mom, beating her from the inside with food is a pretty good idea. But that's not
oddly though. Sorry, small tangent. The Kaido being drunk thing, I thought would have been more of a factor to help them like escape and not get away with him. And though when he first came through Wano or whatever, and he was like drunk, and that was
everybody was scared about that.
I actually thought that's something he would play up to some degree. My opinion of that actually changed when he knocked Luffy out. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I wouldn't have been shocked if it was like he's so drunk that he's like he has to sleep for 8 hours to get over his hangover, and that gave him a chance to like do some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm glad I was wrong about that.
How the situation is sold. Oda continues to fail at writing 101. So we established Sanji leaving for this cake has a pretty weak foundation, but it did have some potential because Sanji flew away with Pudding, the Ark Princess, which means that there are a number of things that could happen to create some intrigue. The baking of the cake could serve as a plot device to deliver greater things. On multiple occasions, Oda hypes up Sanji baking this cake. He even goes so far as to end 2 chapters with the exact same panel of Sanji hyping the cake. Needless to say, there are some expectations for something to happen in this plotline. As a general rule of thumb to most storytelling, for the plot to work, you need to introduce conflict or drama to make it interesting. And for an idea as inherently boring as a cake, you should expect something interesting to happen with it. This cake was used to separate Sanji from the Straw Hats after all, so it needs to amount to something. Once Sanji and Pudding arrive in Chocolate Town, the entire sequence is a string of poorly constructed...
All I'll say is I don't know if I keep agreeing with the point he's saying that it's an inherently boring idea. I don't agree with that notion.
I think in One Piece, it's an inherently boring idea. I think it's the argument. Because
cooking?
Yeah. In terms of like fan perception, I think is the argument here.
Like no one's interested in seeing that. I mean, I am.
Yeah,
but I hear you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm the exception.
Yeah, I guess if it's from a fan thing, yeah.
Because like even at one point, it's like this could be a good plot device. This had potential. You could have done something with this. Because he even brought up the Soma point where it's not going to be as in depth as this, but you can still do something with it earlier.
Yeah.
But they gave Magellan a similar flaw to Big Mom.
What, that he's a shit?
Shit for like 8 hours.
That only happened after he whooped Luffy's ass every time.
Yeah,
it didn't matter. It wasn't relevant to the plot.
It didn't stop him from from doing what he wanted to do.
From being effective.
I think that was like just a poisonous gag thing, but like something like that for Big Mom maybe would have worked as a plot. Like maybe that frog she was on at the end of the arc.
Yeah,
maybe she's on the way to the island, going through like the her whole territory, and maybe to like if you don't get
that's Oda's time bomb.
Yeah.
Like Big Mom's coming.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'd rewrite this because I just wouldn't make this arc this way. But like I can't even rewrite it because this wouldn't happen this way. Now I'm mad at all the other brothers existing except Niji because he was always the one I was going to be the one that existed. You know what I'm saying?
Constructed comedy scenes where they all bake the cake with no problem whatsoever.
If you take anything away from this video, is Niji was the one. Okay.
Sanji's main cooking highlight is some cream he made off screen, and the fact that he could smell the ingredients on the original cake. So after they're done baking the cake, they try transporting it so it can be put onto the ship. Oven's on the island, and he jumps in and grabs Chiffon and starts slapping her around because she's a traitor to the family. Sanji spends some time debating internally if he should do something or let Chiffon slide. During the time that Sanji's thinking, Pound comes in and provides an opportunity for Sanji to help without being seen. If this were any other character in the series, there would be absolutely nothing wrong with the scene, but once again, because it's Sanji, the scene does end up posing a bit of a problem. If Nami, Pudding, Viola, Vivi, or any other hot chick were in this exact scenario, do you think Sanji would stop to weigh his options? Twiddle his thumbs?
No.
Or would Sanji throw himself
Absolutely
into the fray,
not.
his identity be damned, and get shicey with it? Isn't it rather convenient that Sanji stopped and thought about it when the person in danger was Chiffon? I don't know if it's intentional from Oda here to make a commentary on the possibility of Sanji's bias towards certain women. It comes off that way, which isn't a good look for Sanji's chivalry, but I wish Oda didn't do this. A lot of you probably didn't even think about this until I brought it up, but now that I brought it up, doesn't the scene stand out amongst others? At the end of the day, Sanji does end up helping, but I think a question on this is pretty necessary. Following this, Sanji does something in the midst of this that he hasn't done for the entirety of the post-time skip, or the story. Sanji moves so fast that he is able to kick Oven without him even knowing who did it, or any citizen seeing his
I guess the
movement.
question is, do you
And-
think that he hesitated because he was weighing his options in terms of what was going? But I think I agree with him though. Like more often than not, he would just throw himself from harm's way. I don't know, because Chiffon was one who was in danger, right?
I don't think it's Oda's intention to make it that way.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like,
I think it comes across as
because
bad
it's
because
Sanji, it's like-
she's kind of like the ugly duckling, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it's like, this bitch kind of ugly. Like, do I say it? like he wasn't thinking that, but I guess I see why it comes across as whatever. But yeah.
Then rescues Chiffon and carries on about his day. No one knew Sanji was this fast. He's never revealed it before. Sanji didn't do it against Dofi, Virgo, or any of the people that might warrant using his real speed. And he also didn't do it at the tea party when he was trying to protect Pudding or save his family. Convenient and inconsistent. Sanji finishes creaming up the cake and leaves it to Capone. At this point, Luffy vs. Katakuri is fully underway. Sanji says for around the third or fourth time that this cake will definitely stop Big Mom. And then there's a panel where Luffy and Sanji are both saying at the same time that they'll succeed because people believe in them. So, Luffy's struggle against Katakuri is being compared to Sanji's role in baking the cake. Pretty close comparison, right?
Hilarious.
Sanji meets back up with the rest of the Shards, and everyone knows at this point that the Big Mom Pirates also know about the plan for Luffy to appear in Chocolate Town. And everyone's like, oh no, what are we gonna do? How do we rescue Luffy? Sanji responds by saying that there's only one plan he can think of. A couple chapters later, as Sanji is flying with Pudding, Sanji says that he's definitely going to save his captain. After Luffy comes out on top against Cap, he's coming out of the mirror with Peckham's, and the moment is here. The same dude who the fanbase calls Mr. Prince. The same dude who foiled Crocodile twice. The same dude who thought ahead and opened the gates of justice in Eddie's lobby.
Well, I gotta point that out, man. Don't you be pointing out flaws in Crocodile, nigga?
Sanji's
I'll be back, John.
Alright, do you think?
Plan is to grab Luffy as he's jumping out of the mirror and skywalk away.
It's an awful plan, though.
This is it.
No, for real.
Yeah, the master plan.
Awful plan.
The only thing Sanji could think of while on the way to Chocolate Town. He sat waiting for Luffy for a period of time just for this moment. What? This is a Luffy-level plan coming from someone that's historically not as stupid as Luffy.
He is
Smarter
than this. I don't know what the options he had, but he was smarter. I was like, you go
The last time we
Skywalk?
saw Sanji against Oven, he was moving super fast, right? Remember that?
Sanji
Maybe this
greatest,
simple
all let me
plan
down,
is actually
all
better
over here.
because Sanji's recently
Where did
picked
that
up a
speed
part-time
go?
job
No
as the
idea.
Flash.
Exactly. He's talking about right now.
Yeah.
Speed just disappeared.
Sanji grabs Luffy and begins to slowly skywalk away. No super speed. Nothing. A random Big Mom pirate called Yuan mocks Sanji in the air, says that anyone can skywalk, and then knocks Sanji to the ground, where the rest of the Big Mom pirates surround him, point guns at them, and Sanji responds by saying, "Aw shit, we're screwed." But I hear you say, surely, this is all a bait. Sanji will pull through and make good on something, right? He said he'd save his captain. This can't be the end. Sanji is going to end up goated somehow. Goda! Wrong! Germa shows up to save the day and makes Sanji look like a complete bitch. They drop in, stop Sanji from getting shot to death, tell him to get lost, then Sanji starts running away. He gets hit by regular bullets, the worst weapon in the game, only viable on flashback DLC. Oven shows up and is about to attack him.
Only viable on.
No, it's a good point because I always say if you get hit by like a bullet at One Piece for real, it's like getting hit by a shuriken in Naruto. Nobody gets hit by shurikens are so whatless in Naruto that when people block it or dodge it, they do it with pizzazz and so they'll put their sword in it and fling it back at you. Like that's how useless they fucking are.
Yep.
There's a little distraction tool. That's funny.
I love what you said.
comes and
Only
saves
viable on flashback patches for bullets.
Okay, fair.
Day. Sanji jumps into the air. Yuan is there again, about to hit him, when Yonji, the dude that Sanji low-diffed early in the arc, destroys Yuan's weapon to save Sanji. Some people pop out of the water just because, why not? And they're about to
Look
shoot
at the
Sanji.
Henry Blazer.
And then
Look at
Niji
it.
comes
Oh
in,
my God.
grabbing
Light
both
speed
Sanji and
blade?
Luffy. And
Stop
Niji tells Sanji that if
Light
he's that
speed blade?
slow, he'll
Yep.
never get away.
Back here with Roger.
Niji zooms through all the combatants, slides a fucking raid suit into Sanji's pocket, throws him to safety while saying later, get good. This is how Sanji gets away. This is what his master plan led to. But no, we're not finished. Chiffon has a flashback to Sanji smiling like an idiot, talking about how he's wondering how happy Big Mom will be when she eats the cake. Meanwhile, Big Mom is having an orgasm while eating it. She's having a good-ass time. This is it, man. Sanji's promised that he'd make a cake so good that it'd take Big Mom out. It's gonna come true. Goda!
Wrong!
The cake doesn't knock Big Mom out and restores her to full HP. Then she sets sail on her homie to go wreak havoc on the people who stayed behind to protect the Straw Hats. What? Hold on. Maybe I'm being preemptive. My bad, OG. My bad. You know Goda. We just gotta wait till the end for when he completely turns things around, even though he's never done that before. What else happens with Sanji? Sanji learns that Pedro is dead. Cool. And then the arc ends with Sanji putting down a plate of food in parallel to Zeph saying that he'll feed anyone. Meanwhile, Big Mom is in the background about to throw down with Germa and Jinbei. What the fuck? This has to be some kind of a joke. Guys, what the... Alright, okay. Let's go over some things. When it comes to the Vinsmokes, the entire point of them being in this arc, the ultimate goal, is to have them here so that Sanji can save them, prove that being kind and flawed isn't a bad thing, and ultimately be the hero in a way, right? I think this is something we can all agree on. Sanji involved the Straw Hats because he wanted to save his family, because that's supposedly in his nature, right? Okay.
That was Ty, right?
The
Okay,
case,
it was.
then why doesn't that happen? Why didn't the cake do anything? What was the point of it? Think about it. Oda spent 20 plus chapters hyping the shit up. Oda placed the importance of this cake in line with Luffy fighting Katakuri. Oda had Sanji say, in parallel with Luffy, that because their friends believe in them, they'll succeed. Luffy ends up beating Katakuri. And Sanji? Sanji fails. The cake doesn't do shit. And no, I don't want to hear any limp dick excuse like, well, the Totland citizens. No, fuck them. Sanji's goal, his entire bravado, was about knocking Big Mom out, right? So many panels. That didn't happen. The cake failed.
But wait! There's more!
Sanji leaves his family to die at the hands of Big Mom. The same.
They're still fighting them right now. Like, didn't I just see one with Heat?
Literally in the cover story.
And Katakuri about to punch like Reiju and Ichiji or something.
Yep.
You know, if it was Niji, he just dodge it because you know what I'm saying. He's the greatest.
Light speed blade. Know what I'm saying?
About, but like, yeah, it's Reiju and that bum. Who has Sasuke's voice actor again? Is it Ichiji or is it Niji?
Yes. I think Zoro's voice actor plays Niji.
I want that Wano vid so bad. I want a video gonna be triple.
I'll let y'all know right now that Wano vid's probably gonna be split into 2 parts. So more the merrier for y'all.
There you go.
Person he helped with his stupid fucking cake. So we can't even fall back on the, well, technically it did lead Big Mom away. To what? To where? To what end? What happened to the whole Zeph wouldn't want you to abandon them thing, huh? How do you leave without confirming their safety? People have actually tried to defend this by saying, yeah, well, Sanji helped them at the tea party and that's good enough. Sanji doesn't owe them anything after that. They chose to stay back.
He's kind-hearted.
Sanji never owed them shit to begin with. That's the entire point, dude.
Also facts.
It's Sanji's choice to save them despite not having a good reason to. That's where the kindness thing's supposed to come in. And if it's Sanji's choice, then he needed to see it through. The Vinsmoke staying behind of their own will doesn't trump what the point of Sanji's actions are supposed to be. Do you think in an alternate timeline, if the Vinsmokes all got slaughtered here and Sanji found out, he'd say, yeah, well, that's on them, bruh. Not my problem. Of course not. How is this arc supposed to be good for Sanji when ultimately it's Sanji's fault that everything goes wrong? It's not a Sanji W that his family came back to protect him if they get fucked up at the end of the day because of Sanji. 2 of the Vinsmoke get captured because Sanji made Big Mom a cake.
Hilarious.
Are you getting this? If there were any consequences in One Piece, they would have been murdered, used as leverage against Sanji and Wano, or something along those lines. Bro, Pedro dies because Sanji chose to go back and save his family. He dies for the Straw Hats because they want what Sanji wants. Sanji even acknowledges this mentally at the end of the arc. and he didn't save his family. This shit isn't okay just because everything panned out that way. That doesn't make the writing not shit. And it goes beyond what we've talked about here. One of the other themes in Whole Cake is that Sanji is perfect just the way he is. When Judge is confronting Luffy about Sanji at the end of the arc, and he's listing all of Sanji's imperfections like how he has no exoskeleton, how he's not like the Vinsmokes, Luffy says that those are all supposed to be good things about Sanji. But, in the next arc, Oda walks all over this with what he does with the raid suit. As it turns out, no, Sanji isn't perfect just the way he is. He's stinky poo-poo, and he needs to be like Germa in order to be helpful. And we're going to take a step back here to look at what happened in Chocolate Town to relate this to a larger point. People used to say that when Sanji gets absolutely clowned by Germa when they save him in Chocolate Town, this was a W because his kindness is what made them act. 1. No. Making Sanji look incompetent in front of his family isn't a good thing if it's not based in reality. Having Sanji get belittled and made to look lesser than them, intentionally nerfing his abilities just to have his family look better when they aren't, isn't a good thing. This goes back to what I was saying before. We know Sanji is stronger than what Oda lets him show. Same with all of the Straw Hats, but Oda refuses to let him be anything else. And because you, the reader, should know the difference between when Sanji is and isn't placed into a proper situation, whenever an improper situation happens that doesn't have a good result, and this doesn't, it should ruin your suspension of disbelief and immersion.
I'm stronger. I'm smarter.
There it is again.
I'm better. I am better.
Sanji's super speed goes absolutely nowhere, and he's obsolete in the entire scene. How you look at Sanji sucking here and are completely gung-ho for it is beyond me. 2. Even if you want to argue against this, there's a larger point behind this. This scene is no longer a W for Sanji because it ends up completely undermining his victory against Germa and the theme of Whole Cake. Sanji getting the one-up on his family from the table scene and then them protecting him doesn't mean as much if he comes off looking lesser than them. And you guys know that I already have issues with those two scenes. But at least in those scenes, it was clear who was supposed to look superior to who and who it was complimenting. Sanji, when you are reading Sanji getting rescued 5 times in a row against Big Mom's fodder, were you saying, "Thank you, Oda. This is just what I wanted. Thank you."
Thank you.
Chiro Oda, thank you.
Gracias, Eiichiro Oda.
Thank you, Oda.
This was so...
Thank you, Oda. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oda.
Thank you, Oda.
Thank you, Oda.
But what's worse is that Wano makes it so that the Vinsmokes
Why is he like this? Only thing I'll say is like I think I don't know if he's gonna. I don't. Maybe I jumped the gun here, but I'll just say because I paused to laugh. Was that the Ripping Friends? Sorry. He's so ridiculous. But the there was a point where Oda had decided that he was gonna do like he knew he had to make a lot of the characters for the Wano arc stronger, and he went a more traditional route with Luffy, I guess, until Gear 5th, with like having him train up with the little handcuffs to make him play whatever. Zoro got Enma and whatever the fuck, Conquerors, and with Sanji, it was related to the raid suit. I guess the first time, a couple times he put it on, it started to like activate his dormant Germa genes, and then he ends up getting the exoskeleton, which makes him in fact stronger and able to like use a higher temperature of fire and stuff. I actually think this is all pretty palatable. I don't think this was in the cards originally. I think it's a decision that he decided to make later on as a way to kind of power him up retroactively. I don't like so I'm not trying to. I don't think he planned this out. Is what I'm saying.
Well, no, I don't think Drizzt is saying that either. I think it's just more of Wano retroactively shits on something in Whole Cake because of what happened.
Oh, no,
it's like the Queen thing.
Okay, because the reason I was saying that because I'm like, I don't think him getting the abilities of the Germa means he's like them, in the sense that it's like, I kind of think it's a stronger point for him to have like the exoskeleton and all the things that are similar to them, but he's nothing like them. I actually think is like that's how I looked at it from a perspective standpoint, and then but the part where he starts to worry about it is stupid though. So like his point.
I would agree. I would agree with that, Naya. If it was like, if in some way Sanji had like contrasted his mindset with the powers against his siblings, or if like the story really like portrayed in that manner.
But there came a point where you could tell they were trying to shift like with his fire abilities being Lunari in nature or something of the sort.
Yeah, which I didn't like that conceptually either.
Yeah, so this is one of those things with me where like I have to fight with the story contents that I get and the real life variables that I understand outside the story that have changed things within it. So it's just one of those situations. But We continue.
Win the ideological war against Sanji. They win. Sanji is forced to use the raid suit because he's not strong enough. Sanji doesn't get his own power-ups through hard work. Sanji's imperfections aren't what makes him better than the Vinsmokes. The Vinsmokes end up forcibly altering and awakening his DNA, which he wasn't even supposed to have because Oda and the doctor said he wasn't altered. Neji making fun of Sanji here in Chocolate Town and slipping him the raid suit ultimately leads to Sanji losing his identity against Queen and Wano. It's not Sanji's choice. It's forced upon him, and it's not a good thing. It goes against this arc and what it's trying to tell you about Sanji. That entire speech that Luffy gave to Judge becomes invalidated. Look at this in a vacuum, guys. Sanji's handcuffs are fake, and the Zeph stuff doesn't matter. Sanji baking the cake leads to his family getting captured. Sanji spends the entire arc being nerfed and held back by Oda, and there's no cathartic payoff for it. Sanji doesn't save Luffy like he said he would, and instead looks bad. Sanji is horribly written in the conflict with Luffy and Nami and comes out as a worse character because of it. Sanji doesn't get his own fight in the arc, and Sanji's quote-unquote power-up in the arc is a gift forced upon him by Neji after telling him that he sucks. One of the differences between Sanji's role in this arc and a lot of other arcs where there's been a damsel in distress is the fact that Sanji isn't helpless by nature, and he's freed from his shackles less than halfway through the arc. In Arlong Park, Nami wasn't strong enough to do anything. Same with Vivi and Alabasta. And Robin, for a majority of Enies Lobby, is incapacitated by the Sea Stone handcuffs, but at least Robin, once she's freed, gets revenge against Spandam. But none of those characters are like Sanji. He's a part of the Monster Trio, one of the stronger characters in the story. The audience knows that Sanji is supposed to be smart, he's supposed to be competent, he's supposed to be capable. He just came out of the time skip, yet Oda makes him look like a bum. Sanji doesn't even get a character arc in Whole Cake. He starts the arc as the same person, stuff happens to him, and he leaves the arc as the same person having overcome nothing and having learned nothing. This is what makes everything Sanji does in the arc so frustrating. All of the things that Oda forces into the plot, all of Sanji's frustrations and idiotic actions, the bad writing, all of it amounts to nothing. So I can't even ignore all of the other things because I got something good at the end of the day. The basic messaging of Whole Cake, when you read into the writing, is that Sanji sucks. Oda has never done him worse than what he has here. But the intended effect of this arc is supposed to be that Sanji's great. This arc was supposed to be a celebration of Sanji. And if that's the case, how did we end up here? There is an enormous disconnect between Oda's intention and the actual writing. It's impressive and confusing how there's such a big difference between the two. This isn't normal. Did Oda really think not following through on anything was a good move? Sanji not rescuing Luffy, the cake, going back on the principles of Water 7, all of it? Is this what Oda really wanted? Ask yourselves that. This is some of the worst character writing I've ever seen. Ever. It's appalling to me how anyone could look at this sequence of events for Sanji and convince themselves into thinking that it's good. But that's what One Piece fans do best, I suppose. Perpetual delusion is the status quo after all. And
also
I gotta tell you
facts.
something. I hated Sanji.
And also
before
facts
this
for
arc.
viewers that I've seen far worse.
Sanji is my most disliked character in fiction. In fiction.
But this was pretty bad.
I hate 99% of all perverted characters. But Sanji takes the cake. I hate how hypocritical Sanji's values are and how that never matters. I hate his morals. I hate his fake chivalry. I hate how the story tries to gas him up because of it as well. And I hate his comedy. He has the worst gag in the entire story. I hate it all, bro. It is ridiculous that me, Drizzt, certified and doctored Sanji hater, has to be one of the few people that is offended and enraged that Sanji could get shit on this bad in his own arc. This was called the Year of Sanji, bro. Yet his so-called fans can cry tears of joy when the only place that Sanji goes is in the gutter. If we counted Sanji as an arc princess like we do with Shirahoshi, Rebecca, and all of them, Sanji is by far the worst of them, which is saying something. You wanna know why this pisses me off, even though I hate this character with every ounce of my soul? That's because, despite my own biases, I never, ever advocate for the bad writing of any character, or for any story to proactively get worse over time. I want to enjoy what I read. I get pissed off when things that I care about, like the integrity of the story, gets thrown out the window. And for the people that enjoy what happened here with Sanji, is all that it takes to pull the curtain over your eyes some scenes of Sanji looking cool and crying? Is the intent the only thing that matters?
Yes.
Does execution...
No, but I would never get mad at you if you just admit that.
Yeah.
It's like, be like, yeah, yo, it was cool when he was on the table. You know?
Yeah.
Oda loves the pervy gag. I got this meme on deck. Cap, that's a hater. Let's find out. Find out.
You should mean nothing. Let's be completely and utterly fair. If this happened to any other character in a story not called One Piece, would it still be praised to the degree that it is? Think of all of the things you've ever made fun of in other stories and compare it to Sanji here in Whole Cake. Is what happened here good? Is everything...
One Piece fans are a special type of special, but every fan base is pretty rabid and delusional about a lot of like I could see other fan bases defending this stuff too. Like it's like a Naruto thing. So I actually disagree with you here because all the fan bases stink, bro. There's no.
The only way I can agree at that point is because the video was targeted at One Piece fans. That's the only way I can.
Okay. Thing that I went
If
over.
it's just in a vacuum, then I'm with you.
Yeah,
I would disagree with that. Too.
Wrong. Is the bar really so low that the fandom
Yes.
fooled themselves into thinking that
The
this
bar is that low for
was
One Piece
peak
fans.
character writing?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Every night. I can feel my leg.
Good bone crack. There it is.
Even my fingers. The body I've lost.
Ooh.
The comrades I've lost. Won't stop hurting. It's like they're all still there. You feel it too, don't you? I'm gonna make them give back our past.
That's the Sanji section done.
We've talked about
And with
Sanji.
that, I have to leave.
Now we need
'cause I
to
have
talk about the other princess.
Actually, show.
Pudding. Arc Princess.
I'm actually watching Primal Season 2 with Drizzt and some of the boys.
Oh, do your thing.
Yeah, yes, sir. You have a good one, man. If I finish in the time before you're done, I'll hop back in here. Then
All
talk
right,
with everyone.
say less. I'm gonna watch that soon, by the way. So.
Right, I'll see you later.
All right, yeah.
Usually serve a few purposes. For one, they are the royalty that Luffy meets when he arrives on islands to fill them in on what's going wrong. The second purpose of those characters is for them to join the I Like Luffy squad heading into the end game for the final war, and for the Void Century stuff to tie together. Oda breaks the mold a bit with Pudding. Pudding doesn't have anything other than minimal interaction with Luffy, and her character is entirely linked with Sanji. And the vision for her is pretty clear. Pudding is a damaged kid, she has low self-esteem, she can't control her emotions, and her self-hatred creates a hanging plot thread and allows for Oda to give the arc what is supposed to be a bittersweet ending. One of the redeeming features for Pudding's character is that her send-off with Sanji at the end is pretty good. Oda took the time to make it engaging and memorable. I'm a fan of the paneling change to sell the mood as well, I think that's pretty good. This ending portion with Pudding may give the impression that she's overall pretty good, but the process of getting to this final scene is pretty messy. If you recall, I mentioned how Oda likes to play a game in this arc, and he tries to do it again here with Pudding. Oda intentionally tries to drag the audience into a guessing game of, is Pudding good or evil? Which is fine as an idea, but in execution it's pretty bad because Oda ends up breaking the story logic in order to continue playing the game, which is a no-no. We'll go over this in full detail. From the beginning, Pudding was under reader suspicion because of her acting. All of the fans thought she was sus, so there were...
Shit. Do you guys like Pudding? I kind of really hate Pudding. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I really hate Pudding. I never liked her, but just I'm not asking if you think she's like well written or not right now. Do you think she's a good? Do you like Pudding? I never liked Pudding.
Red flags all over. Pudding tells the Straw Hats to meet her on the shores of the island. Then when the Straw Hats get there, Pudding is missing, and then the readers go, "Yeah, she's evil."
Give me Rebecca and Shirahoshi over Pudding.
For sure. But aha, says Oda. Oda throws in a scene of Pudding attempting to go and make do on her promise, but she ends up getting stalled out because of the wedding measurements. This is where Oda first slips up. That entire sequence doesn't make any sense. Pudding is supposed to be on the shore to lure the Straw Hats into the Seducing Woods and then dip, which is why Luffy finds spare Pudding clones in the Seducing Woods. They were created by Brule for the plan. There is no reason why Tamago was holding Pudding up. He's in on the plan, and he also knows about the Vinsmoke assassination plot. But these characters are acting as if they can't talk to each other about what's important. Pudding, for no reason, is in her acting mode, instead of just telling Tamago, hey, I have to go do this, piss off. The reason she's in acting mode is because Oda tries to force this scene into being a red herring to continue playing the game. Brook and Pedro happen to be eavesdropping on the conversation, so Oda is using that to trick the audience, which means that these characters aren't acting necessarily in character, which breaks the story logic because that shouldn't be happening. But, at that point in time, the readers don't know the full story of Pudding, so they think, oh, well, maybe Pudding is good after all? Then Oda draws Pudding having her scene with Sanji where she's crying for him and they hug. It's another attempt to portray her as a good person. Right after that, we get another scene of Pudding sulking on the balcony thinking about Lola and all of that, and the tone once again makes you think that there is more to Pudding than meets the eye. And this amounts to the prison library stuff, where Pudding asks Opera if she can talk to Luffy and Nami. She does, she whispers in their ears, it's all dramatic, and Pudding walks away crying, saying goodbye. This is the fourth time that Oda tries to make you think Pudding is good. And just like the Seducing Wood stuff, this scene also doesn't make any sense. There's no reason why Pudding came to the library to taunt the Straw Hats. This is not part of the plan, nor does it accomplish anything. Pudding has no ulterior motives against the Straw Hats that would make her want to do this as another explanation. There also isn't a spin on this scene that tries to recontextualize it like how Oda does to a number of scenes later on in the arc. Not only that, but just like Tamago, Appa is in on the plan. When Pudding walks in pretending to be good Pudding, there's no reason why she has to whisper to the Straw Hats and then walk away like that so that Appa doesn't hear. There is also no reason why Pudding is crying either. This is all a ploy for Oda's twist. But this is only the first twist. We get a second one, which is that Pudding is evil. Aha, says Oda again. Got you. Aw, shit. The audience then thinks with the third eye reveal that Pudding is evil until her unveiling at the tea party, where Sanji is, floored by the beauty of the third eye. I'm not gonna lie, I don't buy into this being extremely genuine from Sanji. It seems over the top to me, and I'll touch on that a bit later. Sanji's reaction ultimately leads to Pudding switching sides. We get a short flashback showing Fodder making fun of Pudding Eyes, and this is where I have an issue that I'd like to share with you. I don't think Oda does a good job in setting the groundwork for the world building and perception of Pudding, and also Katakuri. Big Mom making fun of Pudding makes sense. We understand Big Mom because of her flashback, and we know how screwed up she is. I think this scene, Pudding's flashback, I think it should have been changed to be entirely focused on Big Mom and the broken and warped relationship between her and her daughter.
Can you put it back
just
in
like how it is with
what's his
Lola.
name?
And there's a bit
Appreciate it.
of that with how Big Mom thinks of Pudding, but it's not the main focus. Oda shows the primary reason for Pudding's emotional damage being these kids in her flashback. And it's curious to me that in a land full of cream monsters, walking and talking mice men, alligators, and peanuts, that Pudding and Katakuri, who look almost completely normal except for one thing, would get singled out for bullying. Even more so because they're the island's royalty, the people who rule the land. All of the Big Mom pirates look weird in some way. And if there was a history among them of persecuting each other, or the residents of Potland being extremely bigoted because this is a failed utopia, then it all makes
2 hours,
sense.
I'm putting it at
But on
1.5.
numerous occasions, it definitely seems like everyone on Totland
And
gets
then I'm putting
along,
it at 2
and they
times
don't
speed.
judge each other by race or disfigurement. You have instances of equality, and then Oda tries to throw in a random couple panels to justify Pudding and Katakuri's characters. And I think this ends up being fairly weak world building. And the reason that it's weak is because Whole Cake Island doesn't send a clear message on the status of Big Mom's utopia. But this is more of an issue that matters with Katakuri than it does Pudding in my eyes. Pudding crying here isn't a great standalone moment, but it could have been a building block for something that's greater than the sum of its parts. And this is where the real...
Miles, do you like Pudding?
I'm like neutral on her. I was gonna say, isn't the whole point going against us? Isn't the whole point that it's not a utopia? That's the whole point.
Oh no, I think yeah, fair. Like it's a fake like utopia.
Yeah.
And people are actually scared and
No,
afraid of certain things. But
now the point about Pudding being bullied, I completely agree with, because especially with Katakuri's backstory, it would be even more weird that Katakuri of all people wouldn't go out to protect her.
No, and also just the idea that like Katakuri had monstrous strength from a child's age is like you're gonna talk shit to him because he has a little pelican eel face.
Yeah.
Like bro, I don't know, but
yeah,
there's just certain things.
When in a world with like 25 different species and everybody looking weird, it like getting bullied for looking weird is it is a weird thing.
Yeah, it's not moving me, but you know, I need at least 6 more hours. I'm already exhausted.
issue with Pudding lies.
I'm a fan
She's
that wants to
barely
do
used
though.
by Oda post-revealing of her eye. Oda spends the rest of the arc using Pudding in gags with Sanji, showing her emotions flip-flopping constantly back and forth,
I did
having
not like that
nosebleeds
gag
and talking
scene.
about how awesome Sanji
I don't remember
is.
it moving
And that
me.
isn't an exaggeration. I'll have it on screen now.
And show us the passage of time. We're gonna need a montage. Ooh, it takes a montage.
Hell yeah. I hate that. That's an anime trope. Oh my gosh.
I think the anime extends or adds some. So when I say extend, I mean make them longer.
Pudding and Sanji leave to make the cake. These are two characters that are starting to build a history with each other. Oda had the opportunity to expand upon whatever their dynamic was supposed to be, but nothing happens between them as characters. It's all gags. There is no conflict with the cake, as we've gone over. Everything goes according to plan. Also, Sanji and Pudding never talk about Pudding's betrayal, the circumstances around it, or anything. They don't come to an understanding. All of the good character actions between them happened during the arc's setup, prior to the tea party. Yet somehow, during the arc's climax, when things are getting more interesting, these characters are more boring than they ever were before, which shouldn't be the case. Having a gag or a few is fine, like it doesn't really matter. Oda tends to overuse gags past their prime all of the time. But at the end of the day, it'll be okay as long as you write something of substance to back it up so that you aren't wasting the audience's time. But Oda doesn't do that. He completely messes up the balance of Pudding's character with comedy. And the worst offender in all of this is, once again, Sanji. It's not Pudding. I don't understand the way that Oda writes Sanji in the sequence with Pudding. There are multiple times where Sanji can be seen being put off or completely disconnected from Pudding during her series of gags, all the way to the end of the arc. The most that Sanji interacts with Pudding is a couple of times where Oda just has him go hard eyes or perv mode when Pudding's changing outfits or something. What's going on with this? Sanji seemed interested in Pudding during the tea party. His reaction to her third eye is not normal for Sanji, nor is it normal for anything in the entire series. This is a first, it's groundbreaking. Sanji has never had a genuine reaction to beauty in the entire story that didn't take the form of a gag or a perverted face. But during Pudding's reveal, he's blushing. He's blown away. And it's all serious. That's pretty special, isn't it? After that reaction, when Pudding is trying to shoot Sanji, he seems to pick up on Pudding lying to herself and what some of her issues may be, which gives you the indication,
I know
the
people who
expectation
said they want to
that
grow
there
with
might be
3
more to
titties.
come of this.
I don't, but you know.
But during
They
the
out
entire
there.
sequence of Pudding's mood swings, when she is clearly in a bit of distress because of them, Sanji is aloof, or he's like in the corner thinking, "Is this bitch crazy?" The ladies' man, the emotional dude, is nowhere to be found. Sanji doesn't care at all. Yet at the end of the arc, when Sanji and Pudding have their little goodbye, Sanji says that if anyone had to play the role of his fiancé, he was glad it was Pudding, even though everything points to Sanji not giving a shit about her. And that's what bothers me. Sanji's role with Pudding is lacking. He felt more invested in Viola than he did with Pudding. And Sanji only knew Viola for 10 minutes, and he was able to see past her issues, recognize her as a good person, and he wanted Viola to come with him to the port. And then nothing like that happens with Pudding, not even beyond that. And Pudding is a character who is placed into suffering under extremely similar circumstances as Sanji. Oda wants us to believe that Pudding grew up being called a monster. She was different from the people around her in a bad way. Big Mom thinks of her as a tool, a doll, a plaything, only to be used at her convenience. Big Mom only cares about Pudding because of her third eye, and that's supposed to be the key to reading the Poneglyphs. Big Mom didn't want Pudding to walk around with her third eye because she thought it was ugly. Pudding's dream to go out just like Lola and have her own agency and destiny and romance was completely denied. Big Mom won't let her go. And eventually, the person Pudding looked up to, Lola, was kicked out of the family. Compare that to Sanji. Sanji, a man who grew up being called a failure because he was different from his brothers and bullied for it, just like Pudding. Sanji was also seen as a tool by Judge in order for him to accomplish his dreams, just like Pudding. Sanji wanted to cook because that's what he liked, but Judge didn't want him to do that, just like how Pudding's wants and dreams were put down. Sanji's beacon of hope in his mom died, leaving him virtually alone, just like how Pudding was basically alone whenever Lola left. Both Pudding and Sanji suffered from being trapped by their families and not having the choice to do what they wanted until an outside force helped them. There is so much going on conceptually between these characters that just scream, hey, they should interact with one another. But Sanji's just not there, man. We leave this arc with Pudding having not gained anything from Sanji's actions in his own situation. Pudding has no character arc, and one of the reasons why this is relevant is because of the type of ending Oda was going for. Things were meant to end sadly between Sanji and Pudding. It was a bittersweet, emotional parting.
Do you like Pudding, Glam?
No.
This is all moving me. I hate this bitch.
That had the
I'm not gonna
possibility
lie.
of leading
The only
to more.
princess character I do like is Vivi.
I don't dislike Rebecca, but again, I can understand if you watch the anime. I think they made her more annoying. Kind of reminds me of like the Bakugo and or Zenitsu thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think reading Zenitsu, I'm like, whatever, I get it. You know, it's fine. Having to hear Zenitsu, and sometimes the extended scenes is, it's mad annoying. So, like, I can understand it. So maybe she was more and more annoying. Maybe these characters are more annoying in the anime or whatever the case may be. But Pudding never moved me. I never liked her.
I never give a fuck about Pudding.
And I didn't know when he's doing his montage, he would go up to like, what number he's talking about, 25, 26? I don't remember what number it was.
Yep.
But I'm like, this gag is putrid. It's not funny. I'm not laughing. You might have got one. You might have got like 2 out of me. I know how I am. There might have been two in there. They got me. They got me with. But I'm like, this is not funny. And I was so glad to be rid of her because I remember there's someone stream I was on. I don't remember if it was Dustin at the time, but we were having a conversation of like the worst character in Whole Cake or something like that, and most people were going to Flambe, and I'm like, Flambe is fine. Flambe did exactly what she needed to do in the little moment she got. Pudding is garbage.
Yep.
I remember some guy saying Sanji, but I will take Sanji doing whatever the fuck over her gag any day of the week.
And I would argue that it is originally intended in Oda's plans. You know, if that's still the case, who knows? But it was originally intended to do more considering how unexplored the three-eyed races what their connection to the poneglyphs could be, and what their history is within the story. Ask yourselves this. What was the point of Sanji and Pudding going off together on a quest? What did it accomplish? What is better? Pudding having a dozen gags, or Oda building something between her and Sanji as a character? When you think of the cake plotline, two things come to mind. Sanji kicking oven, and then pound. You do not think of Sanji and Pudding, the main people that were supposed to be a part of that plotline. But it didn't have to be that way. Sanji and Pudding could have done stuff. They could have bonded over each other's circumstances. And as they come to know more about each other, the more sad it becomes when Sanji's mind is wiped.
Wait a goddamn second. That's a full ass cigarette. You wasting my money. That cigarette is full.
Yep.
So small.
And Pudding breaks down in the end. Sanji ends up leaving this island with his freedom, but Pudding is still trapped. And that reality doesn't deliver the blow that it should if one of the key characters, Sanji, doesn't give a fuck and nothing amounts from his time together with Pudding.
Fuck Pudding.
I don't know if this is something Oda had initially planned or not, but during the tea party when Sanji saves Nami, Pudding is seen watching, being jealous, in shock.
I noticed that.
This paneling is pretty intentional. It was expected when this happened that Oda would bring this scene up again further down the line with
Nami's
Pudding,
face is
because
scary.
Sanji being close to another girl is an obvious thing for Pudding, who had fallen for him, to be
his
concerned
hand
about,
only on the side.
but it
titty.
goes
Just
nowhere.
grab the whole titty, bro.
And ironically, Nami is also close friends with Lola, who Pudding is quite attached to. And try to wrap your minds around this. Pudding knew early on in the arc for a fact that Nami was caught with Lola's Viver card, meaning that Nami had to have run by Lola at some point during her journey. Yet Nami and Pudding never once interact with each other, which I think is a mistake. Pudding is the person most attached to Lola, not Chiffon.
I do think there's a pretty easy explanation for a lot of these mishaps, and again, I don't know this for a fact, so take this with a grain of salt. It's just in the interest of time and what he believes he needs to focus on. I think he dropped a lot of stuff that he maybe wanted to flesh out more. Because didn't he say something about he feels like the anime does a better job of like. I guess a lot of these quotes like kind of secondhand, so like I don't know how much stock to put in them. But
He said something about the anime. He like felt like the anime was his rival, or at one point. And I think he had something else about like being disappointed that they could do things he couldn't. Which I was like, I mean,
what?
As soon as you said that, I was like, that's cap.
Like you can do these things. Nobody is stopping you but yourself. And if you didn't focus on things that didn't matter sometimes, and you just kind of kept, a streamlined attention on things that do matter, I think, I don't know. Sometimes I think about Dressrosa too. Like this is me going back to Dressrosa. Like I just have this inkling in another universe where that arc is like 76 chapters long.
Mm-hmm.
Because he just got through that quicker and he has more time to do other things. These arcs just don't come across the way that they do. I really think that Dressrosa is really like part of the reason that a lot of these arcs, some things don't get the level of focus there. They get like this weird speed run version of it. But it's also want to say that this is something that I've noticed a little bit with newer shonen storytelling. It's very quick.
Yeah.
It's very quick. I never get time to really learn and grow and kind of understand characters in an extended way, the way that other stories are. Think of like Kingdom, even just kind of building up the small little ragtag group of people and what they're gonna do and stuff, and One Piece taking its time. And I think I wonder sometimes if he's just been somewhat influenced by the newer style of storytelling. That I could be wrong, that it's not true, but I would argue like Black Clover, JJK, and
MHA.
MHA? Yeah, MHA.
Yeah,
a little
MHA does that. MHA rushes shit.
I think MHA. I will give credit because it'll stop to pause to train, so it'll take its time when it needs to. But definitely initially, I think it's a little fast. Yaba's probably the other one. I'm not sure what I feel about Yaba, but like even with JJK, people come to me like Maki's so great. Oh, this character, and I'm like, I've seen this character all 4 times. Like I have no attachment to them. Don't care about them. Like I don't understand how somebody can have this level of attachment, besides the fact that you just think they look cool or something. But I'm like, none of these characters like Yuji or Megumi, whatever his other name is, goes by. Sorry, I don't remember what they actually.
Uguroshi.
There you go. And Nobara. I'm like, I don't care about them. or like Maki, I don't care about them. If you're gonna come quick and like be kind of sidelined, the impact you have to make needs to be immediate, and I think it needs to permeate throughout the series or have long-lasting effects on the characters that we care about. Like, I can always admit that I don't care about Rengoku going out the way he does, but I see how it affected Tanjiro especially, and then Zenitsu and Borgang. So, anyways, this is a small tangent. One Piece ain't taking no time to this dragon. Yeah, a lot of modern show didn't get right to the point. Yeah, I think, okay, so I'm not crazy with that. Even Undead Unluck, I would. The bit that I've seen, I would argue, kind of just goes to, like, there's no Ivy drip, there's no slow burn. It's just like, get right into the thick of it. Like, I cannot see a manga like Reborn coming out the day that takes 61 chapters to kind of delve into its first series. Like, that's over a year. That's not happening today.
And sometimes I don't know if I would even put that on the altar as more just like, I think just that's just the way like they have
that might be
choice.
just like modern Japanese manga culture at this point. Like,
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice. Because like so many things, I've seen so many things get like cut or axed. Like so many series have been getting axed. Like I've just been more like way of seeing it. So I feel like they just have to. Because so many people like, if people aren't like interested in the first like 5 chapters, you're kind of like screwed, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. What's up, Zodiac? But yeah.
You can vibe in here.
Magazine's definitely a reason. You think so?
Yeah.
I'd have to. I haven't. I don't read nothing in Jump really, except I guess. Well, that's not true. I guess I read a lot of shit in Jump technically. What do I really care about in Jump right now? Nothing. I just care about Kubera, dog.
You gain a lot more from a writing perspective by having Nami and Pudding talk to each other, because unlike Chiffon, who has a happy life with Capone, Pudding is the person who could have been uplifted by Nami when it comes to her search for her own happiness, her own agency. This seemed like a very obvious character line, a very obvious meeting between characters that never happened. Pudding was a chance for Oda to touch on mental illness, abuse, and tackle serious romance. All the things that Oda did wrong with Pudding, such as the bad writing around her allegiance, the lack of conflict in the story, the overusage of the gags, which is really off-putting, all of it could have been overlooked if he just did more with her as a character, so that the impact of the ideas around her form a cohesive story. But sadly, that's just not the case. So, is Pudding a success? No, she's not. The most I can say with Pudding and Sanji is that things started off well, stagnated, went nowhere, and then we got a good scene to close the arc out. That's it. Which is a damn shame, because she could have been really special. There have been a number of misses in aggravating writing already leading up to this point when it comes to Nami, but Zoe is where things felt like they were starting to turn around for the better. Nami is brought into the drama surrounding the arc and Sanji. She befriends Wanda, and Nami of all people insists on heading with Luffy into Whole Cake Island, a Yonko's territory. Nami even gets a new climb attack from Usopp to prepare her for what's to come. And you don't give Nami a new climb attack that is basically the Jingu Bang without making the readers anticipate and look forward to the necessity of it being introduced to begin with. We are expecting that Nami is going to need this for the trials to come in Big Mom's territory. And this upgrade is different compared to some of the other upgrades that the climb attack has received throughout the years. This upgrade is more related to physical combat than it is weather-related stuff. Even though, maybe extending and retracting could be useful for their attacks, your first assumption is that Nami is going to be using this thing to actually fight, which is a very exciting prospect. So, how is Nami within Whole Cake Island? God damn it, dude. Let's get into it, shall we? We're going to start in the scene with Nami because not much else happens prior to this that's worth much commentary. It's mainly
literally has a
exploration
eulogy
and
for a
introductory
character
scenes, which are pretty solid
later
all around. The crew gets into trouble in the trap.
You can deadass skip that
Brule,
part.
disguised as Luffy, ends up grabbing Nami.
said
Nami
what?
uses her new climb.
You can deadass skip he literally has like a whole like clips of her in the like pre-skip that he does later on in this section. And you can just skip that part.
Nah.
Yeah, right there.
No, I'm gonna keep that part.
Attack for the first time to get away from Brule. Carrot ends up getting captured, and then Nami runs off to find Luffy.
Shout out to the
After
Stone
finding him,
Monkey.
there is a conversation with Pound
Nami
where they
running-
are interrogating him for
running in
information.
Whole Cake, so be something
Pound
else.
comments
Hey,
on how
pretty
Luffy
big,
appears to
we're
be strong, but
bouncing.
Nami doesn't,
I do
to
miss
which Nami
Pretty-
says that she's
Pretty
tough
Cat
too.
Nami. She ain't
This
different
is
now?
yet
Just kidding.
another time where Nami's toughness has been called into question.
Start of the ruination.
Then Cracker shows up, and he and Luffy start to tussle. While Luffy is engaged with Cracker, Nami is off with the homies, where, conveniently, on a new island in a Yonko territory, after having just changed outfits, Nami seems to have made sure to put Lola's Viva card from Thriller Bark into her cleavage, so that it could come up as a talking point and plot device for controlling the homies. Okay, this is, that's That's pretty ham-fisted on Oda's part, but we can all see where that's going. Oda did not want to spend the time showing a more sensical way of alluding to the necessity of Lola's Reaver card in Totland prior to the Straw Hats adventuring there. Oda just used Nami's boobs as an out, which is pretty standard so far in the time skip. Luffy and Nami versus Cracker is the first main talking point here. This fight is pretty good in the beginning when it's just Luffy versus Cracker. It's the first time we see Luffy going up against a Yonko commander, and it's quite the eye-opener. Gear 4 seems somewhat ridiculous in Dressrosa, but here against Cracker, it looks fair. Gear 4 is able to power through parts of Cracker's defense with its insane offense, but it's on the back foot against an army of Biscuit soldiers and then Cracker himself. It's at this point where there is a clear difference between Luffy and the top of the verse, with how Luffy initially struggles with Cracker, and then with the events later on the arc with Cat. It further establishes how far away Big Mom is as well. And
I remember at this moment, I thought that Gear 4 actually like made his haki better or stronger. So when thing was like hacking through his arm, like, oh, that's crazy. Like I know in hindsight now that's not the case. He's just keeping it on, but I thought it was like an elevated form of haki. So I was like, you have to cut through that shit. Like, what is it? What do they say? A hot knife through butter. So
theoretically, the threat she would pose is massive. That's one of the strengths of early Whole Cake Island. It puts into perspective how far away Luffy should be. The most shocking element of all in this is that Nami is put into a position of having a duo fight alongside her captain against someone this strong. Duo fights in One Piece aren't common, and what's even more rare in duo fights, when they do happen, is that there normally isn't such a large, disproportionate gap in strength.
You know what I always thought would be like really cool, and it happens like a little bit. I think maybe in a scene or a movie or One Piece. It's like with Luffy fighting somebody, she could just spam thunder. Cause it's not gonna hurt Luffy. Yep. Like I remember thinking for sure at some moment here, they're gonna have like some huge thundercloud and they're like, "Hey, idiot, you're gonna hit your captain too," and it's just not gonna hurt him. I never got that. That was a personal thing though. But I think with it all the time.
Between the people fighting together, like how there is with Luffy and Nami. And this ends up being a long fight. It takes
a
little over 11 hours from beginning to end, and the fight being long isn't an issue. You can't draw long fights and include every aspect of it. If you tried, you'd bore everyone to death and waste time. What it would do is that it would end up destroying the story structure in most cases. So, when you have long fights, you need to off-screen sections of them for a reason why it's taking so long if you're trying to have it align with another aspect of the story. In this case, the Cracker fight is supposed to serve the purpose of distracting and being in the way of Luffy and Nami, preventing them from getting to Sanji, so that time can pass until the Vinsmokes need to head to brunch and then they can find the Straw Hats. The fight being long also serves a secondary purpose of making the struggle and fight for Sanji feel more engaging and serious, so that when Sanji ultimately screws Luffy and Nami over, it adds on to the feeling of betrayal. I really like this idea, especially because it finally includes a more neglected member of the Straw Hats in the time skip, Nami. And as much as I love the idea here, this fight ends up being complete and utter ass as soon as it enters the off-screening stage. Oda makes some really boneheaded decisions here and misses one of the better opportunities he's had in the series. The way that Oda writes this fight goes as follows. For the entirety of the time that Luffy and Nami are fighting, Luffy and Nami just run away. Nami uses some water to wet the biscuits, Luffy eats them, and that's how the entire night goes, making the fight a stalemate. Then, to end the fight, while being super fat, Luffy goes into Tank Man, full mode. Cracker, who spent the entire fight just going along with Luffy's eating strategy till he's finished, rather than rush him in his real body, as soon as he sees Luffy go into a different form other than Bound Man, Cracker suddenly loses his patience and immediately runs at him, falls into his fat, and then gets cannon launched through numerous hardened biscuits across the island, where he lands defeated in front of the castle. Dude, alright, there's a lot wrong with this. From a technical standpoint, this fight is stupid. At some point during the fight, Nami provides the answer to Cracker's biscuit soldiers with water, something which should make Nami the highest priority of a target to defeat and get rid of, from Cracker's perspective. If Nami is taken care of, then, he should think he can defeat Luffy. We understand that Nami has the homies helping her, but these homies are all garbage. Definitely not something that could infinitely protect her from Cracker, who was killing homies by mean-mugging them. And since Cracker can create infinite biscuits, it does pose a challenge for Luffy to always be there to defend her, especially as he gets fatter and fatter from eating the biscuits. When Luffy's that fat, Cracker himself could just go after Nami while the biscuits go after Luffy, and it'd be a threat that way. But no, Cracker seemingly employs the same strategy for 11 hours straight. At that point, he's still kind of winning a battle of endurance.
I gotta add this nitpick that I have with One Piece post time skip too. This is something that I don't understand. It bothers me to no end. If you're fighting somebody that can use haki, why do you ever throw a kick that's not reinforced by haki? Like, it bothers me that like someone will throw a punch with haki and then throw one without. Are you conserving MP? Like, what's the reason? Like, I can't with the inconsistency when somebody wants to quote themselves in armament or conquerors or not. Like, bro, if I'm flicking you, you're getting hockey flick, bro. Like, I'm never not using it. Like, I don't understand.
I got a boss fight later.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know, bro.
I've never understood.
Luffy's
They say that there's a hockey limit, but then it never actually matters for any character that isn't Luffy or Zoro once he got a sword that literally sucks the hockey out of him. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because sometimes like Katakuri would just kick him. And I'm like, why wasn't that kick reinforced with some fucking hockey? Like, I don't know, bro. Anyways, I guess this is a nitpick, but every time I see it in a fight where like someone will do like 3 hockey attacks, and the next one like Big Mom will just mama marmalade and swing the like. Why didn't? Anyways,
since making the biscuits doesn't seem like it takes much away from him. His decision then to jump Luffy is dumb, but that's not all. Tank Man Full Mode was introduced, which is a new form of Gear 4, which is interesting. The fact that it's called Full Mode implies that Tank Man Regular Mode might exist. Tank Man, as it turns out, is never brought up again in the story or by the end of Wano. It's still possible that regular Tank Man makes an appearance, but I do find it odd, weird, confusing that Oda never brings this up again, especially in Whole Cake Island. I wouldn't be surprised if this was another in the long list of growing dropped plotlines, although I wish it wasn't. If you look at Tank Man and compare it to every other form of Gear 4, it actually stands out as the weirdest, because its focus is defense while all of the others are offense. Gear 4 is an attack-oriented form, for the most part, and has a time limit. Spending a lot of hockey on defense seems like it might be a waste of time unless it was utilized properly against a much stronger force. Or if Luffy could switch in between the forms to make use of these as he needs them. More importantly, Oda completely ruins the gimmick of this fight. When Cracker's real body is introduced, like a complete idiot, Cracker reveals his weakness to Luffy. Cracker has developed all of these biscuit soldiers because he himself is not durable or tanky. He states that the smallest of injuries will completely incapacitate him. The goal of this fight is pretty clear with this information. What Nami and Luffy have to do is find a way to get past Cracker's defenses and injure him. If they do that, they win. This is a tactic you've probably seen in other stories and in video games. But Oda abandons this concept with the way that Tank Man handles Cracker. Luffy and Nami don't end up outwitting Cracker. They don't find a way past his defense. Cracker just walks straight into defeat without being baited into it. And it's a defeat that doesn't even take advantage of the gimmick. Luffy's move is a giant one-shot technique.
I don't even mind that he lost his patience, but he needed to I would have liked to see maybe an elevation of Cracker being at least visibly and visually irritated. Because I actually think he does a really good example of this with Zoro versus Das Bones. When Zoro is getting visibly on the paper, look at how he has more veins in his arms and his head, and his attacks are becoming more ferocious because he's trying to cut through him with sheer force, not the whatever bullshit his teacher taught him, paper, yada yada, blah blah. Like the voice of whatever, when he hears a breath of steel, right? Like you can see how frustrated Zoro is. I actually don't think this would be a bad way for the fight to conclude. Personally, if I could see that visible frustration kind of growing myself, but small detail.
Lots of people in the verse are getting folded after being flung through hardened biscuits and sent across an island to crash onto the ground. Cracker stating that he would fall to the tiniest amount of damage is meaningless if Oda resorts to the same thing he does to every single enemy in One Piece, which is a strong one-shot move at the end of the fight. Cracker should have been defeated differently, but he wasn't, making the fight redundant. If Cracker hadn't have said anything, you wouldn't be able to tell that his weakness even exists through the writing of the fight, which is also another knock on it. And a step above all of this in the magnitude of importance is the reality that this fight...
By the way, Glam, Miles, and Zodiac, if you want to chime in on anything, you can just tell me to pause, by the way, if you want to chime in on something you hear.
Yeah.
Completely screws Nami over. I get so frustrated every time I have to think about this nonsense. Realistically speaking, Cracker is probably the strongest character in the story Nami is ever going to fight against in a legit fight. Nami has never, historically, been a strong fighter, and she probably won't be that strong by the story's end, despite the level of power-up she gets later, which is another issue. But the fact that Nami isn't strong like Zoro and Sanji limits the kind of characters that she can go up against in any given arc. But in a duo fight, Nami can play a better role as a support character against a much stronger foe. After all of the garbage Nami's gone through already in the post-time skip, this was a perfect opportunity for Oda to give her some shine. And god damn it, Nami doesn't get any shine. The moment she figures out that her water is good against Cracker, off-screen, there's no excitement. We don't get to see Nami fight and contribute. She just spends the entire fucking time hiding on top of King Bomb, casting Magic Missile in the most uninspiring way possible. Cracker's too stupid to find a way to go after her, and Nami's saying that Luffy's hunger is bottomless and he's gonna be the Pirate King isn't meaningful. If anything, it's kind of cringe. And here's the kicker, dude. Nami's new climate attack is useless. Useless! The only time...
No. It's just funny because later on he shriveled up. That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny. You missed the mark. No.
If it does anything is when she first uses it on Brûlé. Why the hell did Oda give Nami a new power-up if it wasn't going to matter? What is that? And you may say, dude, what about the Zeus stuff? Any climb attack can shoot out black balls. There's nothing here to say that this is a new aspect of Nami's staff. And even then, that's a
black balls.
Really low bar. Oda gave her this weapon for no reason. Like, imagine in your head, if Oda gave Enma to Zoro in Wano, the raid suit to Sanji in Wano, and then absolutely nothing happened outside of the first time they used it. Zoro cutting that cliff was the only thing it did the entire arc. That's the exact same thing that happened here with Nami. Nami has no standout scenes combatively, and it's just ridiculous. These are basic shonen things here, people. Power-ups are very easy concepts to understand. How did Oda fumble this hard? What's going on behind the scenes to allow this?
I made all the right moves, didn't I?
Oh, yes, sir. Every move the right one.
I love
I
this
see it all
meme.
now. You're just a bunch of yes men. I was making the wrong moves, and you were too gutless to tell me. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes, sir. Right on, sir.
This just comes off as disrespectful, and the level of disrespect she's been getting already makes this completely out of hand. And I'll bring this up again for emphasis. In Dressrosa, Frankie hyped up Nami's change from the time skip to give the impression that she wasn't the same way she was before, only for Oda to prove the opposite. Here in the Seducing Woods, Town implies that Nami is weak as fuck, and when push came to shove, Oda has Nami get babysitted the entire fight and proves that she is weak as fuck. This is not a satisfying way to deal with conflict. You can't just throw Cracker into the story and then get rid of him in the worst way possible because you didn't feel like seeing it through to the end. Had this been a difficult fight that made proper use of its characters, it could have added a lot of what its purpose was supposed to be in regards to Sanji, but it doesn't. And this Cracker nonsense just adds more salt into the wound when we've already talked about how Oda does or doesn't resolve the conflict between Nami and Sanji, because Nami got screwed over in that, and Nami gets screwed over in this. Every positive aspect that Nami gets in this arc that could have been good gets made into a joke. Nami's loyalty to Luffy that we talked about earlier, yeah, that's nothing. Nami, why don't you just forgive Sanji-sama instead of maintaining your character agency? It's just stupid. For the rest of the arc, the only thing Nami is used for is fan service, and many times at Sanji's benefit. It just comes off as so patronizing. The only other talking point with Nami in this arc is how she's able to rob Big Mom of Zeus by saying lightning loves other lightning, while producing the black balls, which, let's ignore that. Let's pretend that sentence and that reasoning makes sense for a little bit. One of the issues with Zeus that everyone had is that the robbing of Zeus doesn't come off as anything.
Is this from the official? This is funny.
Yes, it is.
I've never seen this translation before for this line. That's why I'm laughing, because I think for some reason I'm looking at it because I think when the panels are like a little bit clearer to some degree, it's probably more in line with the Viz version, but. Lightning loves other lightning? I guess, sure, buddy.
Thing other than a plot device so the Straw Hats don't die when Big Mom is chasing them like some Scooby-Doo villain. Zeus being stolen comes at the expense of Big Mom's character and her presence within the arc as a threat rather than an achievement for Nami. Nami wasn't clever. Nami didn't earn it. She didn't burgle it like a proper thief. It wasn't a good moment. And that's quite the thing for Oda to mess up. Nami acquiring a Yonko caliber weapon and companion in Zeus should feel like a triumph, a huge reward. Could you have imagined ever at any point in time such a thing happening before? Like, it probably never crossed your mind that Nami could get something that strong. Especially Nami. If you just take a second to think about this conceptually, Nami, at this point, has a couple Sun Wukong-esque powers. Maybe just the idea of that gets you a little hype, right? Our girl Nami is getting some serious firepower under her belt. It would be completely within the realm of possibility for her to take a huge leap forward in power with stuff like this, right? There's potential. Nami could elevate beyond being a weakling. But what does Oda do instead? He manages to make these power-ups some of the lamest things he's ever written into the story. And to top it off, Oda attempts to give Nami and Zeus a greater meaning in the story, but completely fucks up the writing. When Nami forces Zeus to be her companion in Whole Cake and threatens him to be her slave or die, you might have had a bit of a mixed reaction, right? This scene comes off as a bit of a joke. But as it turns out, it's really not a joke. In Wano, Oda will try to spin the relationship between Big Mom, Zeus, and Nami into something that unjustly makes Nami out to be the good guy because Zeus was ostracized by Big Mom and the other homies. But here's a question for you to mule on. What's the difference, if any, between how Big Mom treats Zeus and how Nami does? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hilarious.
There needs to be a real dialogue held for how Oda writes female characters. In the pre-time skip, Oda, rightfully so.
Oh no! Here we go.
Women.
Here's what I'll say on the Nami and Big Mom thing. I feel like I haven't been commenting a lot, but I mean, it's fair, like totally fair. I think like just the way that they are in general are completely different. So that's probably why like people probably may have not taken that scene as jarring as it is. But he's totally right. But that's in Nami's personality, so it doesn't bother me. Like Nami will strong arm you to some shit or make you pay her back with ridiculous interest type beat and shit like that. So that's just kind of funny. Anyone want to chime in on that or want to keep going?
No, I'm good.
You're good.
I'm all good.
Alright. In my opinion, received lots of praise for the way he wrote Nami and Robin. It's pretty common in a lot of shonen series, and let's call a spade, it's an issue in most stories in general for authors to have really bad female characters and representation. But Nami and Robin stood out as a bit different from the rest of the generic prototypes that we've seen come and go throughout the years. That doesn't mean they were perfect. They weren't. It's not as if they were relevant in every arc, or everything they did was always groundbreaking stuff. There were some fumbles. Most notably with Nami and the whole Absalom shit in Thriller Bark, which was ass. But for the most
Also
part,
true.
Robin and Nami were written well. They were emotional characters that seemed like they had a future in the story. They had won the hearts of all of the fans with how they changed over time and earned their...
Oh, you're gonna make me sad. Stick with Nami. Leave Robin alone.
See? He cheats.
You're gonna make me sad.
Spots All Along Park and Water 7 are usually considered among the best arcs in the series, and these are Nami and Robin's
True.
arcs, and that means something. They were able to make an impact on the story in ways that other members were unable to. And this all happened while the scale of the story was still relatively small. In the pre-time skip, Oda hadn't gotten into the meat of how things were supposed to be, like how they are in the post-time skip, big conceptual ideas. So you may think, in the second half of the journey, when everything is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, that Nami and Robin could potentially be even better than they were in the pre-time skip. But, if you take a look at how things have developed so far in the time skip, all of the female characters have seemingly developed into repetitive archetypes of the same character in every arc, i.e. helpless damsels in distress that are powerless, and none of these repetitions have been good implementations of that archetype. The new women that are introduced often come across as Nami clones in design, literally. Meanwhile, the original female characters end up spending a majority of the...
Nami Max Pro is crazy. Oh my goodness.
My favorite one is Orange Nami.
That's just literal Nami. Oh, what the fuck, bro? You're stronger than Panther. Wham, man. On the anything. Pop Queen. Oh shit. Authors Billy's going up just to fumble later on. Do you guys would you guys agree that you find this is more of an issue with Eastern storytelling, or would you?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Wait, what? That they fumble
Women being
their characters?
fumbling female characters in the East.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Because I would,
yeah.
Okay. No.
Epidemic.
Okay, no. I just wanted to make sure that was something that we all agreed on. Because I would argue that the problem that we have, especially in contemporary and modern times now, is that I think a lot of Western writing, they try to force it.
Yes.
They don't let any of their female characters earn and become what they are. They're kind of just like, I guess some of the like easiest example I can use. I didn't see the Mulan movie, but I remember I actually watched this video of this girl. She's writing a book, actually. I don't remember what it's called, but she's writing a book. And she's actually like of that culture, and she kind of said everything culturally right or wrong about like the new Mulan movie. And apparently in that movie, Mulan just has like fucking god level chi in her body, and she's like 8 years old fucking niggas up. But like she's kind of a relatively normal girl in the Disney one, and she has to kind of prove herself in the army, not by being stronger than the men, but kind of by like using her wits to climb up the little pole and stuff like that. Like it was an earned thing. And I saw this one girl kind of harp on why she, as a woman, she cannot stand Rey and or like Captain Marvel characters because they don't earn anything in their identity. Well, Captain Marvel's entire identity is just like hating men and being better than them or whatever the case and stuff like that, and they're not really heroic and stuff like that. So like I think the way that they're kind of being written sometimes in pop culture here, it's bad in a different way because they just kind of do everything awesomely great. And it's almost from what I can see, the overlap that I see with those videos and the common denominator is that they just kind of take a woman and make her like extremely masculine in terms of what she does and how it plays out in the narrative. Go ahead.
I guess my question would be, when we're talking about this, like what medium of storytelling are you talking about?
I just kind of just meant, I guess I kind of went in the West because if I go into like my indie independent comics, I'm like safe. Like my women characters are fire, but I just kind of meant just.
Yeah.
Well, popular pop culture. Popular pop culture from the West and the East. Yeah.
Yeah, like when we're saying West, I think when we're talking about, I don't know like the state of most comics or anything.
Western is like forced.
I think with books, and Western were relatively good.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to talk about
fantasy
TV
and
shows or
sci-fi novels
movies,
for women I've seen have been mostly fine. But like,
yeah. I think when we're talking about things like movies and television shows, where I think the mass appeal has far more impact on what's actually being made, then I would say then that's when we run into the issues you said of like a Rey Skywalker or a Mulan.
And with the West,
I think for the West it depends on the medium.
With the West, and they also the difference with them is that they force their female characters to be strong in a way that's nonsensical, mentally and physically. The East just treats them like pieces of shit that can't do anything.
No. The East does that too.
I'm saying on average, Miles, on average, you're going to get more damsels in distress in the East than you are like OD women that don't make any sense why they're OD, but they're OD regardless.
Nah, I'm telling you this now. If you look at a lot of Chinese light novels, they somehow
Okay, let's not. China is different. We're not.
I don't know how China does it, but they mix the two. Somehow you're the strongest woman in the world, but yet you need the main. I don't get it. But
Don't you ever question the greatest country on this planet?
Shut up.
Our overlords in China, all right? No, I was wondering. This is the thing I was thinking about because I often think about like the trials and tribulations of like because I like a lot of people that I'm quoting, by the way, are women. These are not even necessarily my thoughts. Like I have my own, but like I'm quoting, but women. We're talking about women's writing for the most part. So,
The time in the background and only come to the forefront as dolls when Oda wants to do fan service. For all intents and purposes, Nami and Robin are nothing more than stick figures with huge boobs on them that are peddled to horny teens across the globe under the guise of being real characters. These are no longer the complex female leads you might have thought of them as. The reality of the situation is that Oda spends more time thinking of the new types of bikinis he's going to draw Nami and Robin than what they're going to do in the story. Do you want to hear a sick joke? You do? Okay. So in a recent interview, Oda mentions how he felt that old Jump manga didn't feature enough female characters or strong female characters. So he always tried to include them in his stories. Oda said he likes to draw strong and capable women, citing Nami as an example of one. Strong and capable.
Strong and capable.
Strong.
Are you telling jokes? I love jokes.
What is
Then you'll love this one. Okay. Why do women have boobs? So you got something to look at while you're talking to them. So you got something to look at while you're talking to them. So you
In the
I'll just add this. Just for, I'm not saying Drizzt is saying this, but understand that strong doesn't always necessarily mean I can whoop someone's ass in a fight. I understand his point here is about the clam attack, being upgraded and stuff. So I'm not trying to but like, I don't need a woman to be able to fucking flip, kick, trip, kick you through 8 walls for you to be a strong character, so to speak. Like one of my favorite mothers in anime is. Actually, trying to remember her name. I think it's Hana. It's
That's
Hana
crazy.
from I know, right? From Wolf Children. Yuki, where she just like literally like raves like supernatural children, and I think like, you know, whatever single mom thing. Like she's a great mother and a strong character for me, not because she can like whoop people's ass. It's because of the things that she's able to do as a mother for her children, despite the circumstances that they're in. Like I don't need them to like. I think sometimes. It gets misconstrued to have like a strong character, especially if a woman, she has to be able to like fight and fend off everybody. And as a 5'1", fucking 140 soaking wet, can take down fucking someone who's 6'5", like 6'5", 200 something muscle in like one kick. That's unnecessary, in my opinion. But I'm a stupid cisgendered male. What do I know?
10 years that we've been in the time skip, Nami has contributed next to nothing. Her dream doesn't matter. She has 0 good subplots. She doesn't have a single good character relationship created or continued in any of the arcs she's in. There was potential, like with Shirahoshi. Nami did nothing with the children of Punk.
Wolf Children's a good movie, by the way.
Nami's entire child-loving personality ultimately equates to one of the worst fights of all time in Wano, and a poorly written dynamic with Tashigi as the cherry on top. Nami also met Chiffon in Whole Cake, but it only delivered a lore jump on Elbath. There was nothing character-oriented with Nami. Nami has 2 poorly written power-ups that have horrific payoffs. Nami didn't even know basic information about navigating in the New World despite studying for 2 years. Her training was pointless. Oda made a game out of setting Nami up to overcome obstacles only for her to fail. Nami's entire legacy in the time skip is the amount of time she's used for fan service and the select few scenes people say are good, like when she forgives Jinbei, which is in fact a good scene. Other times she's praised are the 2 times when she says Luffy will be the Pirate King, once in the Seducing Woods and then once again in Wano. But neither of these scenes are actually good. They are cliches that worked in the past that Oda doesn't understand how they work. And he's under the false pretense that if you just throw generic words on screen without backing it up with writing, that it will automatically translate to quality. People are also under the false pretense that Nami was good here in Whole Cake. She certainly showed a lot of potential.
If you tricking the folk, it works.
Yeah, it definitely
But Oda
works.
completely fucked it up and made Nami the one who was in the wrong for defending Luffy. She is
Oda
an
tricking
amalgamation of lost potential and fan service. That is the former heroine of One Piece. And if that's what Nami is, then I consider her a dead character. She is no longer one of the emotional anchors of the story. The girl, where when push came to shove, she'd rise to the occasion. Like most of the Straw Hats, she's just a dead man walking. What's happened here with Luffy, Nami, and Sanji in this arc is the biggest reminder of how far gone One Piece really is to me. It reminded me that nothing is sacred. Anyone and anything can get it. And that's a sad reality. We'll obviously talk more about Nami's role in Wano, but there's no more appropriate place to put something like this. For those that aren't interested, go ahead and skip to the next topic. I'm just going to include a little tribute here to Nami to remind people of what used to be. Because what shit used to be like isn't what it's like right now.
More cheating.
私は私の航海術で世界中の海を旅するの。そして自分の目で見た世界地図を作るんだ。じゃあ初めて書いたこの島の地図は夢の一歩ね。
Is he about to show us seeing Arlong
世
come
界
to
地図
life?
か。ナミ、あんたはいつか必ず夢を叶えるよ。きっと。どうしよう、ルフィ！私たち。
Bro, calm your ass down, motherfucker. Shit.
ガタガタ騒ぐな。
Right?
だってでも未来の海賊王の仲間だよ。情けねえ面すんじゃねえ。あんたそこで何やってんのよ。
I love this moment. Luffy tells Luffy that no, I was sacrificing their life. He pushes the village apart.
It's moments like these where she's like telling Luffy to get his shit together makes you think that she, like the Zoro like emulation that she does is like she does it sometimes.
I mean, they have one of the closest relationships.
グランドラインのサイクロンは前兆のない風だと言われているのに、この人は
Oh, the VVC.
理論的な天候を予
This
測してる
shit
んじ
was
ゃない。
raw.
まるで体で天候を感じ取ってるの。
Yeah, it's almost as if she herself can sense the weather. She was so goated.
ある時は雲を呼び、ある時は雨を降らし、ある時は風を起こす。奇跡のクリマタクト決めてみせる。最後の大技ビビのために。
And she got fucked up in this fight. Or wasn't scared to whoop her ass, man.
実はもう立っていられないんじゃない？
Look at that shit! Raw! Goated!
Compared to what she's going through? Yeah, talk that talk.
足の1本や2本や3本絵のカッパ食らいなさい
Forehead though. Yo, you got my forehead over there, bitch. I'm
私はそ
sorry.
れを知れもしなかったルフィは必ず集合場所に来るあいつの心が折れちゃう前に早く会いに行って力になりたい
必死じゃのう。
そりゃそうでしょ。仲間全員分の命がかかってんのよ。私は航海士。海上にいる間は責任重大よ。船長の望む場所ぐらいどこへでもちゃんと連れてってあげられなくっちゃ。
It's not the same
ルフィ
anymore,
は
man.
海賊王になるって言うんだから。私だって並大抵の航海士じゃいられないのよ。
幸せな船長じゃのう。クルーにそう思ってもらえるとは。
仕方ないのよ。
仕方ないのか。
さ、だってあいつ大きなことばっかり言って海
Japanese
の
voice
こと
kind of
何にも知ら
annoying.
ないんだから。
Pedro and Carrot are the tag-alongs from Zoe to help out in this arc. Of the two, Pedro serves the grander purpose. He's the plot reason why the Strides end up getting the road poneglyph. And I have to say, for about 95% of his screen time, Pedro is good. He's chill, he's competent, he doesn't have any over-the-top gags, he had an interesting history on the island, a raw scene where he rips out his own eye, he slapped up Tamago's bum ass. Dude's got a lot going for him. And obviously, with all of that, Pedro is the more engaging character, although I would argue, as of Whole Cake, that was all by design. For the first half of the arc, Carrot mostly runs around helping out here and there where she can. She saves Nami from Rudolph, has a few moments where her inexperience shines through, and then she plays sidekick the Chopper. Not bad, not great, but not bad. Things get awkward when we get to the portion of the arc that we all associate with Pedro and Carrot, and that's Pedro's death and what happens after it. This will be yet another instance showing the importance of execution and how it's often more important than the idea of something. Let's go over Pedro's death. It all starts when the Straw Hats are running away from Big Mom and then some henchmen are released to intercept them. A random scarecrow pumpkin head looking guy interacts with Pedro as if he knows him. When this chapter came out, people wondered if the scarecrow was Pedro's homie that Big Mom put his 50 years of life into. But as it turns out, this is just some dude. He has no relevance in the story. Why he specifically targeted Pedro instead this remains a mystery. I don't know if it's a plotline or just dialogue that fandom read too much into. Could be both. As the Sunny comes into sight and Luffy's messing with Katakuri, Pedro starts talking to Carrot about how the Straw Hats are the people who will bring the dawn, and that one day, Carrot will come to understand the importance of keeping the Straw Hats alive. Nice.
Timmy said hot take, nothing wrong with gags. I mean, Nothing wrong with gags. I agree. But I think for him, maybe he appreciates the fact that Pedro doesn't have some like
lame gags,
specific gimmick to him. But
Yeah.
I hear you.
The problems
And
with
then Pedro
gags
kills
are when they're lame
Pedro's
or when
sacrificing
they're
himself is
fucking
meant to be a
repetitive.
shock, a twist, and emotional. As it stands, Pedro's death ends up being a hilarious suicide bombing rather than an emotional sacrifice. And I'll tell you why. So the Straw Hats are trying to get away with the coup de Barris but can't because Parasparrow's candy wave has trapped the ship. Pedro ambushes Parasparrow, is promptly thwarted and then thrown to the ground, which is when Pedro opens up his jacket to reveal his dynamite, and then he blows himself up, knocking the candy off the ship so the Straws can get away. When I say it like that, without the details, Pedro's death seems pretty normal, right? But when you break it down, it's apparent that Oda didn't think through the whole thing. The situation that the Strats are in no way justifies Pedro's actions of blowing himself up. Prior to Pedro ambushing Parasparrow, Candy Boy was just sitting on top of a hill, laughing and monologuing as Big Mom approached the Straw Hats. He wasn't doing anything. Attacking him doesn't accomplish anything that helps the Straw Hats. The ship's already coded. Even if Pedro had succeeded, the situation doesn't change unless Parasparrow has one of the fruits where its effects disappear after he dies. And not all fruits are like that. Remember, Morio's fruit was permanent unless he willingly released it. So Pedro would have been rolling the dice if he was attacking Parasparrow with the intent to kill, assuming his powers would disappear. Instead of running behind Parasparrow, Pedro could have accomplished a lot more by throwing a stick or multiple sticks of dynamite in the air so that the explosion would knock the ship free. And to be honest with you, the force generated by a coup de burst should probably knock the ship free from Candy anyway. But the point here is that Pedro's actions weren't needed. All Oda had to do to correct the situation was make it so that Parasparrow was in the middle of some ability or move that was going to completely screw over the Straw Hats. So if Pedro jumps in and fails, the only way to stop the ability would be blowing himself up. Then everything is Gucci. This is a simple justification, but it seems to have evaded Oda. And it's one of those things that ends up making a big difference. Death is a serious thing. When you don't write it properly or set the mood in the right way, it can sometimes have the reverse effect that you may want it to. And that ends up being the case with Pedro. Like I said, Pedro's cool. He was a well-liked character in this arc. But Pedro went from a well-liked character to a complete meme within the community when he died. I can't tell you how many people fell off hard from Pedro after this and how many jokes were made at his expense. When Luffy randomly says his name in Wano while fighting Kaido, we all laughed. So no, Pedro's death doesn't
I said Pedro. Cut it out.
Pedro.
You do not care about that. This is literally like the Bam and White thing. Like, you do not care about them niggas. Stop it. Cut it out.
Pedro.
Story. And while the logic behind the scene is flawed, that's not the biggest issue. Yeah, sure. Pedro's death isn't written well, but not everything needs to be written to exact perfection for it to deliver a strong point. The most important part of Pedro's death is what its payoff is supposed to be. The significance of his death is that it's supposed to serve as a motivation and plotline for Carrot, which is why I said earlier that I think Carrot was more subdued in this arc by design. Carrot getting revenge and seeing the same thing Pedro saw in the Straw Hats is what will determine how good of a death Pedro actually had. So, what happens after Pedro dies? After he dies, the main thing with Carrot and Whole Cake is her Sulong transformation. We knew that Sulong was a thing, so it was only a matter of time before Oda showed us what it looked like. And Carrot also mentioned a moon during the chase sequence, so it was obvious that it was coming. And give Oda some props. Carrot's Sulong form is cool as shit, but that's only in aesthetics. How about the substance? Well, in substance, Carrot's Sulong form is pretty underwhelming. All she does in it is steal a bunch of steering wheels from Daifuku's fleet so they can't give chase. Then she collapses and is KO'd for the remainder of the arc. Not the best performance. But there's a saving grace to all of this. What we saw of Carrot was a showcase, and a limited one at that. We didn't get to see Carrot in a legit fight. All of this could have been a slow setup for when Carrot finally delivers. She is young after all. She's inexperienced with Sulong, so no harm, no foul. It makes sense to me. It's more fulfilling for Carrot to go ham when there's some build-up.
Yeah.
Is it weird that we don't have real naval battles in this series, and it's a pirate series?
They've never existed, but yes, it is weird.
I complain. I would argue I'm the only person I know who brings it up often. Actually, honestly, I bring it up pretty often because I remember the first time I said when they were on the way to Onigashima, and I think some of Kaido's people had like the long range cannons.
Yep.
And I was like, I'll take it, it's a little bit, like a little bit, like I remember like making that scene a big deal because I was just like, I've been starving. And, like, it's not even to the point where like I necessarily need you to just be on the sea shooting cannons at each other, but doing the sea like naval warfare thing, and then maybe getting close so that someone boards someone else's ship and you start fighting like that, like I don't know,
drifting on waves and shit or something, like.
Like Nami being able to help them navigate around certain stuff or whirlpools coming really easily because she's a good, I don't know, it's a missed opportunity, I guess. Kind of like bounty hunter thing.
Fucking Berserk's one boat arc has a better naval battle than the entirety of One Piece has. That's fucking wild to me. That because they actually had like cannons shooting at each other people jumping across ships and shit. They had to line up broadsides and figure out like ways to turn the sails and shit. I was like, what?
Is it Assassin's Creed over Assassin's Creed Black Flag over One Piece?
Black Flag kicks the shit out of One Piece in this
for
regard.
the naval fight. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You guys have to see. My ship was crazy, son.
Mine was goated too.
That's all
I admit my shit. My shit maxed out completely. Yes, sir. Yeah, all four of them bitches.
Had the rock one.
That's the last. That was the last game I played until Origins.
Same. Oh, that was the last one I played.
No, I played Origins because Simi recommended it to me and it was good. I got it for $13. It's not a big deal, but I was just like, that game was actually really good. But
Bayek of Siwa.
Yep. But it's not. But I know Assassin's Creed purists don't like it because it's not really an Assassin's Creed game because you don't have to assassinate and be stealthy, which I'm okay with. I hate being stealthy. If I can just jump in when there's 15 niggas and watch them all, I'm doing it every time.
Up to it, like with her getting revenge on Perospero. And this is where everything takes a sharp left turn right into Big Mom's ass cheeks. This is Wano's fault, but we have to bring it up here in Whole Cake as we're talking about Carrot and Pedro. The narrative and payoff for Pedro's death goes nowhere. Wano takes a massive shit on Carrot and makes the entire choice for Oda to write all of this here moot. Carrot is barely in Wano, and I mean that. During Wano, it was a fun game to play to show how few panels of screen time Carrot had. People used to count the dozens of chapters that would go by without an appearance from Carrot. But we do eventually get Carrot versus Perospero like the story promised. But it's all off screen, including Carrot's Sulong form and anything it could have been capable of. Carrot ends up getting shit on with Wanda in a 2v1 against Perospero off screen, leaving it to a real man to come and finish the job. Carrot doesn't get a revenge, she is forgotten as a character, and she doesn't learn anything about the Straw Hats, the Dawn, or nothing. Pedro's sacrifice meant zip. I don't understand. I am 100% certain that this is not what Oda had planned leaving Whole Cake. It makes zero sense if that was the case. You don't write what you did in this arc if you didn't plan on following it through. This Wano issue completely destroys what was a memorable moment in Whole Cake Island. So when we talk about Pedro's death, the only thing you can bring up about it is how it meant nothing and how the writing was kind of funny. The emotion is all gone. I don't know how you or anyone could look back on Pedro and Carrot in general and think that they haven't been ruined by Oda's decision making.
Carrot definitely has.
Push It P is hilarious for Pound.
Yep.
I don't know. They're not. I'm always willing to admit that sometimes if a character or something or a portion of a narrative or story or something I'm reading doesn't like pique my interest, it's easy for me to somewhat ignore it sometimes. And I think because they're not characters that I particularly care about, I never looked into Pedro and Carrot to that like deeply like that.
That's me for Pedro.
I don't even remember all those scenes of Carrot like crying, like I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Honestly, those didn't register because literally the most I get from Carrot is Carrot for Straw Hat, you know. So
yep.
I
feel that way about Pedro. Carrot, I felt like cause she actually like sort of had a plot line. I actually cared, and then just evaporated.
I think at most I thought if she was gonna be the crew, she'd be Lookout.
Yeah,
that's all I had.
That's what I thought too.
I don't know why that shit's so funny.
Yeah, I guess I do want less Devil users, but I guess I'll take Yamato over Garrett because that way you have an elite starting five, you know. So that starting five is still crazy. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei, and Yamato. That was a crazy starting five.
Since we've talked about Pedro, it's only right that we talk about the other member of the Will of P, Pound. Yeah, Pound. The apple juice connoisseur himself. Pound has a pretty short sequence within this arc. Luffy and Nami meet him in the Seducing Woods, and Pound is introduced as a gag character that gives them expositional dialogue concerning Big Mom's abilities. He's hurt that Big Mom tossed him aside after milking him, but as it turns out, Pound is the father of Chiffon and Lola, and his main desire is to meet up with them one day. Chiffon and Lola grew up without knowing who their real dad is, so Pound wanting to meet them makes a little side plot that you may or may not care about. As the events of the arc start to unfold, we get occasional updates on what Pound is doing. When putting Chiffon and Sanji head off to bake the cake, we can see Pound in a crappy boat trying to get their attention. And that's what causes Pound.
Do you think that like Oda has legitimately in some ways forgotten how he had initially gripped so many of us with some of the earlier emotional scenes he's had in the pre-time skip, and he's doing this weird like trying to reclaim like the glory and moments that he had earlier with these like half-baked ideas?
Kinda. I think half of him still thinks that everything he's doing just regular. I think half of him is winging it, and he just knows it's going to work because his fan base is rabid. and the other half is like trying to get back.
I think that's that's fair to say. Like no matter what I put on paper, they'll eat it up. So I was wondering. The apple juice sells a pound. He was somehow able to stick it to the mountain. That is Big Mom. Pre-time skip Marines. Starting 5 better though. Garp, Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. That's pre-time skip though. Anyway, sorry.
On the chase after them. When Oven shows up after the cake is made and tries to apprehend Chiffon, Pound shows up momentarily to save her, which is really Sanji. But Pound stepping up for his daughter is a nice gesture. As Sanji and the gang escape on Capone's ship, Oven is trying to stop them by heating the seas. And this is where Pound actually steps up. He stops Oven, allowing Chiffon and company to get away. Then, some drama occurs. Pez, who is looking back at the harbor, sees Pound, and as they are sailing away, Pound waves by to Pez and gives a great farewell speech. He was never there for Lolo and Chiffon while they were growing up, and he says he's sorry he wasn't able to help. But he's glad that they're happy. Oven is seen in the background preparing to behead Pound, and Pound's aware of the situation and is completely accepting of his death. He's not fighting back. You can see him even fixing his tie in order to pretty himself up for death. This writing, by itself, was a shocking aspect that lots of people were pleasantly surprised with when the chapter dropped. 99% of people assumed that Pound was dead. As Chiffon is sailing away, there is a panel of a bloody blade, and people thought that Oda wasn't going to show the beheading, and the fans could easily imagine what had happened. Alongside Pedro's death at the time, this gave people a sense of stakes and consequences of the arc that wasn't like most other One Piece arcs. Pound has a genuinely great moment, and it seemed like an appropriate sad send-off. Ironically, I was adamant that Pound was alive. I used to argue with people about it in Brago streams day and night. I didn't argue this position based on what I wanted to happen, I simply argued by what Oda wrote. In this scene, there are a couple of misleading panels that give more than enough reason to suspect that something happened between Pound and Oven. 1. After Pound gives his farewell speech, Chiffon, who is sailing away on the ship, looks back at the harbor and she says, "Huh?" If Pound had died, Chiffon's reaction to seeing someone's head fly off wouldn't be a nonchalant and confused "huh." It would have been one of shock. And second, it's not clear if the blade shown is the glaive that Oven used. It looks like it could be an ordinary sword. For the rest of the arc, this scene is never a double back on either. No character mentions the result of what happened, not even Oven. But once again, we receive our answer to this in a goddamn cover story. Capone's cover story. A 36-some-odd edition cover story, I might add. It shows Pound having survived and escaped Whole Cake Island, meeting up with Chiffon and Lola, and having a happy reunion. This cover story is very similar to what I talked about with Bon Clay and Punkazzy when we found out he was alive in a cover story. It's just to a significantly lesser degree, because Bon Clay matters and Pound doesn't.
No, this I remember somewhat annoying me when I first it's one of those moments like, okay, like I'm happy Bethema is alive, but I'm like, this gives me the feeling that I got when what Kingdom Hearts game undermined one of my literal favorite secret ending. I can't remember which game it was, but it's the one where Diz or Ansem of the Wise meets Aqua in the Realm of Darkness, and they're talking on the Dark Margin, and I'm like, and she's like, I've been here for a while, blah blah, and he talks about the boy who's like saving the world and Sora, this and that, yada yada, and I was like, yo, this scene is so good. I remember what it was. I think it was the before Kingdom Hearts 3, there was a fragmentary passage, Birth by Sleep, like the little Aqua story and stuff. And with that, you saw that Riku and Mickey and those guys were in the Realm of Darkness and stuff. And I'm like, you've completely, like, with her having met them and known that prior to meeting Diz in the Dark Margin, you actually completely fucking ruined that scene. So I thought his send-off was actually really dope and honorable. And it would be kind of the second time he did that for the Straw Hats, so to speak, or Luffy, so to speak. So it's frustrating. I was happy to see he was alive, but I feel him on that. But I don't remember if I might have initially. I actually think I could be wrong. You can go back and check their live reactions, I guess. But I think I thought Pedro and Pound were both alive, actually. Especially Pound. Pedro, I was not sure on. I think Pound I thought was definitely alive though. But anyways.
If anyone watching this is anime only, or missed the Capone cover story, you wouldn't know that Pound was alive because it's not covered in the story itself. And I don't think many people disagree with the statement that it's worse for the story that Pound survived. One, because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
Oven was mid-swing, about to kill someone who wasn't fighting back.
You're right. No one cares about Pound, but like this, I really do think this is a powerful scene because it's like Pez can kind of recognize something's wrong, but they can. And it's just like he has to make peace with this. Like I think I don't know. I think it's ruined.
It's like both scenes were good and they were both ruined, but I think Bon Clay, because Bon Clay was like an actual like important character. It's just his scene is ruined more. Yeah.
We just cared more. That's all. But yeah.
Who could have stopped him that we saw?
It actually for anybody, I mean I apologize if you still haven't finished Bleach to this day, so plug your ears for like 10 seconds. But you guys know my favorite character in Bleach is Byakuya Kuchiki. That's crazy. Kuchiki?
Byakuya Kuchi.
Right? Like
right.
I thought that his send-off with what he said to Ichigo and stuff was a perfect way to send them off. And that's my favorite character. I was more miffed that he wasn't like I'm like what? But that was so perfect, like the whole pride thing and yada yada. Like I really think it came full circle. I'm like, this is a good send off for him. So I think this is one of those situations where I'm like, it's not moving me.
Plus, we saw blood, and we didn't see Oven severely injured the next time he shows up in Chocolate Town. So this is unbelievable by nature. Pound was a character that nobody cared about prior to this point in time. He was a clown. But by giving him a moment before using him for the greater good of the story, it allowed Pound to have a shining moment in the arc. In similar fashion to how Senior Pink had a shining moment with his flashback in Dressrosa, it's a memory that you can talk about looking back at the arc, where you are happy with how Oda made a seemingly pointless character good. Pound surviving takes away the tone. It takes away the surprise that Oda was going for with his death speech. Instead of people thinking back and remembering how much they liked the standout scene, all they think about is, dude, why is Pound alive? It's so pervasive that it trumps what the story was trying to convey, and this is where Oda rubs salt in the wound. If Oda really desperately wanted to keep Pound alive, that's his choice. A horrible one, but that's his choice. Oda took the time to carve out a section of Whole Cake Island to include Pound. The least he could have done was resolve him being alive there as well. It wouldn't have been better than Pound being dead, but it would have been something. If Pound was supposed to be alive, especially under these hard-to-believe circumstances, then the audience needs an explanation and they deserve to see it. This could have been incorporated with a small Capone section after they deliver the cake to Big Mom and start sailing away. Pound could have met back up with Chiffon then and revealed his identity. This all ends up being incredibly lazy writing that has more negative connotations than what you would think. In an arc full of fake-outs where Oda continually plays the gotcha game, the eventual ruination of both Pedro and Pound's death only serves to reveal how bad the writing and structure of this arc really is. Pound being alive is flawed from numerous directions. No matter what the outcome would have been, other than death, this was going to turn out bad. Just like how it didn't matter that Pell was alive in Alabasta, the nature of Pell being alive after the links Oda went through to make a sacrifice feel good completely ruined the moment.
This is completely unrelated, but I have so many games to play that are like actually like decently long, like Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and I'm like stressed. That backlog going crazy right now.
No one debates Pell being alive being bad. And no one should debate Pound being alive being bad either. It's pretty straightforward. The readers knew heading into this arc that Big Mom wasn't someone Luffy could defeat. This made the structure of Whole Cake a lot different from many other arcs. And for a long time, the Yonko were a far-off goal.
You're gonna listen to how this bitch fucking sucks,
where we finally get to see one for an entire arc, no less, was an exciting
Not
prospect.
my queen.
It's not the same like how it was in Marineford.
The fact that she's your queen is already a problem.
The first half of Whole Cake is a good showing for Big Mom. She's strong, insane, and competent. Her intel network gives her a neat leg up on everyone. Caesar gets cucked, she knows about Zeph, she knew the Straw Hats were around and set up traps for them. Big Mom comes off as invincible as she should. And we also get good characterization. We see how things unfold with Lola, the whole Giants business, and the way she handles her children is pretty unique. All of that is followed up by a great flashback that says a lot about how Big Mom ended up.
The Miyashikuchi with the pop-off in 1,000-Year Blood War. The big three do these fake-out deaths. I mean, here's the thing. You can say that Mr. 2 and Pell and Kingdom 1 can be used later in the story. But Pound literally has zero use. That's true. Xeno 3 is amazing. No, I'll get there. I'll get there at some point. I don't have time. And when it came out, I was on vacation. I was a Florida man. I still am, an honorary one. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
The way she is, and it was a very refreshing thing to see. Oda's got something cooking here. We all thought, right? Yeah, we sure did. Unfortunately, this ends up being the beginning of the end for Big Mom's character. Big Mom in the first half.
I could say that Big Mom didn't turn out the way I thought she was gonna turn out. That's like fair, but like I did think that what we were gonna get was like a peeling back of the veil to see what the Yonko and Emperors were truly like, and I know it wasn't gonna be like the stories you heard. I do think that I'm one of the only people I know that just didn't. I just had to, see, I have to see it to believe it sometimes, right? So it's just like I know the Yonko people have them in super duper mega high regard and shit, but like. I just had to see it to believe it. So I was happy when I got to see that they were deeply flawed and stuff like that. But I didn't expect the shit that got Big Mom though.
Whole Cake is as good as she'll be till the end of Wano and probably till the end of the story. Oda puts on a clinic in how not to write a villain. It still amazes me to this day that throughout the years of writing Big Mom and all of the meetings Oda had with his editors, that not a single person put up enough counterpoints to Oda for him to think, yeah, maybe this isn't a good idea. No matter what lens you look at things through, Oda does a bad job with Big Mom and in handling the primary issue when it comes to writing someone like Big Mom. And that issue is, how do you write an arc where the main villain is so strong that if she were to seriously be involved in the plot, your main characters would die? Oda already had a good idea in place by making this a rescue arc. The goal isn't to beat Big Mom, but to get away from her. So boom, there's no need to worry about the justification for the main character being the bad guy like how there is in Wano. All that leaves is the execution of the getaway. It's paramount in this getaway that when writing it, you don't destroy the respect and allure behind the main villain so as to make them look ridiculous. You could totally get away with this if it were like a comedic scene against a relative no-name person. But for a villain like Big Mom, who is the first Yonko the Straw Hats come across and have to overcome, it's critical for the story and arc that she doesn't look like an idiot so the audience can stay invested in the drama. Not to mention that the tone of this entire chase sequence in most of the arc is intended to be serious. The chase sequence of the Straw Hats isn't like Smiley and Punk Hazard. Oda had plans to do more with Big Mom, which is what makes this so important to nail. Oda said screw all that and did the exact opposite. He reduces Big Mom to a mindless idiot who screams wedding cake every single time she's on screen, which isn't a joke.
Here you go, Miles.
Oh, the music! No! You're not! No! No! Come on! No way!
no, come on, man, play the music. Oh man, no way. Oh man, oh man, with the music. No, 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 no. Ah. What a worthless story. Oda writes a 20-plus chapter Scooby-Doo chase sequence where one of the strongest pirates on the planet is constantly foiled by the weakest.
The wedding cake shit never bothered me. I just never cared.
It's annoying. That's really all it is.
I think you saying it didn't bother you and it was annoying is not the same as like you'd be like it's not good though, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm with you. Like no, the Big Mom being on Prometheus going 1 mile per hour was not moving me, bro.
That shit was ass. But I'll say this: she's a lot worse in Wano than she is in Whole Cake. I'll say that for a fucking fact.
Jeez. Big Mom singles antagonists ever put on paper? That's not true, but maybe for One Piece you want to make the case possibly. Thing said Big Mom greater than Kaido. Can you smell Oda's cooking? Miles really want the Great Walls of Big Mom? Hey yo. You want one of her baby daddies?
People in the Straw Hats plus Jinbei. There are several instances where Oda has chapters end off on cliffhangers where it seems like the Straw Hats are screwed and Big Mom's gonna get them this time, but then she ends up tripping on a metaphorical banana peel and the Straw Hats to get away. Here are some examples. Big Mom misses the Straw Hats riding on a giant tree running in a straight line. She's about to hit them again, but then Zeus dips out to go suck on some balls, and Big Mom face plants into the ground. King Bomb somehow is able to ignore the orders of an enraged Big Mom because of his love for a baby tree.
I forgot to point it out that he spelled it wrong.
Then, when Big Mom manages to chase the Straw Hats, she's constantly far enough away from them where they aren't in any danger, but she's supposed to be some sort of looming threat. Over the course of the chase, Big Mom loses several tons of weight, which is odd, but it's kind of made up by her Super Saiyan combination with Prometheus. She looks very intimidating, and this seems like a very powerful form. When Super Saiyan Big Mom catches up to the ship and lands on it, Jinbei's all like, prepare to abandon the ship. And you're like, oh no, what's gonna happen? And then Jinbei proceeds to vagabond drill Big Mom's fat ass off the ship. Then Brooke speed blitzes Big Mom, a Yonko who toyed with him the night prior, cutting Zeus in half so that the Straw Hats could capture him, right in front of her. Once again nerfing Big Mom's mobility so she can't do anything, and it stays that way until she switches targets and goes after Capone's ship. The story and Oda do not respect Big Mom. A lot of what we are looking at here has to be placed into the context of the situation and whether or not it works, much like writing in general. Oda spent the first half of this arc hyping Big Mom up as an unstoppable crazy bitch, and by doing so, he effectively wrote himself into a corner. Big Mom is so strong, like we've gone over, that if she were sane, the story would be over because everyone would be dead. So Oda nerfed her and made it seem like that was even worse than her being sane, even though it's not. But even as an idiot, we the audience know that Big Mom should still be a force to be reckoned with. Oda's continual usage of cliffhangers to then fake out airball the audience absolutely destroys any tension he wanted to create with the chase sequence. How things happen is very important. It doesn't matter that Big Mom was nerfed. It's not good what happens to her and with her. And no one wants the Straw Hats to die or anything like that, so Big Mom can look good. If you need to make your villains look like Big Mom did here over an extended period of time, you're doing something wrong with the writing if you want people to take Big Mom seriously. And that's important to say. Clowning Big Mom once isn't a deal. One Piece is a silly manga. We all understand that. But to do it constantly is an issue. Oda did a lot better in a similar scenario with Marineford. Remember how Luffy's mind broke after Ace's death? Akainu spends the entire time that Luffy was being taken to Lost Boat chasing him down, and Akainu was just trucking over everyone that came in his way. Even the writing behind that is a little iffy, but the sequence still works 100 times better than Big Mom because Akainu is still a threat that ends up rewarding the audience when he punches a literal hole through Jinbei's chest and gives Luffy his new iconic scar. Those are consequences. That's something to look forward to when it comes to the accomplishments of Akainu as a character. Everything Oda does with Big Mom and Whole Cake post-Chateau collapse devalues her standing in the world. Jinbei alone deserves praise, but the Straw Hats, as a group, didn't live because they pushed themselves to the limit against impossible odds. They survived because of plot armor. Look at this panel of Chopper standing on top of the Sunny and Monster Point with his arms open trying to...
Glam, this is kind of more, you would probably know this. If Big Mom ended up like killing majority of like all of Jinbei's crew and doing some significant like wound or scar of taking a limb or something or more life force from Jinbei, do you think Drizzt would have been more on like she did what she needed to do then?
She would have had to... That would have been a tacked on consequence for him because what Oda most likely would have done in that scenario is off screen it. So that's automatically a reduction in points. And secondly, it happened at the end of the arc after all the nonsense occurred with the chase sequence and her getting turned into a meme anyway during the race. So it's like, here's your pity W, Big Mom. That's all you get. That's the way I think he would have looked at it. And yeah. Also, this fucking part of the video is hilarious when he talks about this chopper part.
To absorb fire and tell me that the intellect of the Straw Hats and their resourcefulness was really tested. And this is where things really break down. This wasn't meant to go this way. It's obvious that Oda wanted to try and throw a few bones the Straw Hats away, but the reality is, the Straw Hats aren't overcoming anything in a fulfilling way. This horrible chase sequence makes other, weaker aspects of Big Mom's writing stand as more concrete flaws, and the audience, and this shouldn't happen, get frustrated with how the Straw Hats are able to finagle their way out of disaster after disaster after disaster. It's not cool. And one big example of how other aspects of Big Mom's writing stand out, that really reveals how Oda couldn't properly set up the plot lines of this arc, is the justification for all of this drama to begin with. The only reason anything in the arc truly goes downhill is because Big Mom wants to assassinate the Vinsmokes. But here's the thing. There's no in-story reason for this plan. Why would you assassinate a group of genius scientists when you don't know how their science works? The Big Mom pirates don't have any scientists capable of doing anything like this, which is why she also had Caesar working for her on the side. And speaking of Caesar, Caesar was going to die because he couldn't complete the gigantification. But killing Caesar makes a bit more sense because he couldn't provide Big Mom with what she wanted. The Vinsmokes could. Killing super scientist Judge and his super soldier kids, who could be of use as a military force in an alliance, is stupid. The only reason Big Mom has a plan to kill the Vinsmokes is to cause the drama of the arc and to give it a plot to move forward. It's baffling because Oda didn't really have to do much to justify everything. He just chose not to include any logical writing. All Oda had to do was include a very basic motivation for Big Mom to kill the Vinsmokes, and we'd all be good. If Big Mom regularly betrayed people and killed them in this manner, then that'd also be fine. But that doesn't seem to be the case. She marries her daughters off to all sorts of people to create alliances. That's like the entire point of her family. The Sun Pirates marry into the family, and Big Mom honors her alliance with them. She brings in Capone and marries her daughter off to a mobster known for dirty work. Even in the lore of the Tea Party stuff with people attending it, it's never brought up as a murder every time. You only get murdered if you choose to ignore the invitation. It just doesn't make any sense to betray the Vinsmokes here out of all people. Even if you wanted to betray people, why the Vinsmokes specifically? Like, out of all of the groups in the world, they're probably one of the worst that you would want to betray if you want something from them, because their skills aren't easily replicated. It's not like basic strength. Oda, if his back was really, really against the wall, could have even thrown in an extremely petty reason for Big Mom wanting to kill them, and it would have worked because Big Mom is a psychopath. But he doesn't even do that. There is only so much praise you can give Big Mom in the arc before you have to take a peek at the results, and the results show that Big Mom is a full-time clown. There's a reason why Big Mom goes by the name of Big Meme in the community. This is the Yonko Saga. These are the characters Oda originally intended to be the main obstacles of the story, and Oda does a very bad job of starting things off on the right foot, and it's only going to get worse from here.
This is actually the part I was the most interested in, because I'm like, if there's a part of this arc that I don't actually have any major I don't think it's quite as perfect. I don't. But I'm okay with it. But I'm interested in this. Nigga.
Luffy versus Katakuri is the last major topic of this video. There are only two things in the last 6 years of One Piece that I can point to and see a noticeable rift created from it within the community. One is the conclusion of Wano, and the other is Luffy versus Katakuri, and there are various reasons why that's the case. To illustrate them, we're going to go through this fight chronologically and see how it played out. The beginning of Luffy vs. Cat is pretty good. It comes off the back of one of the few times that Luffy takes charge as captain of his crew. He drags Cat into the mirror world and then smacks the mirror to lock himself in there with him. Boom, baby. Things are already getting pretty serious. Cat's intro into the story hyped him up to a high degree. The second man with a billion-berry bounty. The dude who could see into the future. The buddy Capone said was the most dangerous at the Tea Party. We had just seen Luffy struggle against Cracker, so there's a question in the back of your mind wondering, is he ready for Katakuri? The fight begins and Luffy starts getting overwhelmed immediately. He uses Hot Gatling, but Katakuri's Gatling is better. Luffy tries the Jet Stomp, but Cat is faster. Luffy uses Gear Second to try and get away, but Cat is faster still. Luffy uses Elephant Gun, but nope, try again. Nothing Luffy does works. And by having Katakuri run a train on Luffy, it does a good job of hyping him up even more and making him more likable. Oda then does something he's never done before. He makes Luffy lie to his crew. Luffy covers his own mouth to stop his cries from pain from being heard by Nami and the others through the mirror shard so they wouldn't worry, and he tells them that he's doing great. I was a really big fan of this idea. It adds tension to the fight that hasn't been present in all of the time skip. You'd have to harken back to Crocodile and Lucci to get that type of feeling that's being conveyed here. And the fight doesn't continue for long before Luffy is already priming himself for Gear 4th, Luffy's trump card. And the only reason it's being forced out so soon is because he can't do anything. But Katakuri even stops Luffy from entering Gear...
Here.
Yeah?
When the fight first started, what were your guys' predictions for it? Did you think Luffy was gonna win, tie, loss?
I didn't think it made any sense for Luffy to win when I saw what Cat could do.
Actually,
what did you think?
Do you want to answer that first? My answer's kind of long-winded.
Yeah, like I will say this. When I was reading the end of Whole Cake Island, I was not as critical of the story or really critical of manga as a medium as I am now. So I didn't really think about whether or not, like, it never crossed my mind that, oh, of course Oda would let Luffy win. I thought it would just, I looked at it from a good story standpoint. I was like, well, obviously, based on what Katakuri is doing, there's probably going to be some character arc with Luffy where he has to, like, come over his weaknesses or acknowledge that he's not as ready as he thought he was. And they'll have to deal with that after Katakuri beats him. Because I was like, there's no power scaling reason why Luffy should have been able to beat Katakuri in that fight. Even when he turned into Snake Man, I was like, you still shouldn't win. So when the fight ended and Luffy, everybody tried to make it seem like Luffy won, I was like, no, he didn't. I was on copium. I thought, oh man, such a great character moment with Katakuri. Let him win. And it was like, no, the fight was just nonsensical up until that point. That was my...
Zodiac? You there?
Pretty unsure at first. Like, was like, if he's going to, then I don't know. I wasn't sure how to make sense of it, and then after a point, it kind of just felt like being trained, and I don't know. I don't know. I didn't really think too much about it at the time because I was just kind of taking everything in stride, and I was just like, either way, how it turns out, I'll just kind of go with it.
Okay.
So I don't know. I didn't really think much about it.
I went back and forth.
And
for
I
a
went to
while.
work, so I can't really think.
Okay, fair. I went back and forth for a while. I'm trying to remember when I just said, "Nah, Luffy's gonna win," and I think it might have been when he wanted to go back to fight him. When he went back in the mirror, I didn't think he was gonna lose. But I remember being conflicted because like the whole concept and idea, which I thought was like I think Drizzt is right with like how this being kind of set up was brilliant, is because in a lot of ways Katakuri came across as a better version of Luffy. Like Mochi was the superior kind of like stretching fruit that lets you kind of like, you know, look like you have multiple limbs and all kind of stuff like that. Because it was like he's stronger, he's faster, he's more experienced. He can use hockey higher than you, at better levels than you. His power is similar to yours, but it's kind of better. Plus, it has the adhesiveness factor to it, and plus the fact it's a special Logia and stuff and things of that nature. So it was almost like he was fighting a better version of himself. That's how I took it at least originally. Then I'm pretty sure when he's talking to Brule that he wants to beat all 1 billion berry bounties of him, I figured he was gonna grow in the fight to win. So I wasn't shocked that Luffy ended up getting the W, personally speaking. I wonder how Drizzt feels about Law's constant capping during the Big Mom fight. I can't wait for the one video of his levels of quality. I can expect him to be glorious. I think Oda failed both Boundman and Snake Man. They should have been the decider of beating Cat and Doffy.
I agree.
Wait, say
I think Oda failed both Boundman and Snake Man. They should have been the decider of beating Cat and Luffy.
As in like they should have automatically just beat him for like outright when they were.
No, like when Luffy used Gear 4 the first time, he should have just beat Doffy with it.
And when he brought out Snake Man, he should just outright beat Cat.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I don't know how you. I think with Cat. Yeah, I think with Cat at that point, it was an impossibility for that to happen because of how broken Cat was. With Doflamingo, I think you could have easily done it.
I agree. Yeah, 100%. I agree with the Doffy part, but
I don't. I actually tend to like when a transformation happens and it doesn't just kind of mean victory. I actually prefer it this way, all things considered. Like, if I don't want to misinterpret anything. You're kind of saying like Luffy versus Bluno. New form, washed.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying he should have beaten Doflamingo. I'm not saying
within the time limit.
Yeah, within the time limit, he should have won
within
the fight.
Initial one before. Okay. If you're talking about him having to like exhale Gear 4 and go back into it, sure, I can go. I'm with you on that. It's just me like trying to. I guess and you know me. I'm not a Doffy fan. I'm trying to give him credit for being like I'm just gonna play defense until he runs out of energy. Because I could literally turn the entire town into a defense mechanism, you know?
Yeah, I would have still had that. I would have still had that happen, Naya. I would because Luffy beats that with the Leo Bazooka. Like he dashes the Doffy, and I would have just had to be when Luffy hits him with the Leo Bazooka, the fight's over. Like King Kong gun just wouldn't have happened.
Okay,
with me.
All right, fair enough. When Goku says you did this beat Frieza quick, it was still a back and forth for a minute. Well, yeah, after you went 100%, final form 100% of his maximum. Yeah, not a one shot, not a Bluno. Okay, I got what you're saying. So you thought that when he bought out Gear 4 of Snake Man, he should have had enough in his tank or whatever, and that should have been the deciding factor for him to win. Like
I don't agree with that.
Like with Cat, for me, it's like for me at a certain point, I was already at a level of unbelievable. Like Luffy lasting 12 hours in base against Cat already didn't make any fucking sense to me. And the first time I read the fight. So like him even getting to the point of Snake Man, in my opinion, shouldn't have even happened with how far the distance seemed at the time.
Okay.
That makes
I don't
because Luffy couldn't even he was like powerless against Cat in every form, including Boundman in the first exchange.
Yeah.
and then he just
'Cause maybe it's-
magically gains a level of stamina while taking damage that he's never displayed before. Even the Cracker fight, he's just running away the whole time and not really fighting.
Yeah, it's really weird how they make Gear 4 and Nita to just be able to barely compete, and yet then Base can do it right after. It never makes sense. I don't know why they do it.
To me, it's like a. Oh, this. I'm trying to like wrestle with my old thoughts and my like thoughts like after the fact, like in hindsight, but like. I remember initially, I honestly, like, I really thought this. I thought Katakuri needed sugar for him to be able to stress his brain as much as it did, for him to use observation hockey as much as he was using it. I thought that was the key. I thought the reason that he had to have his little merienda because I was kind of using the L logic with why he consumes abnormally amounts of like sweets and puts like 1 million cups of like cubes of sugar in his like coffee. Was that he needed like the sugar for his brain power because he may not do much from a physical standpoint, but he's thinking a lot, right? So I thought that was like the caveat there. So I had a lot of initial thoughts that were just straight up wrong. And when Luffy was like, I figured out your weakness, I thought he was gonna mention that, and he didn't. So I was like, okay, so it's not like sugar. You gotta stay calm or whatever. And he got his licks in. Oda does something with Luffy that I'm trying to remember if I'm just it might be one series I've seen it with, but it doesn't actually bother me with other people. But I have this like unspoken rule that characters are just naturally getting stronger in these fights when it comes to Shonen Jump battle manga. This is what it is. I know like the Saiyans have like a built-in, it's part of their DNA type thing, but it's just a general thing that happens with these fights. These characters have exponentially incredible growth rates. Whether or not that's portrayed well or done well is not really my argument here. It's just a thing. Mm-hmm. So like Luffy fighting with Katakuri up to the point where Marienda happened and then coming back, he's stronger. He's a stronger combatant. It just is what it is. He's stronger now. I'm not saying it makes sense and it should make sense, but it is. That's how it works. So when he's like fighting Kaido a certain way, and now he's fighting Kaido in base, it's not jarring to me because I just understand how they like to write these types of things, whether or not it's right or wrong.
Mm-hmm. I also have to go because the gentlemen are finally ready. So I'll catch you all later.
All right, man. Peace.
Have a good one.
How much is left in this video?
About an hour.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. There was one thing I wanted to bring up too before we went on, while we're still on like the whole Katakuri and Luffy thing.
Go ahead.
Thinking back to like the week by week experience, you know how you're going back on how he's like basically one-upping Luffy in every sense and basically being a better version of him. Mm-hmm. Did any of you think at the time like you'd get like the adhesiveness too, like liquid rubber or anything like that at the time? I used to think that.
I wouldn't have.
I kind of hoped for.
I didn't know that was a thing, so I wouldn't have thought about it. Is there liquid rubber? Is that a thing that exists?
Yeah, it comes from trees.
The only thing I knew about
like
like
the
the
vulcanization,
I remember when he first got gear, the hockey, people used to talk about rubber being vulcanized or something like that. I don't even know what that means, but yeah.
I think it's like
no, not vulcanized, but
no, I know what you're saying, but I'm saying like I don't know enough about rubber that would even pop in my head. I'm just like I'm an idiot. I don't know. I don't know what rubber is or does. So, all right, I'm gonna put this in times 2, and then we'll finish this off.
Alright. Bitch in times.
Year 4, saying that he refuses to underestimate him, which sounds sick since underestimating is basically what every villain does in every story all the time. But then Cat proceeds to underestimate Luffy directly after saying this. He drops some mochi on Luffy and walks away without confirming his victory because of his crack-like addiction to donuts. So, well, so much for that, I guess. Can't expect that much. Luffy ends up eating his way out of the mochi and crashes the Merienda, where we see Cat lying on his back, eating his precious donuts, and his mouth is revealed to be of sharp teeth. This pisses Cat off. With his concentration unbalanced, Luffy is able to land the first blow, and this makes him arrogant. Luffy goes into Gear 4 and starts going ham while talking shit, and Oda gives us some great choreography. It's very similar to when Gear 4 was displayed against Dofi, but the way that Katakuri is being flung around is a lot more entertaining. But Luffy's time in the sun is very short. Things turn to normal pretty soon. After Cat regains his composure, Gear 4 is immediately outmatched and put on the defensive. Even though Gear 4 lasts around 30 minutes, its usage in the fight is over pretty quickly. Oda off-screens most of it, which is unfortunate. Personally, I would have liked to have seen some new stuff from Luffy in Gear 4, kind of like what we saw against Cracker with Kong Organ, whatever the hell that move was supposed to be. But, oh well. Conveniently, Brule was just around the corner and not inside the mirrors like she had been before, so that Luffy can kidnap her and run away. Brule is really good at getting caught so she can help the protagonists. It's happened numerous times already. After finding a resting spot, Luffy starts talking to himself and remembers Rayleigh saying that hockey blooms in extreme situations. And then he resolves to finish the fight against Cat. There probably should have been a scene inserted here of Luffy fully acknowledging his arrogance and overestimation of his own abilities, which would fully connect to his statements in Dressrosa about never running away again, which Luffy does here against Cat. He runs away. After being destroyed by Katakuri, being humbled a little bit and feeling like maybe you were ahead of yourself seems like a pretty realistic thing to insert here, but it's not. After taking his break, Luffy then walks back into the mirror world and the fight breaks away for a few chapters. And I'm bringing that up because it's actually relevant. Sanji finishes making the cake around 6 p.m., which is roughly around the same time that Luffy is running away from Big Mom after he hides from Katakuri.
He said, "No, don't put it on X2. I don't want that. Not for 10 years at least." Hey man, I've been listening to this man complain about Whole Cake Island for hours. I'm tired. I want it over with. Want me to put up 1.5? I could set up for 1.5. Actually, no, I lied. 2 times.
By the time that we get back to the fight, it's 9:30 p.m. Depending on how long Luffy was resting, at least 2.5 hours have passed of him just getting his ass kicked in the mirror world, which is a very long time. But wait, there's more.
I gotta admit, I gotta start doing this more often. When time frames for stuff coming to like One Piece and other stories, I do not be calculated. I just be making like general estimations, like approximately 12 hours. I never actually like 1 p.m. Like I never do it. I always say I will, I never do it. I never do it.
I can't. I'll probably just get more annoyed if, especially in One Piece. So I think because the prolonged fights already annoys me. If I try to keep track too much, I'll just be like, this is stupid.
Voodoo missed.
More. There are some new annoying characters around that are watching the fight. Flampe is introduced. It probably would have been better if Flampe was introduced at a tea party running around trying to chase Katakuri for attention, so that when she shows up here in the mirror, it doesn't feel like she comes out of nowhere. But I wouldn't be surprised if Flampe as a character didn't exist until the week that Oda wrote this chapter. She was probably something Oda thought of on the spot when he was brainstorming on how he was going to spin this fight in a different direction. Which is alright, but there's a big issue here. Not necessarily with Flampe, but with her dumbass goons. Alright, so let's imagine that me and you are scrapping, bruv. We're pretty into it. But then at some point in time while we're fighting, some dudes show up and start throwing rocks at you while you're fighting me. You'd probably assume that I'd notice, right? Well, if you're Katakuri, the answer's no. Flampe's goons are shooting arrow after arrow at Luffy with their crossbow snipers, and Luffy is dodging them as he's fighting. But somehow, Katakuri doesn't notice the entire time. Part of the intent of Flampe third-partying Luffy versus Katakuri is that their interference leads to an unjust injury for Luffy, and that's what officially turns the tide of the fight. That's kind of important. Oda should not have included these fodder guys shooting crossbows. It's so beyond the realm of believability that the
Do you think part of that is because Katakuri was focused on Luffy? Because I'm not mad at this assessment. I still think it's kind of like bro, you're like the observation king, but I don't know if observation hockey, when you're focusing on an opponent you're trying to put down, allows you to kind of extend its scope to other things around you. Whereas, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, go on. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say. I mean, the way it makes it seem is I want to say it's kind of like you have a passive level and then an active level, right? Arguably, where the passive kind of goes more into your reflexes and stuff, but you can change the scope of your range based off whatever, based on how active you want it to be. So for me with Katakuri, it makes sense that he would minimize his scope if we're going based off hockey being stamina related as well. I don't know if observation falls in that vein, but specifically only on Luffy, I mean, that makes sense. Because we also don't know if future sights has to be a line of sight thing, or if it could also be if you hit my range, or I can see the future.
Okay, just wondering. Because this never bothered me, but I remember this being a point of contention in this chapter, but it never bothered me.
Yeah, it never bothered me.
Observation god, Katakuri, doesn't notice what's going on. Flampe, I can give a pass because when she hits Luffy, it's the first time she's done it. But these fodder guys are just shooting for an extended period of time, accomplishing nothing. Oda, as an author, is probably among the worst in the entire business when it comes to having really bad fodder characters. I think that Oda should probably win a prize for how bad his fodder characters are. And normally when it comes to fodder characters, you can ignore them.
Jesus.
But this type of stuff just takes you out of the moment. It's dumb. Flampe should have been alone. Back to the fight though. Katakuri notices that Luffy is slowly unlocking future sight, and he starts talking about how he needs to end the fight or else something bad can happen, which is him losing. Then we have the quote-unquote turning point. Luffy is hit by Flampe's silent needle, which makes him stumble and unable to avoid Katakuri's thrust. And unlike every other time, this time it connects and literally takes off part of Luffy's chest and abdomen. This completely changed the tone of the fight, which had been stagnating prior to this injury. After being brutally injured, Katakuri angrily puts on a clinic and gets a ton of free damage on Luffy. We can see that Cat is frustrated that he was able to hit Luffy, and then he has a complete 180 in temperament. He hears Flampe's bum ass laughing in the corner and finally puts things together. He walks over to her, and that's when we get the whole self-injury and yelling at her thing. Cat walks back to Luffy, apologizes, and acknowledges him as an equal. The fight continues for a few more hours after this. Luffy continues to fight Katakuri in base without being taken down, and then Katakuri allows Luffy to go into Snake Man. The design of which is pretty cool. There wasn't any attempt here to make this goofy like with Boundman or Gear 5. It's all designed to be raw, which is a rarity in One Piece when it comes to Luffy and most characters in general. Out of every form Luffy's ever used, I think this is the coolest design. While in Snake Man, Luffy's attack speed is very fast. We don't really know anything about Snake Man other than this though. Oda ends up doing...
Did you guys think that the gimmick was going to be that Katakuri was able to see, but he wasn't fast enough to react? Well, that's just me.
I honestly didn't know what to expect. Genuinely, like I was like, I didn't put in any thoughts. I just wanted to just be purely surprised.
Okay.
And I actually like the twist of it being an attack speed versus like movement speed. I thought that was a really nice little twist. But I think it's good that he adjusted. I think that's why I keep telling like this is the best fight because this shows like one of the few instances of experience in being proficient in something where like even if like a new thing happens in a fight, you can react to it. It's not like this guy has a new move. I'm completely fucked now. Like no, okay, he can do this. What can I do to adjust to it? Yeah, but yeah.
Okay. Zodiac.
I'd agree with that. Like that's pretty much how I seen it too. At first, was like, this is his way of being like I could try to match, and then Katakuri was like trying to catch up to him and whatnot. So yeah.
Okay. Because I definitely don't think, I'm like, is he attacking so fast that even though, like, whatever, like, he can't. I don't know. That's what I thought was going to happen at some point. Because, like, I don't even know if I still think this. I used to think of Boundman as, like, the all-rounder form. He gives him, like, obviously aerial mobility, a good attack power. He can be, like, Gomu, but armament. And, you know, whatever. Because this form is like the Calvarine, but like on steroids and crack, and it keeps going crazy. Now I don't know because he's not as big. It always came across to me like this was his offensive Gear 4th form, and then in my head I'm like Tankman full version is probably his defensive Gear 4th form. I don't know. That's what I was thinking at the time. Obviously, I don't know if I necessarily hold these thoughts and opinions today, but that was what I was thinking when I was initially reading this fight. Like at this point, what 6-7 years ago? Yeah, how long ago has Pole Kick been actually at this point? I don't know, but
and that
in my opinion,
I think it's like 5 or
It doesn't feel like it was that long ago.
Yeah, but
it
it has been. Yeah, because sometimes I think about the 2 years of the Panini, and those years are just like a poof, kind of, or like at least a year and a half of it. It's just like, did that even happen? Like, did I just kind of fast forward through time? So.
A very bad job of showing Snake Man's movements outside of Luffy's arms, which, when it comes to the arms, Oda does do a good job of showing. It's hard to tell as a reader if Snake Man can run, fly, or move fast similar to Boundman. Oda doesn't touch on it during the fight, it's not something Katakuri comments on, and it's not brought up as a weakness of the form. So it gives the impression that Snake Man is essentially just an immobile punching turret. When Luffy jumps into Snake Man, similar to Boundman, Katakuri is surprised, but he figures out the form after only a few encounters and proceeds to fuck Luffy up while consistently defending himself. Makes you wonder, once again, why Cat didn't just end the fight sooner if he was always capable of this level of combat prior to becoming a Luffy fanboy. Oda then draws probably one of the coolest panels in the entire series with Katakuri. It's a shame that Oda doesn't believe in drawing full spreads anymore. He definitely went through a lot of effort in order to nail this pose, and I think it was deserving of a bigger picture. The fight continues until Luffy and Cat exchange final blows. Luffy falls into a hole and is knocked out. Cat is still standing but falls forward and they're both incapacitated. Several minutes later, Luffy wakes up, he begins to climb out of the hole. As he is climbing out of the hole, there is no one around him, and then Cat teleports in front of him and is now standing above him. Luffy is completely spent and surprised. Cat asks Luffy if he'll come back one day to beat his mommy up. Luffy says yeah, that answer satisfies Cat, he gives into his exhaustion, and then he falls on his back. Thus ends the Luffy vs. Katakuri fight. This fight started out as a one-sided beatdown where Luffy was getting damaged more than he had been in a long time, maybe ever, to then being a 10-hour training session which Oda tries to change into an honorable 1v1. There are several things that are good about Luffy vs. Katakuri. There are some serious tone changes within the fight. It's dramatic, it's brutal, it has good choreography in multiple chapters, and as far as art goes, it's pretty solid all the way around. Oda puts basically every single positive characteristic that you could put into a character into Luffy's opponent, Katakuri. Cat has a good design. Katakuri seems to have an overpowered ability. He's really strong. He has a really high bounty for this stage in the story. He's a versatile fighter that can adapt to seemingly any situation. He even has Conqueror's Haki just because. He's got all the notable features that good villains have. And it seems like a giant recipe for success, right? And on the surface, yeah, you're right. But that's only on the surface. The deeper you dig into this fight, the worse it gets. We'll start first with Luffy. The issues with Luffy really start to rear their head with all of the Rayleigh flashbacks, particularly the second one. In this flashback, Rayleigh tells Luffy that Future Sight is a thing. Rayleigh says that 2 years of dedicated training won't be able to get Luffy to the level of Future Sight, even though all it took was 10 hours of Haki looming against Katakuri. Rayleigh asks Luffy what he'll do.
Luffy doesn't have Future Sight.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, I'll never forget that arc. I'm so happy that shit over. I did not understand that. It's like
I'm not gonna lie, I was on the wrong side of history. I can't even lie. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was both ways wrong. I used to think people were stupid for thinking he had Future Sight.
I was literally like, oh shit, he learning too.
His emotions. I'm like, Luffy senses emotions, not future.
I actually remember like being upset at Future Sight for a bit because I'm like, is there actually a legitimate difference? And then this is what I meant. I don't believe this necessarily the same way I do before, and we learned more about Haki since. But let's say we're all all three of us could all right, do your thing, Zodiac. Well, let's say the two of us can use future sight. I mean, sorry, observation hockey. Yeah, all right. You could use future sight, but I can't. But I'm still extremely proficient in observation hockey. Let's say it's my best one. Let's say I can do like a Rayleigh feat or like a NL feat. Like I can sense different presence on the island. Now, me and you are fighting a humongous lizard with like a spiky tail. You see the future that the tail swing is gonna come, but I like feel its emotions or whatever the fuck, so I also feel like the attack is gonna come. So we both jump and we dodge the attack. What's the fucking difference? That was my problem for a while.
Yes.
Because I was like, as long as I know for some I got some type of premonition of the attack coming, whether I'm playing it out like a movie in my brain or I'm feeling it in my cells, whatever the fuck is going on, I'm still dodging the attack. So I actually thought Future Sight was kind of dumb at first. I'm like, what's the difference? But I guess the idea is that it's like, it's sharper, it's quicker, and it's more accurate. So like the idea is probably if we both did that, you jump preemptively. Like before it even swings the tail, you're probably like mid like squat jump. You know what I'm saying? So that's kinda...
like, have you? I'm trying to think. I don't know if this is like if I would just say this is a theory, but have you ever heard like I guess you could like this what do you call them, like think pieces maybe? But it's like, if someone can see the future, but another person can read minds, who can out predict the other person?
Oh shit.
You see what I'm saying?
That's interesting.
Like,
Mind
if I
versus
can read
that's
that
interesting. What the fuck? I'm making that fight happen. It's so
yeah,
fictional.
who could out? Because that would just be consistently out. I'm in the future of you reading my mind of doing this, but I'm reading your mind of seeing the future.
Mhm.
So who's the better predictor? That's kind of like another way, like I see it. Like,
Okay.
it's just weird like that.
Okay, that's fair. All right, let us resume.
He comes across someone who has future sight. Bit on the head here, right? Luffy answers really by saying, I guess it depends on what they're like. You mean your opponent's personality? I've never even thought about that. You really care? Well, sure I do. So obviously,
Really,
this is
so that
bullshit.
just be working.
At no point...
Really? So you be caring about their personality? I just be whooping ass.
Right? Like I'd be busting their ass. I don't got time for none of that. Like, oh, where were you from? What was your life? What's your education level? Like, nigga, like you're an enemy. You get packed up. And I actually think in some ways it's pretty. It makes sense. I think Luffy would like you read like whatever. Is this mind reader Charles Xavier? No, it's not. He's not that good. He's not Professor X.
During the fight, does Katakuri's personality matter? Or is taken into account by Luffy in terms of what his actions will be when handling him? Those 10 hours when Luffy was getting his ass beat and taunted, there's nothing in there for this entire personality pretense. Did Luffy care so much about Katakuri that he stopped taking advantage of Brule or took advantage of Brule more because of her relationship with Kat? Did Luffy get mad at Flampe for spitting on Katakuri's face or laughing at him? Did Luffy do anything to make the fight more fair like how Katakuri did when he injured himself? How much his personality mattered in a fight with Luffy? Did it matter against Crocodile? Enel? Lucci? Don Krieg? Arlong? Moria? Kaido? Katakuri wasn't treated much differently than any other person in the story. Luffy was never reluctant or even more eager. I know Luffy says that there are no dirty moves in a fight between pirates, which is fine. That's more or less a statement acknowledging Katakuri's apology, but that doesn't undo what we're talking about here. Luffy putting his hat on Katakuri also doesn't change anything either. If this was a well-written fight, it would serve as the cherry on top, but that's it. Just because Luffy doesn't hate Katakuri and there's respect between them doesn't mean it validates anything that was stated in the very flashback. This still has nothing to do with Luffy's actions concerning personality. And
I'm getting like whole cake island PTSD arguments from like 2018 like coming back to me, but Luffy, if I remember correctly, isn't this the first person Luffy beats that he doesn't technically have to? Just out of curiosity, like.
Yes, I was even gonna say I think this is the first person Luffy's ever respected that he's fought, or doesn't hate that he's fought.
There's that too. I was gonna add that. Like,
yeah,
it's like in in a weird way, Katakuri specifically never did anything to him and them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like I get it, the family vicariously through them, blah blah. Not that they were on the same side of things, but this will always be an issue with the series, the observation hockey. Like, I always assume that people are using it, and Luffy's got like the empath hockey ability. I'm sure to some degree that was playing a factor here. I hate having to say this because I feel like I'm doing the job for Oda, but I think that it matters. I think he does understand what type of person that he is fighting for the most part when he's fighting them. And I think he understood that this guy was a guy who kind of cares about his family or whatever. Even though he at the end he's like, I'm doing this for me kind of thing. But again, I don't want to rationalize, but there's certain things I definitely just kind of assume. If that makes sense.
I agree.
And the reason why this has nothing to do with personality is because Luffy's actions aren't dictated or affected by however he was supposed to think of Katakuri. The Rayleigh flashback puts it out there in clear terms that Luffy's strategy against someone who has future sight is dependent on the type of person they are. Luffy is supposed to believe that when you are backed into a corner, that this is what could give you an answer to your problems. Oda obviously wanted to add a layer onto the fight in order to develop it over time, but Oda refused to put in any work beforehand or during the fight to substantiate the writing and motivations. If this Rayleigh flashback never existed, it would help alleviate some of the problems with this fight. Not all, but some. But Oda chose to try and make this fight more complex than what is usually normal in the series. Take a step back and really think to yourself. Does Rayleigh's flashback and Luffy's words about personality really mean anything at all? When it comes to people's interpretation of this fight, the end of it plays a big role. Luffy versus Cat has a conclusion unlike any other in the story. Luffy's entire goal when coming back into the mirror world is that he wanted to be Cat at his best and overcome him, right? Okay, so let's go over the ending sequence. If you are climbing out of a hole, and Katakuri gets up knowing that you're awake after both of you just traded huge blows with each other, you turn your head and are staring up at his dick while he's looking down on you. And instead of continuing the fight or getting into a fighting stance, Katakuri instead asks you a character-oriented question, and after waiting for your answer, then willingly falls backwards. Should you come out of the fight thinking, yeah, I whooped this guy's ass? Is this a situation where Luffy should feel completely satisfied in accomplishing his goal? The main issue with all this is that Luffy, the character, does not engage in the greater meaning of what Oda was trying to go for in this fight.
I think this is one of those. I think this is the part. This is the part of the fight that depends on the optics or how you perceive the fight ending, right? And I've honestly heard so many different varying opinions. I don't know what's right. I just know what I thought. I thought he got up with the last bit of his strength to utter what he uttered, and then he fell back. I didn't personally perceive it as I'm gonna on purpose follow my. I just never took it that way. I don't know. Some people did, and some people do to this day. I've never saw it in that light. I honestly, to this day, to this moment, there's not a person in this series I think has more tenacity and willpower than Luffy. Luffy getting up, being able to like walk around as whatever the case was and to get out of the mirror world didn't shock me, despite how fucking hard he fought and how much he got his ass whooped and he was missing half of his torso. I really believe in his ability to bounce back like that. Katakuri,
I'm not gonna lie. Kaido proved something, but no, I agree with you.
No. He's out there. He's up there, but still not more than Luffy in my opinion. But like,
yeah,
like I actually argue, and again, this is not something that I don't. That's just how I can say that Oda portrayed well or whatever. This is a long video, Banana Bully. It's long, bro. We still got like 40 minutes left. I'm only got times 2 right now. But, like, I think he has a similar issue to Cracker. I do think that being undefeated and standing on top of like whatever and running shit and not being particularly challenged a lot is going to affect you at some point. I think he was sealed the moment he stabbed himself like that. He is not used to exerting himself with a wound of that magnitude in a fight like this. Luffy has fought people his strength, people slightly stronger than him, slightly weaker than him, or stronger than him, or people he's overcome. He's been in battles in all types of scenarios and stressors. Kind of reminds me of Frieza. How many times? No one's ever forced Frieza to fight at his peak for an extended period of time. So the first time he had to do that, he burnt out quick. And Goku's like, nigga, this whack. I'm out of here. I'm satisfied. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it in a similar lens, personally speaking. I don't know if you agree with that though. I know I've been on this ledge. I've been on this ledge for years by myself. So
this is one of those things I haven't thought about in so long. So
yeah, I'm trying to remember so many things about this.
I think for sure, no matter like, it's one of those things where I'm like, Luffy won based off like the thing, but I'm not the one that's ever been like worried about like if someone wins a fight, because that doesn't mean if someone's stronger or something. Like, fights are more about specific scenarios between two people. It's not about someone's specific power kit versus another power kit. And this is an issue that I always hate, is when people don't take personalities or situations into account in fights.
I agree.
Like, you can't, like, it's like saying like if a person who's always angry in fights and fights wildly but has a good moveset but never properly uses it, like, well, what's if he fought him but he used it properly? Who gives a shit? He never will. That's not who that character is. Mm-hmm. He's a dumbass. So it's one of those things. I think with this, it's like, even though Luffy won, I think I would say Luffy won. To me, it was like Katakuri's still stronger. And to me, this is like I kind of wanted to, and I think we saw it a bit, but maybe this is just me. But when Luffy went to Wano, do you think there was like some level of like extra confidence that you saw in him, like in the beginning stages of Wano?
Absolutely, and he actually physically looked more
Okay.
buff. Like
Yes.
physically,
Okay.
like
I'm glad.
actually
Okay.
muscular. Like this stepping stone against Katakuri was a big deal.
Yes, I felt the same way, and even the way he was in like when he fight the Yokozuna and stuff, I thought there was little things like Luffy's like he seems very carefree and like and that's why like to me, I would have enjoyed if Luffy would have met Kid early on in Wano, and not that they had a full fight, but like Kid did something where Luffy's like, oh no, there's still guys like in my generation on my level. Like I have to be careful. Not to say like Luffy isn't stronger than Kid at the time, but like Kid can prove something where like Luffy's like, okay, I can't get too happy-go-lucky now. I still got shit to work on. Because when I saw the overconfidence, I was like, dang, to me, I was like, this category fight really did boost his confidence a shit ton. Maybe that could be dangerous, but it looked like it didn't really matter.
Mm-hmm. They said you said Captain Mid. Nah, but yeah, but I still like this fight. It's not my favorite fight. I don't think it's the best fight in the series. I don't even think it's Luffy's best fight, but I still like this fight a lot. But the man with no hockey bloom, he got metallic bloom.
I don't.
But we'll see. Let's continue. See what he says.
Which makes the resolution very unfulfilling. Even though Cat is saying stuff like, I thought you were worthy, you're worthy now, and can you beat up my mom? Luffy, the guy that rarely says, specializes in emotional observation, right? The same guy who could tell what Sanji's real emotions were by getting hit by him. Luffy couldn't deduce what the supposed greater motivation for Katakuri was, and he treats Cat like any other dude, an obstacle. What is up with Sanji and Luffy being so brain dead in this arc? We got Sanji ghosting Pudding first, and now we have Luffy ghosting Katakuri. I don't get it. Once again, this is a simple concept that can be very effective if pulled off. It's not that hard to show Luffy caring. I don't understand how Oda fumbled this. Which brings me to the second aspect of Luffy versus Katakuri. This fight is a disaster at a technical level. When Luffy first goes Gear 4 against Katakuri, Luffy tells Katakuri that he'll expose his weakness again later in the fight, and that's what makes him beatable. The entire premise of the Katakuri fight during the first half is that Luffy doesn't have a counter against Katakuri's future sight. Luffy only gained an upper hand momentarily because Katakuri lost control of his emotions. But when Katakuri lost control of his emotions, it introduced the fight gimmick. Future sight does have an inherent weakness outside of just running out of hockey. It's reliant on your mental state. This is what gives Luffy, the underdog, a puncher's chance at winning against a much stronger opponent. This fight gimmick is of the same kind that was introduced with Cracker in the Seducing Woods. Cracker was the supreme defense dude that would lose if you beat a strategy. Cat is the exact same way, and Oda completely abandons Katakuri, just like he did with Cracker. Instead of focusing on beating and overcoming Future Sight, Oda says, fuck it, I don't feel like doing that anymore. How about Luffy just gets Future Sight equal to Katakuri so that the ability doesn't matter? The entire statement from Luffy saying, you'll definitely expose your weakness again, ends up being completely and utterly wrong. Katakuri doesn't lose focus for the rest of the fight, and Luffy never plays around it or anything. The entire momentum of the fight changes the moment Luffy comes back from the mirror world with his new goal of learning Future Sight, because why the hell not?
I didn't point this out a couple of times, but there's a couple of times where you'll say something like that where I'm like, just because like that character necessarily said that doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that you need to believe is supposed to happen. Like, I can literally be like, Miles, you're not about to hit that 3-pointer, and he fucking splashes it in my eye. You just talk some shit. That's just what happens in the Ida thing. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's kind of how I think about like the runaway statement. Like, I really didn't take that as a matter of fact statement. I will never ever, you know. It's just something you were just kind of saying because I don't know. Again, though, I do think that he's looking at this through a much more traditional writing lens. I'm not mad at him for that, but I have to keep that in mind.
Everything here could have been done in tens of ways that would have made it better. Instead of having Luffy train for 10 hours to get Future Sight, an ability that Luffy doesn't need, more on that later, you could just focus on Luffy trying to exploit Katakuri's weakness and he could win that way. But let's say you didn't want that to happen. Let's say Oda didn't want Katakuri to expose his weakness again for the rest of the fight and lose that way. Luffy failing to get Katakuri to break form again could have served as a roadblock that made Luffy shift goals to then focus on Snake Man. The former of these suggestions also plays into the entire personality thing that I went over. Or Oda could have just written Luffy to care about Katakuri. Both are equally relevant. As of right now, Luffy leaving and then coming back with the motivation to learn Future Sight really does come out of nowhere and doesn't make any sense. There's nothing backing up how Luffy thinks he can learn it. Luffy doesn't even piece together basic logic like, me and Katakuri are alike, so if he can learn it, maybe I can too. Even a statement of Luffy saying that his counter to Future Sight is getting Future Sight would have been better than nothing. That's a
I thought he
has observation just like me.
No, the motivation was that he understands that he's, I guess, beneath him at this point, and he's listening to what Rayleigh is telling him, so he's gonna go back and do it and and learn if he can do it. I don't think he said ties to his extent. Listen, how long have I been sitting here? Almost 5 hours. I'm tired. But damn, I lost my train of thought. Shit.
Future Sight, why he could do it.
Like him wanted to go back in the mirror. I don't think it's like a weird thing to like. I think that's a nitpick, not a real criticism. Because it's like he leaves now. I guess okay, he's running away, and then if he leaves now, he's like. It reminds me of when he said when he lost to Aoki, he's like, I had to like power up. He knows he can't stay at this level, and he understands that if he faces stronger opponents, he'll become stronger as well. And he's taking Rayleigh's words to heart. That's all. Like he's listening to his master. So I understand the hockey bloom jokes. I get it. Like I'm not trying to like dismiss that, but the point here is he's listening to Rayleigh's words so he can become stronger. That's all. I don't think you need to overthink this moment.
Quirky, funny answer that you believe it came out of Luffy's mouth. But nope, that doesn't happen. And that leads me into a bit of a divergence, because I want to bring something up that I think should have been answered within the fight. How does Future Sight even work against another person that has Future Sight? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Luffy ends up getting it, and he fights Katakuri, but Oda doesn't tell us how these abilities work together. In my mind, I imagine two people that are using Future Sight of similar strength would equate to something like a Mexican standoff, except whoever makes the first move might be the loser, or whoever is faster might be the winner. But once again, I don't know. Oda doesn't go into details, which is a shame. One Piece power scaling is more nuanced than the casual fanbase likes to give it credit, but the nuance of hockey is its greatest weakness as a power system, and it's one of the reasons why hockey is not good. As it stands, Luffy's answer to the disparity in strength between him and Katakuri was to also get Future Sight. But at the same time, that's not the answer, because what ultimately wins the fight is Snake Man. Here are some questions for you. Did Snake Man exist before Whole Cake Island? Did Luffy have this form coming out of a time skip? Did Luffy invent it during the fight? Did Luffy need to learn Future Sight in order to use Snake Man? I could make the argument that Snake Man has existed since the time skip. After all, it's called Snake Man, a naming convention which seems to indicate that it's based off of the animals on Rusakaina. And Luffy already has attacks model after snakes, like how he uses Culverine and Bound Man. Snake Man could have been a form invented that solely utilizes Culverine-style attacks, and he's had it in the tuck since the beginning. Same with Tank Man. But then again, maybe you'd say, well, if Snake Man already existed, why didn't Luffy try using it on Cap before? And my answer to that would be, I don't know. Neither of us know because we have no frame of reference for what Snake Man was like prior to its use in the fight.
Well,
we don't know
think,
what it was capable of, or if it even existed.
I think I can answer that because I feel like people think too hard about this specifically. Okay, like I think, and this goes again with what we were saying. If there's going to be a move that you want to always use when you're fighting a character that you don't know their abilities are, you're going to want the form or the move that is the most adaptable or the most around average, as you said, like when you say like Bound Man's like the all-arounder. Where like it's good in all like different things. So if a character is fast or tanky or strong, you can somewhat compete and feel them out. That's what Bound Man is going to do. Luffy is always going to use Bound Man first of Gear Force as he should. It is the best way to like do good damage and like not get fucked up by an opponent. If Luffy used Snake Man first, the fight would have gone a lot worse, I believe.
I agree. And he kind of spoils that move way too early.
Yeah, so I think getting that feel for what he can do and then going into Snake Man, especially because he's more tired, which will probably put more strain on the observation. And I mean, it's not that... Like, I don't think Oda cares that much, but, like, I think it makes logical sense as to why he used Snake Man later.
I agree.
And he used it second. It's not like he used, like, 5 Gear Force in between.
So, see you guys later.
Oh, see you later.
All right, take care. Take care, brother. I don't know. There are definitely things. There's definitely things in portion of this series that I do think that we overthink, and I think overthinking can be dangerous and something like that. Like sometimes I do think the answer is pretty simple, but like to play, I guess just to kind of play along. Like fair enough what he's saying. Like I do think these forms always existed and stuff like that. I don't think I don't think he pulled it out of nowhere and anything like that. I do think Snake Man and Tank Man and Bound Man all existed and stuff. But again. I also would argue that Bound Man already didn't work. So why wouldn't you try a different form to see how you never know how it can play into the fight? Because I don't think he used the Culverine move. He just started hitting him. He used Reno Schneider and he never used that move.
Yeah,
and it was able to kind of catch him off guard as when he first used it. So it wasn't even a bad decision. So,
and he used it like again, it's like he only used 2 Gear Forward, so it's not like there was some like really long holding off on it. It's like, oh, the first one doesn't work. The second one, I'll just do a different one.
Yeah.
Existed. We don't know if it would have worked against Katakuri before any of this or what, which is an issue. If you don't give the audience a frame of reference for why something is needed, then the power is pretty pointless outside of base level hype. If Snake Man this entire time was the key to the fight, then make the fight all around Luffy eventually using Snake Man and the logic around why he needed to get to that point in time. Here's an idea. Maybe Oda could have had the attacks Luffy using against Katakuri and Bound Man serve as the foundation for Luffy coming up with Snake Man.
Okay, so I guess oh God, Lord, I gotta get my power scaling bag. I guess you have to ask yourself a couple of questions, Chad and everyone, and you, Miles. Like, let's just argue right before Luffy uses Jesus Christ, I'm tired. Uses Snake Man. How much of the physical gap do you think that he closed in terms of their overall capabilities? Because I do think there's a portion of people who might think that it's not necessarily that Luffy's just completely outclassed to shit, like he can never be as fast or as physically strong, whatever, as Katakuri. But it's because Katakuri's future sight is so proficient and so much more potent than Luffy's, he's going to dance around him and seemingly come across as a lot faster because he's going to preemptively move. I think that question in your brain also factors into how you take this. Because to me, I kind of look at it as like, I do think Luffy was physically, like, athletically outmatched, and he somewhat closed it, but really getting his observation to be not so not so much like worse than Katakuri's. It needed to grow enough that he can just go in gear in Snake Man or whatever, and then kind of just fight him. But that's just my opinion. I have to revisit this fight. It's honestly been a while.
I think I agree with you. Yeah, like, cause dang, wait.
I'm not saying it's better than Katakuri's. I just think that he's closed the gap enough that he can kind of go and straight up fight him. Like, he's not gonna look like a complete ass because he's just like, stupid little nigga. You don't even know what you can't even, like, your observation not even good. Like, I'm gonna just hit you in your left shoulder as you try to stand up. Like it's like it's not heaven and earth now. It's like the first floor to the 13th floor.
This might be a really poor analogy, but how you kind of talk about frame data and like a fighting game, like you understanding that small nuance, how even though it's fractions of a second faster, that helps you put marginally a lot better up of a fight against somebody.
Yeah, exactly. But I do admit that we had to, as the fan base, we had to do a lot of thinking for Oda in this fight. But again, I don't need like, I do think there was weird things we questioned, like, what is Peerless Donuts? How does it work? Like, I'm like, Jesus Christ, but I never understood that one, but yeah, let's see what he says here.
What if Luffy used Wolverine in Gear 4, realized it seemed extra useful against Katakuri's future sight, and then planned out Snake Man from that point in time? This could have been similar to how Luffy eventually realized water would allow him to touch Crocodile by the end of his first encounter. Snake Man, as a concept, is a fundamentally flawed power when Oda makes this entire fight, 10 hours. All of it is dedicated to Luffy obtaining future sight, only for future sight to be outclassed and superseded by Snake Man. Katakuri doesn't lose to future sight. Snake Man is a form that doesn't have obvious uses of future sight built into its mechanics and shown through its fighting style. Doesn't that seem odd? When you look back at this fight, don't you think the focus on future sight is pointless? We're not done though. Let's keep piling on the issues. One of the biggest differences between Katakuri and Luffy's fruit disappears for large portions of the fight and only makes a reappearance when Oda remembers it. Katakuri, as you know, has the mochi fruit, and he was introduced at the tea party for his fruit to have the added effect that not only can it stretch in similar and arguably better ways than Luffy's, but mochi is also sticky and will suck you in with no escape unless you use liquid to get rid of how sticky Katakuri's mochi is. There's an entire portion of the tea party where Katakuri is mad at Jinbei for explaining to Luffy how his fruit works. Back when the community was talking about this matchup, everyone in the fandom knew that Katakuri's mochi was sticky, and a lot of people assumed that Luffy would need to find a way to counter it. And if he couldn't, he might need help. It might be a 2v1. It was that big of an advantage conceptually. But in the fight, Katakuri's mochi is conveniently not sticky for a vast majority of the fight with no explanation. But here's the thing. It's randomly used a few times. And in every scenario that Katakuri uses it, Luffy has no counter and is completely helpless. Even when Luffy goes Snake Man at the end of the fight.
I actually think this is the biggest problem with the fight isn't even that. It's Mogra. Like, he just pulls out his trident and puts it away at the randomest time. I just didn't understand it, because that was the key to beating Luffy, because you can pierce him with that or cut him because it's sharp, you know. Because here's what I'll say. I'm not mad at this criticism. It makes sense to me. It makes sense. I hear you, but I don't know if you agree with this. Do you agree with the concept that when a Katakuri uses like Kaku Mochi, the drawback of it becoming a much more physically tough and hard is that it loses its adhesiveness.
Yes.
So when he keeps it in like its regular hockey mode, which is not as powerful, which is not gonna like hurt Luffy's hand when they connect, it can be adhesive. Because that's something I noticed.
That's how I took it.
Okay.
That's how I took it.
That's
why, like, with this, I'm kind of like, I that's to me how it just made it seem like. So yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And then
because I would have to go back frame by frame to see every instance in which like it's not sticky, but like I think for the most part, usually like the hockey thing, and then with the spear thing is one of the things I'm fine because like I genuinely think like it was one of those weird things in this fight with Luffy. It didn't do anything.
Didn't help him.
Like when he was using it for a majority of the fight, Luffy was effectively in the manga. He was dodging and evading, and he was fine. He only got hit. The only ever time he got hit by the spear was because of Wanpai. He was fine. So Katakuri not using it when other moves were more effective to me made sense. And I think the anime did a good job of like the spear is so big,
so
like,
big
Luffy
that
just
like
kind of
he could kind of slip through it. Yeah. That's the point.
Yeah.
I guess you. What the shit? I was gonna say. There's one more thing I have to say. I don't know. No, I think that's not a bad point. But damn it, I don't have anything to say. Fuck it.
His supreme ability, Katakuri's Mochi is still better, and Luffy can't get out of it. So Luffy had no counter the entire fight, meaning that if Oda allowed Katakuri to use the inherent ability of his fruit, or more of his awakening, just use the sticky shit, he probably would have won the fight.
Oh. There's two things I like again. I think it could be maybe two things that are true. That they both things are true at once. But my problem with Katakuri is that he could never really put Luffy down. So like in my brain, I'm like, is his knockout power lacking, or is it because hockey be damned, blunt force trauma is the worst way to try to put Luffy down permanently. Like trying to literally beat him to death is not going to work. I don't know if I could be overthinking that, but that's kind of how I look at it.
I agree.
Okay.
That is a major plot hole. Why did Oda introduce abilities and choose not to write around them after giving explanations about them and then building them up at the Tea Party? Like, what? So, I understand not caring if we're talking about a random ability like Burning Mochi. A one-off attack that's there for style points. Like, I'm not going to sit here and complain that Katakuri isn't spamming Burning Mochi or something when he could. That's little stuff. We're talking about the passive abilities of fruits. Imagine, as a comparison, if Magellan stopped being made of poison conveniently when he was fighting Luffy, and that's how Luffy ended up overcoming him when he shouldn't have. Luffy beats Magellan because he's conveniently not made of poison. That'd be pretty dumb. We're talking about stuff like that, except for a full...
I don't think that's a fair comparison at all. Because, like, the other effects of... Even outside of that, there's so many other qualities of Mochi that still retain that he uses of being stretchy, making Luffy-like moves, doing the birdie... Like being the kind of Logi to be able to dodge and like use in tandem with his observation key. Like it's not like his fruit's just basically null and void because it's not sticky at certain times, and it's not like he's grabbing Luffy a lot during the fights where the stickiness would even matter to a great degree. Like I don't like, like I don't know. This point's not really moving me, right? I don't really agree with this, but
yeah, I'm with you. He said no cap. Luffy still loses to Venom Demon even with Gear 5th. I don't know because he can protect himself with Conquerors now. So I'd walk that back maybe. Miles, if Luffy couldn't even move anytime Cat touched him, he's not hurting Cat at all. I think it was your greater point that like Cat already thought and realized his fruit was superior, so he wasn't particularly harping on the adhesiveness part of it.
Miles, wait, say that again?
No. A Glam said Miles, if Luffy couldn't move at any time Cat touched him, he's not hurting Cat at all. But I asked you just to clarify like your stance, because like, shit, I forgot what I said. Did I say like I thought that Katakuri early on proved that his fruit was just better than Luffy, so I don't think he was particularly worried about like it's stickier or whatever. Sorry, I'm just tired. Let's get through this and no, go ahead.
But again, we would have to agree that the damage that he would need to do to Luffy, he would have to substitute the stickiness anyway for him to hurt him with the hockey. Unless I guess we're saying like he's doing something where he's spamming the buzzsaw, like the buzzsaw drops. What do we call those?
Oh, the buzz cut Mochi?
And he spins you around, but again, he would have to get in close, and he wasn't really doing that. I don't know. I guess that's fair, but I don't know. I feel like we're not like really taking into like account like his personality. Like Cat's not a he's more of a spammer. The right word? You know what I mean? He doesn't really go in hand to hand. Like he's more of like
I'll have the fist form around me and like use like the multi thing or like spirit stuff. So like I don't really know like how that would really work in conjunction with it. But I guess I hear you.
Yeah. Plus, the stickiness isn't portrayed as something Cat can turn off and on. I disagree with that. I think he can. Actually, I don't think Cat not putting Luffy down in that period of time makes any sense. Luffy level of endurance just skyrocketed during the fight for no reason. Okay, that's why I asked. Like, it depends on your. Do you think he has like weak KO power? Do you think Luffy is just too tenacious? Do you think blunt force trauma is the worst way to beat him, or do you think it's a combination of a bunch of things? But I've always thought, based on what I looked at, Katakuri can absolutely turn on and off the adhesiveness, and when he and he can still use Haki and have the mochi be sticky, but when he uses block kaku or squared mochi, whatever translation you go by, the trade-off for it being able to defend him better and attack and hurt like Luffy even when he's hokied up is that it can't be sticky when he's using it in that form. That's what it looked like to me at the very least.
Serious fight.
What
fair
period of time was Glam talking about? What period of time? Just in general in the fight?
Yeah, I think like his point is like mochi is sticky, I guess. So like,
no, I was saying when he's saying I don't think Cat not putting Luffy down in that period of time makes any sense. What period of time is he talking about?
Like within like I guess 11 hours.
Oh, that
like,
I would actually agree
like the
with.
thing that looked like
yeah.
the thing that looked like kind of hurt him the most is after he gets the stab and he puts him down with that like that something
barrage.
Yeah, like that, and then he's that crater, and he's out for a bit. That looks like the thing that hurt Luffy the most, personally speaking. But
I alluded to this during the recap, but Luffy's plot armor against Katakuri is ridiculous. And much like how Big Mom kept tripping on banana peels before catching the Straw Hats, Katakuri is tripping on similar banana peels and how he isn't able to put Luffy down because Luffy is the protagonist and Oda needs him to win. When Luffy is at his strongest in Snake Man, Katakuri is able to match him. And honestly, if you go back and look at the fight, Katakuri gets the better of Luffy. And it makes all the time he was pussyfooting around with Luffy make no sense. Katakuri was trying to win the fight. It's not like he was intentionally training Luffy like some people may believe. Katakuri wanted Luffy to earn his victory if Luffy was going to win. And it may not seem like that if you just look at Oda's writing, that's how it was supposed to be. Luffy's role in all of this becomes more egregious when you realize how much of it comes at the cost of the antagonist. The circumstances are unbelievable. Katakuri, while not underestimating Luffy, supposedly, can't put him down when Luffy is in base after 10 hours? The length here matters. I would bet money that Oda's internal logic dictated that the fight needed to be long for a few reasons. Oda realized that if the fight were shorter, Luffy learning Future Sight in that time period would come off even worse than how it already does, so he extended the fight as a justification for Luffy getting it. Oda's compulsive nature demanded that he make the fight long in order to create a time constraint similar to all the time bombs he inserts in every arc. The events of Whole Cake needed to last as long as Luffy's fight to make it seem dramatic whenever he does the countdown for Luffy's appearance out of the mirror in Chocolate Town, which is a reason why the Big Mom chase sequence ends up becoming even worse than it already was. Oda needed to somehow extend the plot so that it all coincided together, and to do that with the Straw Hat being chased, Oda needed to come up with fake out after fake out until time was up. And what this leaves you with is a main character who has insane levels of plot armor and inhuman durability using an antagonist as a hyperbolic time chamber when he shouldn't be able to because the antagonist is so much stronger than him. And the ridiculous levels keep going up, boys. According to other characters, Luffy takes fatal damage from Katakuri multiple times yet is unaffected by it, which, whatever. That's just a statement from Oda saying that Luffy is getting stomped. It's an exaggeration of the truth. I don't have an issue with it. What I do have an issue with is when Luffy actually suffers fatal damage. And those issues are the following. 1. Luffy's wound becomes irrelevant after he gets it. This is used as a catalyst for Katakuri's 180, and that's it. There is no difference in the way that Luffy acts or fights. There's no emphasis on a need to end the fight faster because he's bleeding out or something like that. Luffy was already close to the end of the road before this wound. There is no way he should be able to fight for hours on end and not have it matter. Both Luffy and Cat act like this injury is just like any other injury. I think there should have been at least some visual storytelling going on. Like, even after Dofi got Gamma Knifed, we see him constantly holding his stomach, patching himself up because the internal damage needed to be dealt with immediately. Number 2. This is the second and most important issue with Luffy's wound. The payoff from it is not good. Luffy being injured could have been the only reason Chopper was in this arc, and that would be groundbreaking for Chopper's non-existent, stupid character. But all Chopper does is place magical, flesh-regenerating bandages on Luffy, and he calls it a day. Chopper, at the end of the day, Jesus Christ, Chopper fails to cure Luffy from a fish. He loses a fight against trees, and then slaps some bandages on Luffy, and that's it. This is your man's, people? Like, oh, Jesus. You know, when Luffy originally lost part of his body from Cat's attack, the entire community...
An effect after a fight, I agree. Like, it's weird because he did the thing with Zoro where Zoro was actually hurt for, like, arcs after to show that wounds matter. But when we're talking about in fights, I don't know if I like care that much if like people have these mortal wounds and like go on. Like one AP can still pull off a like the strongest move like perfectly fine. So like
One
I don't
Piece
know. That just seems
characters
like
are like
inverse to me.
so above like regular human level. I just don't like. I don't know. I don't make a big deal out of it, but I'm not.
Yeah,
if you care
'cause if
about it to
we're-
that degree, I hear you. But like, nigga, like Pell live, like it's like I just like I don't like. Some like
Yeah,
when I
I care
spot
more about how to
patterns
fight.
and I'm used to something, I don't like make a big stink of it like this late into the series. It is what it. I mean, Bam aside, I guess I complain about Bam every day, but but yeah.
He was convinced it had to be a fake out, or that the fight was going to end very soon. People thought Luffy was going to lose against Katakuri. There's a huge suspension of disbelief in Luffy being able to function for long periods of time with missing parts of his body, let alone fight for numerous hours and get stronger over time. Had Luffy already been on par with Katakuri once he was injured, then he could have won and collapsed and it would have been fine. But that's not what happened. Luffy keeps trucking for hours after enduring everything. And this is one of the bad things about this fight. Oda uses every trick in the book in order to try and get the audience to buy in and like Katakuri, and it works. But there's a reason why the biggest controversy coming out of the Luffy versus Katakuri fight is the fact that people didn't like that Luffy won. Lots of fans were actually furious that the main character won. And if that happens, then something is probably wrong with the execution of your character's victory. Instead of feeling like Luffy overcame Katakuri, it feels like Katakuri was completely robbed and Luffy only won because of bullshit. When Luffy is able to have infinite durability with no consequences, and you don't write around injuries being dramatic or something that you should care about, then it makes any fight that includes Luffy seem ridiculous because it becomes harder and harder to separate the unsatisfying feeling that it doesn't matter what happens to Luffy. Nothing anyone does will ever be enough. And when the audience can sense all too clearly that Oda is holding the strings attached to these puppets we call characters, that ruins the immersion of the story. If you're gonna have Luffy lose a part of his body, the least you can do is write some serious drama with the crew being worried or shocked or something like that. It's not like it's every day the Strats see Luffy missing parts of his body. And I can already hear someone somewhere saying, but Whitebeard was walking around with half his head missing, so L. Yeah, Whitebeard was. But Whitebeard also died, which makes the injury he sustained a legacy for his final moments. That was cool. It led somewhere. Marineford would be looked at a lot differently if Whitebeard beat Akainu, got shot by Blackbeard, then went to the doctor that couldn't save Ace, grabbed some flesh regenerating bandages, and healed half his head and the hole in his chest. Injuries are a good storytelling device. You can use it to show a lot of things. And in this case, Oda only uses it for the Katakuri twist, which as we'll talk about wasn't good, which makes the value of this injury low. Let's circle around to Future Sight for a second. There's really no good reason why Luffy gets Future Sight. For as much time as Oda spent training Luffy, Future Sight ends up being an incredibly minor and, I dare say, irrelevant upgrade. Sure, there are a couple times where Luffy is implied or he says that he's using Future Sight, and there is a single line of dialogue saying that Luffy can't react in time to Kaido, which is connected to Future Sight, but these are instances of Oda remembering that Luffy can sometimes use his ability and he's doing it for the audience. Future Sight is not an active part of Luffy's fighting style, nor is it a necessary part of it. Luffy doesn't become a mini Katakuri after Whole Cake, even though he probably should have because Katakuri said that Luffy was approaching and then got on his level with Future Sight, and if you have that level of Future Sight, you should probably use it. It was powerful enough to be Katakuri's entire personality. It would have been nice, as a reader, to see something from Katakuri.
I think you're not considering a couple things. Conqueror's Haki is Luffy's natural affinity. I'd actually argue Observation is his worst and he has the worst personalities for this because Luffy's not a calm and collected person and fighter. He's a very rambunctious, animated, hyperactive knucklehead. So him having instances of using like Future Sight and timed and moments where using it actually makes more sense than him actually kind of revolving his fighting style around it. I don't know if you agree with that though.
I would agree.
But I also agree with Drizzt actually on the point that like it is weird that like you spent the whole thing about getting it just for him to not really like even like let's look at the Kaido fight. When does he really use Future Sight? I agree that it is a weird
a few
choice.
Times, but
like
not rarely. But
yeah.
but I do think like Kaido saying don't think you're the only one who can see the future. I didn't take it as a statement as like remember that one time you did it. It's more like don't think that you're the only one with like Future Sight here. Like I think that's a statement that Luffy is using it frequently throughout the battle. I'm not saying he's basing his fight around it, but yeah.
Do you think retroactively now that we're done with Wano, if Luffy learned Rio during like he like kind of figured out like when like he's like oh there's different levels even though he wasn't using Rio, he was using seemingly some stronger ornament. If like Luffy like was learning Rio during that time instead and then finished up his training in Wano with Rio, do you think that would have been better and we just never got the Future Sight stuff?
Repeat that one more time. Sorry. So
instead of like Future being the ability Luffy gained during this fight, he like gains like insight into Rio during this time.
With Katakuri?
And he finishes it up in Wano. Yeah. No, and then he finishes up with Rio and Wano. Okay.
Because Rio is also internal destruction. Has a very specific use to counter something of someone's great durability. Overcoming Katakuri has nothing to do with his durability. It has to do with the fact that this nigga can see the future and he's just zooping and whooping around everything because of that. Like, Katakuri is not weak. Like, I'm not like take away his Future Sight and Katakuri still mixing so many people, but understand that his entire combat style revolves around the fact that his Future Sight is so amazing. That is the key factor to Katakuri's fighting style, where Luffy's own is not like that. I think him learning Rio is actually probably what helped him use Conqueror so easily, coding himself the way that he did. That's actually what I think. But no, I wouldn't have liked that because Kaku Mochi to me isn't some next tier aura mate. It's just him using his ability in conjunction with Aramate Haki.
Kaku's block, right?
Huh?
Kaku's block Mochi.
Yeah, block Mochi. Sorry, yeah. Because it reminds me of literally when Luffy I think it was Athlete, and he kicks Luffy, and he's like, "Wait a minute, it's Aramate, but Gomu." Like you can kind of combine your ability with Aramate, and that's how I took it with Block Mochi. I think it's just way more hard, like way more dense, way more hard, way more powerful when he does that. That's my interpretation. Again, I'll reread Whole Cake. I don't want to, but I'll do it. And just kind of wrap my head around a lot of stuff again. It really has been a long time since I've seen this. I've watched like the part where like the donut category comes and him and Luffy are throwing hands here and there, but I don't really revisit this fight that often. I still watch Rob Lucy versus Luffy way more often. So
to show that both fighters gain something from each other. But that's not the case because Oda's already moved on to the newer and shinier toys like Rio, Conqueror's Haki Coding, and Awakening, a new gear, leaving Future Sight completely in the dust. Will Future Sight ever be truly important for Luffy? Who knows? Probably not, but I don't think I really care if it ever is if it wasn't useful against two Yonko crews and the Yonkos themselves. And that's why I said earlier that Luffy didn't need to learn Future Sight. All of that time Oda spent on it could have gone somewhere else because it amounted to nothing in a war arc. This fight didn't need to be about learning Future Sight. And that only strengthens my argument on how everything is unnecessarily convoluted and makes less sense when you see how Snakeman ends up being the trump card. Something that a lot of people talked about in regards to Luffy vs. Cat is that Luffy was the underdog in every way. Cat was better, he was stronger, faster, taller, better devil fruit, bigger dick. Everything you can do, I can do better type of dude. Luffy and Cat are built to be similar to each other, which is the reason why Oda gave Katakuri everything under the sun. And for those that don't know, Oda went as far as to retcon Katakuri's devil fruit to make it the same class as Luffy's. Originally, Katakuri was stated to be...
Okay, so I do want to say one thing about this. It is true that I think he was a Logia, then became a special paramecia. That was a thing. I remember that happening. We'll have to get up early, so I remember Law's words is the real strongest swordsman. Peace out. All right, take care, brother. I actually think Cat using Block Mochi for defense is severely underplayed by Oda, because that shit should be super good for defense. Like, imagine he would turn his chest into Block Mochi. I agree with that. That'd be sick. I do want to add. I bring this up every time that I can because I don't get to do this often because I don't know Japanese. But my understanding with Logias is that they have to be a natural element that you can find in nature, water, fire, like light, like natural things that happen throughout the world, like magma, stuff like that. That's why they're Logias. The reason that Mochi was changed to a special paramecia is because Mochi is a man-made substance. It's not something you can just. I can't be in the woods and stumble on some mochi, as far as I understand. So that's part like that's a partial reason for why maybe it happened. Like a language thing. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm just gonna throw that in there as a possible variable.
Be a Logia user by Jinbei, but it was changed to be special paramecia, the only one of its kind, I might add. The community has a headcanon that only element-like fruits can be Logia, but that's not an established rule in the story. Oda didn't have to change Katakuri's fruit, but he did it anyway to make him more like Luffy so that Luffy could overcome him. It's like Link and Shadow Link. Little did Katakuri know that he was fighting against a literal god devil fruit wielding child of prophecy instead of some quirky little rubber boy. And to top things off, Luffy isn't a paramecia anymore. It was all a prank, bro. It's a prank. Alright, so now let's tackle Katakuri. Oda does not do a good job with Katakuri's 180 in his feelings towards Luffy, nor does he do a good job of setting up Luffy versus Cat when it comes to the greater meaning of the fight. Initially, Katakuri comes after Luffy because, as he states, he feels that Luffy could someday be a threat to Big Mom, and he wants to wipe him out because that's the case. Now, as we learn, the greater meaning of this fight is that apparently Katakuri wants Luffy to come back to Whole Cake Island so that he can beat Big Mom, and he came to fight Luffy to see if he's worthy. This gives the implication that Katakuri does not like Big Mom and he wants her gone, but he can't do it himself. I don't think there's much writing, or any, actually, to back up or substantiate his feelings. It comes completely out of left field and contradicts what was stated before. Katakuri's flashback also provides no backing to that desire. His flashback has nothing to do with Big Mom. And prior to that flashback, there was never, not once.
Did you get that opinion that he wanted Big Mom to get taken out? Is that did you actually get that opinion out of curiosity? I never thought that.
Did I think that Katakuri wanted Big? No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Yeah. All right.
Any ill will or dislike shown towards Big Mom. The only thing that happens is Katakuri jumps to defend Big Mom once things start to go wrong at the tea party. Not only is there no direct evidence in dialogue or action for this motive, there is no visual storytelling either. This is yet another blow to the world building and character writing of Whole Cake. I talked about this a bit with Pudding. There is no good reason for why, especially for Big Mom's family, why they even give a shit that Katakuri has sharp teeth. Please, put up a panel of opera. Those little children not liking it and making fun of Katakuri are fine if the only purpose is to craft a cute scene with Brûlé. But it doesn't work for the larger narrative Oda tries to build with the arc. I'd say, given how this fight played out, that Oda wanted to hide as much as humanly possible the idea that Katakuri is anti-Big Mom, and he wanted to leave it as a twist for the end of the fight. So, the idea of visually building on Katakuri's dislike of Big Mom is not something Oda wanted to do, which explains the lack of evidence, and that's cool. This could have worked perfectly even without that. But in order for it to work, and this is pretty important, Katakuri's flashback needed to be different than what it was. If you want to hide Katakuri's desires as a surprise, then you need to show the audience something later that explains those motives if you aren't going to build on it beforehand. Katakuri's flashback should have been anti-Big Mom in nature. Here is a scenario for you. I'll show you how easy this could have been. It connects perfectly with what Oda wanted to do with Katakuri and Brule as well. Instead of these random kids being the ones that hurt Brule, how about if it was Big Mom? Big Mom certainly...
I've said this. I've said this. It makes no sense for these dickless little kids to be bullying him or trying to attempt to do that when he's stronger than them. They're like, he's strong like a monster. Run away. Like, he'll beat your ass. Like, I actually had said this. Or if one of the older siblings were actually demonstrably more powerful than him. I think is the other thing that I said, but that was just, that's actually kind of funny. I've actually said this before.
He wasn't past beating the crap out of Chiffon for looking like Lola, and she has a history in her flashback of trying to correct the imperfection of races. Brule getting hurt could have stemmed from Katakuri's own issues. Katakuri, as we see, has stitches across his mouth, and that was a curious detail. Lots of fans wanted to know how it happened, and Oda gave a pretty lame answer to it in an SPS, saying that it happened when Cat opened his mouth too much when he was eating. But this was an easy layup for Oda. Big Mom, just like how she did with Pudding, could have disliked Katakuri's teeth. She could have told him to hide them. They're ugly to her or something like that. Maybe Katakuri doesn't obey Big Mom, he's rebellious. Big Mom gets mad. She grabs Katakuri and pries open his mouth in an attempt to get rid of his teeth, but she opens his mouth too far, which then causes it to rip and need stitches. Brule, who happens to be nearby, sees this happen and goes to defend her precious big brother that she loves so much, and she gets caught in the crossfire of Big Mom's anger, and that's what causes her to get hurt. Katakuri would then blame himself for Brule getting hurt, his poor baby sister, and then he adopts his persona of needing to be perfect. He begins to hide his teeth with a scarf and pretends to be the perfect big brother in order to satisfy Big Mom, when in reality, he hates everything she stands for, but he knows he's too weak to do anything about it. Then, when Luffy comes around, Katakuri finally gets the strength to be himself, and that causes his character to grow. And if you wanted to, you could even tie Katakuri as a character into Pudding and Lola, so that there's some deeper connection between the outcast children of Big Mom. Boom. Perfect. But nope. What we have instead is pretty bad writing. Katakuri's motivations aren't supported by his real flashback, and they aren't supported during the entire time he's in Whole Cake.
I think I actually like that idea.
Yeah. That makes way more. I see. Like that scenario actually is much better because there's a weird thing that happens with this flashback that bothers me. I actually remember saying this. That initial one little panel that we get about, oh, he's a pelican eel, but he's trying like a monster, run away. When Flambe and them like turn their back on him, it was one panel, but I actually thought it was like extremely powerful. Because I would argue that in my estimation, in that moment, I understood Katakuri. Like I understood him. I understood like he had I agree with him. Like it's actually funny that like Katakuri looks normal. Honest, all things considered.
Yeah.
Like he's tall as fuck, and I actually think he looks cool with those teeth. Personally speaking, but
I agree.
Like he looks fucking cool. Like take that fucking scarf off, dude. Like it's just not raw. But shit, what was I saying? Katakuri, something.
The moment you understood Katakuri just off the
yeah, like I'm like, okay, so they acknowledge his strength. You understand that he's like whatever, and you understand how this family is, that it's not really perfect in the sense, and it's like when he takes his, he kind of throws his jacket off as if he's like discarding the family for this fight. He's fighting for himself, and he knocks them out with Luffy with the double conquerors. I actually agree with like the additive part where it's like Brule got hurt. What happened? I have to be even more brutal. Like it like doesn't make sense. Like it's weird. It's like the logic doesn't add up. But I actually think if you just keep that one initial panel without adding the like extra Brule stuff, it still would have worked perfectly fine. But I like the idea of actually Big Mom trying to like whatever to his mouth and then hurting Brule and that's the reason that traumatizes him to not like, and he has to be perfect and protect his siblings and follow in Big Mom's footsteps, not footsteps, but like follow her orders, even though he doesn't like her. Never got the impression that he like, I get the impression that he has big major issues and understand his family isn't perfect in any capacity, but I do think he still cares about them and he wouldn't want them to like die and stuff like that. I don't know where he's getting the he doesn't like Big Mom thing from, but I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think it's a weird conclusion, but I don't know if I agree with it.
I think I could probably say the notion that like Katakuri hates the manner in which like she may treat some of them, but I agree with you where I think like I don't know if I would say he loves like all of them like his family heart. I think like he more so cares about the concept of it, so he'll protect it.
Okay.
Because at the end, that's all they have. Where there's specific individuals like Brule that he actually really, really cares for. If that makes sense.
No, that makes that. I think I actually agree with that. That makes more sense to me.
And maybe like Oven and Daifuku because those are like his actual triplets, so like he should care about those ones a lot, but we didn't see much.
And they've been together for a longer period of time. So
Yeah, and they knew about his mouth and him eating the donuts and stuff.
And the resulting effect is that this ruins Katakuri's 180 in character at the climax of the fight with Luffy. This is the same issue that Luffy's personality bullshit created, but now it's affecting Katakuri. If Katakuri's Big Mom statement didn't exist, just like the really flashback, and there was only the Brûlée stuff, there wouldn't be nearly as many issues. But once again, Oda's ambition gets the better of him because he doesn't want to do the writing. And this brings us to Katakuri as a whole. In every arc so far, I've talked about the villains. I'll bring up the chart for the ranking of them so you can see where this is going. So far, Dofi has been the closest thing to a hit. Big Mom is an L in this arc, but where does Katakuri land? Unlike Hody Caesar, and like Dofi, Cat has all of the features that are generally good for villains to have. He's got that screen presence, he's strong, he's competent, right? He's got all of that. He's starting off from a good place. Now, there are a couple angles to look at and analyze when it comes to Katakuri as a villain. One is the fact that Katakuri doesn't stay a villain for long. He's an example of a villain that ends up becoming an ally, which means that half of what makes Katakuri work as a concept is inherently tied to the writing behind his transition from good to bad. If you fail the character writing and then the execution, the villain doesn't work. And as you can already surmise by what we've gone over,
he's probably in the camp that thinks maybe that like Katakuri, if he's like around to Luffy again, he like would be like friends and they'd eat donuts or something. I'm not sure. I think ally wasn't the right term to use. Maybe like he's not antagonistic towards him, but I don't know.
I'd have to wait. That's something I would have to wait and like physically see before I make a jump like that.
Yeah.
The character writing and transition from evil to good for Katakuri is bad, and this is by far the most important aspect of Katakuri. The other aspect of looking at Katakuri as a villain is the fight in general. Katakuri shows up halfway through the arc, and his presence is entirely connected to this fight. There's not much to look at him outside of it, and that means that the quality of this fight is pretty important. This is a battle manga after all, and there end up being parts of the fight that are pretty good, but the fight itself is not good. There are too many things going wrong at a technical level to say otherwise. Snake Man, Future Sight, Luffy's injury, Oda nerfing Katakuri, Oda changing the gimmick of the fight, Luffy's plot armor. I mean, that's a lot. I don't think it's fair to take a couple chapters of Luffy being in Gear 4 and saying it trumps the other aspects of the fight to a degree that all of that writing doesn't matter. And look, I get it. There are lots of fights and a lot of stories that have issues. Katakuri vs. Luffy isn't the first and it won't be the last. As a casual fan, I can completely understand turning off your brain, looking at pretty colors, and enjoying the fight for what it is. I have nothing against this mindset. However, One Piece fans love to point out all the various elements of fights that make them great, better than other stories, rather than saying that they have good hands and that's why the fight's good. One Piece is a series that is pretty popularly criticized for having bad fights, and One Piece fans like to say that One Piece isn't about the fights, even though it is, and that the true value of a fight is found in its themes, emotions, and shit like that. Which is the case for many One Piece fights, but not all of them. This isn't Luffy versus Don Krieg or something. This fight had a grand vision behind it that is entirely reliant on its quality of writing and not just entertainment. At a conceptual level, I think Katakuri is very cool. He's the type of character that I would normally be very into. He had a lot more going for him than most villains in the story, and that seems to be part of the growing issue that I keep bringing up. Every time Oda tries to be more ambitious with his villains by giving them nuance, he keeps messing them up by being unable to land the writing. And that seems to be the case here with Katakuri. But there's a caveat, and here it is. Similar to what I said with Pudding, the most frustrating part of Luffy vs. Cat isn't Cat, it's Luffy. Luffy makes this fight almost unbearable to read. Luffy is the reason why this fight was so controversial and split the fandom. Katakuri is out here on the streets, dropping 50 points a game, but Luffy manages to win the title because he's on Oda's team. Luffy bullshits his way to a W and completely undermines everything Katakuri stands for by not participating in the story. So while Katakuri is flawed, a lot of it happens because of how Luffy is written. I'm assuming that a lot of people here have kind of heard slander of Naruto. Do you know how people like to rightfully make fun of Naruto for talk no jutsuing his enemies? Luffy does something similar in this fight. Luffy nothing no jutsus Katakuri. Luffy does nothing the entire fight, but still manages to turn Katakuri into a good guy by the end of it. And for me, this is the part of the story where Luffy slowly starts to be an annoying main character.
Again, like he's using rhetoric like good guy. Like I don't.
Yeah. I'm with you. Like
I
guess the issue I'm having with. Hold on, let me go back a little second. Repeat that.
And for me, this is the part of the story where Luffy slowly starts to be.
I already said. You've heard like the saying. Oh God, this is another one of those things where like I'm just making a point based on like what I know, not what I'm necessarily seeing. But you know, like the concept of when two fists clash, they can tell what each other is like thinking, type of thing or whatever.
Yes.
Where like I think it genuinely shot Katakuri when he was like, "Wait a minute, you escaped. It was me you were fighting. No one would have laughed at you. Why did you come back?" I really think he piqued his interest. And as he saw how tenacious Luffy was for coming back to fight him for apparently no good reason, he started to like him or liked his attitude. Like, I don't think Luffy had to do anything in terms of his like I think his natural like charisma, personality just came out here. And Mihawk has commented on how his ability to kind of sway people like that is a very dangerous ability. I agree. I think that's what happened here. I don't think he nothing no jutsu'd him. I think he just kind of moved him by his actions and coming back the way he did. Go ahead.
And then I kind of have two things to say with this. I agree completely with your saying, and then one is, I like when we like this goes even into the real world. When you become so good at something and you often don't have any challenges or anything, the thing that you become known or good at can now become like a sense of loneliness, right? Because there's no one else to compete with. This can be from something as simple as a video game to like a sport to like something that like writing to art, you know what I mean? Anything. When a new young like when young blood or whatever you want to say comes into the fold, it's like, oh, I got a challenge again now. Oh, this is fun again. You know what I mean? Like imagine playing like a fighting game and like you dominate people forever. You don't have a challenge, so it just becomes boring. Like someone comes in and like they can like actually like one stock you or two stock you. Oh, that's interesting. Or if you're playing basketball, you're better than everybody, and then someone comes up and they can actually score a few points. That's going to not that's just nature to just be like, oh, I'm kind of interested. So that then goes again when we see with the Flampe thing of the needle, and it's like, oh, bro, you were doing so well. You were really getting my interest up, and you just fall over. That makes sense why he reacted that way in my head. And then two, I kind of understand what Drizzt is saying, and I understand why he's making the leap to the point that he is when we see people like crocodiles. But like, I don't think Luffy changed Katakuri. That this is just always Katakuri's personality. Katakuri just never was open about who he really was to anybody, and we just got to see more of that with Luffy. Luffy didn't change anything. That's just Katakuri, who he is as a person. So I don't like really agree with him. Keep saying like Katakuri is good or he converted him to a good guy now. Like he's still the first commander in the Big Mom, and it could be the case that he joins Luffy. But until we actually see that on screen, we can't just say Katakuri is a de facto good guy. There's nothing like that we can say to do that.
Agreed. Because Cat definitely trended towards being friendly towards Luffy, but ended the fight at the least toward respecting him as a fighter, as a pirate man. But like to me, I think that like it starts to rear its head the longer the fight goes. It doesn't even kind of come out of nowhere to me. I think it kind of slowly happens during the fights while the fight's happening. But I've already like. I consider this fight very much based off your own perspective and your beliefs and takeaways from what was going on. So like. It's kind of why I stopped having the argument about this fight. It's like you just believe what you want to believe, like and I'm gonna just keep it pushing.
I'm confused. Is Glim saying like is he agreeing with Dritz's point or ours? Because if he's not, I would just say just because you're being friendly towards someone doesn't mean like you're a good guy and you're on their side. Like how many stories have we read where there's a villain and like a hero and they hate each other but they respect each other's power? Like we can understand that there's complex ways in which people like have relationships with one another.
Yeah. All right, let's finish this. We're almost done. We got like 11 minutes left.
An annoying main character to be around. But that spicy topic is something we'll dive into deeper in the next video. To wrap this up, I think Luffy vs. Cat deserves to be properly criticized as a bad fight. Cat is a cool dude, but a failed concept as a villain. There are a few characters that I haven't mentioned so far, but there hasn't been a place to really fit them in since there's not a whole lot to say about them. So I combined all of these characters together so we can speed run through them before we get to the end of the video. It's kind of a way to cool down after my endless ranting. So first up is Jinbei. For a majority of the arc, Jinbei is a competent advisor to Luffy that helps out when he's able to. Oda gives him, arguably, one of the worst panel pages of all time in any manga, with Jinbei's sake cup scene at the tea party, but it's not really a big deal. It just kind of takes away from the moment because there's so much clutter and chaos, but hey, what are you gonna do? Jinbei also has a couple of shining moments against Big Mom, much to her detriment, and he shows up in a few scenarios to save people, like how when he gets Luffy and Nami out of the book prison. All in all, Jinbei has a pretty quiet presence in the arc, despite the fact that Big Mom and his allegiance to her is the main reason why he couldn't join the Straw Hats back in Fishman Island. Maybe in the back of your mind you wanted Jinbei to do more, but it wasn't a big deal for any of the fans at the time because of the way this arc ended. Jinbei is the focal point of the dramatic, suspenseful ending of Whole Cake Island, the unprecedented arc finisher that Oda threw in. And by doing that, Oda set up a very interesting subplot and ending that is entirely reliant on the kind of results it produces. The twist here at the end of Jinbei only works if something legitimate comes from it. Well, I guess we'll have to talk about that in Wano. Next up is Brook, who, ironically, out of every Straw Hat and character that came to this arc, Brook is the one that leaves with the least issues and the most positives. And there's a reason why that's the case. Brook is a gag character with no significant importance to the overall story of One Piece. And I'm not saying that as a diss either. I know Brook has a pretty dedicated following, so I don't want that to come off as slander, because it's not. I'm just saying it how it is. Brook really doesn't take up a whole lot of space in any arc that he's been in since Thriller Bark. He's mainly a comic relief character. I wish that Oda would sometimes lighten up on the Panty and Skull jokes, but outside of that, you know, Brook will come back into the story and be important again later down the line with Laboon and possibly Yorkie if he's still alive. Or perhaps if Binks Sake has a particular importance into the story that demands Brook's presence. But outside of that, he's mainly just here for vibes. The expectations for him are pretty low. And because the expectations for Brook are low, it's very easy for him to meet and then exceed them. What he does here in Whole Cake comes off as a huge accomplishment. Even though it's not particularly dramatic, him stealing the rope poneglyphs, damaging Mother Carmel's photo, stealing Zeus, which, Zeus. But hurting Prometheus, now that was praiseworthy. I wish that Oda kind of would have showed him hurting Prometheus on screen, but whatever. Out of everything that Brook does, there is only one writing flaw with him in the entirety of the arc. Just one. I mentioned it in Zoe. And Oda either dropped this plotline in the long-ass list of plotlines he's already dropped, or it's entirely possible Oda forgot that he wrote this. It's one or the other. In Zoe, when there is mention of Sanji's lineage, the Vinsmokes, people like Robin and Brook are shown to have knowledge of them. But there is a big focus on Brook's reaction. He seems to have greater knowledge on them, or perhaps history, than anyone else there, which makes sense because Brook's an old dude. It was a common expectation heading into Whole Cake and then during the arc that Brook would have some past with the Vinsmokes that we would get to learn about. But as you know, Brook not only never has a single interaction with anything Vinsmoke related other than perving on Reiju, but the hints of his knowledge with Germa are never brought up, which is yet another setup from Zoe that fails to deliver. Last, and certainly least, would be Smoothie, the second Sweet Commander for Big Mom.
You said certainly.
You may have noticed that in this arc, every commander except for Smoothie is or was defeated. Snack lost to the worst generation before we even got there, Cracker lost, Cat lost, but Smoothie remained, untouched. Smoothie
thing
to
is
this
such
day
a weird thing.
is the only female commander. And
horrible.
When I say commander, I mean it in the phrase that the community uses it to talk about the top 3 or 4 strongest members.
I still think Cracker's stronger than her.
I mean, I'm gonna give it to him. That's just me though.
In any given Yonko crew. Katarina Devon might be one as well, but we don't really know yet. And in general, there aren't a whole lot of strong females in One Piece. But when the community saw Smoothie for the first time and noticed Cracker was defeated and Cat was on the way to defeat, we all started speculating fight matchups so that she would be able to do something in the story. Considering she had a higher bounty than Cracker, a lot of people thought that Jinbei would be a good possible fighter for her. Since Jinbei was a warlord, he's supposed to be strong. It made sense. Others brought up Reiju because of their interaction at the Tea Party, and there were other niche, crazier ideas like Sanji. But those were all just ideas. In reality, Smoothie doesn't really do much at all in this arc. And when she does do stuff, it's mainly her failing or looking weird. Like, instead of going in and killing Brook in the treasury as he was nabbing the road poneglyphs, she was convinced to just chill and wait for him to come out of his own accord, which was fine by itself, but it makes her look silly when Big Mom crashes in and says, "Get out of my way, bitch," and then takes things into her own hands.
It is kind of funny how Big Mom treats her kids in some panels. She'll really pull up like, "You suck. Get the fuck out of here."
Hey, she only even like it's just like, shut up, my Yonko.
That's not teach.
You're right. She better.
Believe in teach, man.
When she takes a dark jutsu, makes out a homie out of darkness. She'll make Ansem.
Smoothie also tried to juice Nami but got fooled by Reiju.
Then we see her later on a ship with her sisters giving chase to the Straw Hats, and that's the last thing we see her do in the arc. All of Big Mom's relevant fighters are more active in the arc than her at one point or another. Obviously, the other commanders are some, but so is Parasparrow, Mont d'Or, Oven, Daifuku, Struzen, and hell, even Snack came back and fought Judge off screen. It's really disappointing that Smoothie didn't do anything. But even still, there was copium. There's always copium. People believed that Smoothie wasn't relevant in Whole Cake because Oda was going to save her for Wano.
Really?
Yeah!
Yeah.
As you'll find out, that's not quite the case. Big Mom isn't out of the story yet, so copium still lives on until Big Mom is gone. But I think it's a completely fair statement to say that Oda heavily missed in using Smoothie in Whole Cake and then in Wano. And personally, if you want to know my opinion, I think if Smoothie was a dude instead of a girl, Oda would have written her being defeated into the story in Whole Cake or in Wano. I think one of the reasons why Smoothie was spared and not used is because there was no girl strong enough to beat her, and Oda wasn't interested in writing one of the guys taking her out, since good guys beating up hot girls in a 1v1 isn't Oda's style.
I agree.
At this point, I've basically covered everything that I wanted to, so let's go over my closing thoughts and wrap this up. This was the biggest challenge Oda's faced so far in the time skip, and he failed in spectacular fashion. Obviously, I think this arc's awful. If you've made it this far, you might leave this video thinking that there's nothing more I hate in the world than this arc. And I do really, really hate this arc. But you'd be wrong. Whole Cake is easily the second worst arc in the series for me, but not the worst. It's funny, but sad at the same time for me to look back at this arc. Because even when I was at my most negative and angry with One Piece, I thought that this was the worst that One Piece could possibly be. I thought that if Oda ever fumbled again, there was no way it could be this bad. I convinced myself that this was an experiment gone wrong, and that moving forward, there were simply too many good things Oda could take advantage of that would make up for any of the egregious fumbles. But I was wrong. Again, Oda proceeds to write an arc so bad, so awful, that it makes me wish I could go back to Whole Cake. Oda writes Wano, which will be the next and final video of the Downfall series. I really want to thank my boy Glam, my son Seneto, who does great art pieces and colorings that he posts on Twitter, and I'd also like to thank Cross Counter, who has his own channel and is working on his own Whole Cake video. I'll have links for these people posted below if anyone is interested in checking them out. Seriously, thank you guys. These people served as my editors during this process and gave me tons of great feedback that really turned the script into something that I'm kind of proud of. And last but not least, I'll have a link to my Discord in the description for those of you that are interested in joining. It's a bit of a wasteland there, but I'm trying to breathe some life back into it. Having said that, we're at the end of the video. Thank you all for watching and making it this far. Until next time, see ya.
Awful video. 2 out of 10.
Children, have you ever met the bogeyman before? No, of course you haven't, for you're much too good, I'm sure. Don't you be afraid of him if he should visit you. He's a great big coward, so I'll tell you.
Okay. Christ. How long have I been alive? That was good.
Drizzt always does good.
Yeah,
videos.
I don't disagree with, I think this might have been the video I honestly think I disagree with him the least on. Maybe.
And shout out Glam, I guess, for the work that he also did with it.
Glam didn't do nothing, man. You cap it. No, I'm kidding. Shout out Glam. Was I cut off this whole time? People couldn't see my face. But I wanna end by saying something like deeper, profound, but I don't really have anything. It's just I don't hate that arc that much. I don't. It's not Dressrosa or fuck. I probably agree with him with Wano. I think Wano's the worst arc. Honestly, I do. I gotta reread it. I want it to legit be done though. Like I want them to be off the island, like not on Wano soil, Wano waters. And then I'm gonna reread it and just see if what I can get and stuff. But yeah, you said you could say the boys love season 2 of Primal. By the way, I'll get to it soon. But you have any final words for the people, Miles? Did you say no, or did you just make a sound?
Nah, I don't.
Oh, I thought you made a sound. All right, guys. Do I have any thoughts? I still think Category versus Luffy is okay. It's got issues though. It's not perfect. It's not.
I think it's issues. I still think it's the best fight in the series. Bro.
Really? That's interesting to me. I don't think it's better than Rob.
Yeah.
I think Rob Lucci and Luffy is the best fight in the series. I don't think it's close. That's just me though.
I got that at number 2.
I think it's the best fight, but
who knows? If I haven't reread Whole Cake in a while, so if I reread it,
I do think that Oda got a little bit back in his choreography bag with this recent fight. One thing that I've always said that like there's like one sequence I remember pretty vividly where Luffy like I think he gets hit back and he like does a leg sweep and Katakuri like teleports and he hits him, but the sequence of events was very clear.
Yes,
it was like the attack hit Luffy. Luffy went down, leg sweeped, and then he dodged and then he kicked him. And I'm like, I haven't seen this level of like general choreography from you from top to the bottom since maybe like for a while. Like it frustrates me because me and you all said like he can craft and make it a really good fight from a choreography standpoint. I'm not including the emotion and themes right now. I just care about the choreography. But then there's times he just doesn't do it. Like I still think Rob Lucci versus Luffy is the best one from top to bottom. I think Das Bones versus Zoro is also a really good one. That I think I'm like the choreography in this one's pretty good. I thought about the manga by the way specifically. The anime has a different set of challenges it has when it has an animated fight. But all right, you guys be safe. Miles, final words for the niggas.
Bye.
All right, see you tomorrow. Goodbye.